Riddle of the Sages, the Book of Answers, written and narrated by Pino Delphemia. Acknowledgements. This is a revised and combined edition of my previous volumes, incorporating my poems, each portraying the embodiment of the paragraph. I have found that the words contain nourishment for the soul and wholesome feed for the thoughts. I would like to give my profound thanks to Louise Faramus and Gino Delphemia for all their help towards the research and experimentation which helped to validate what is written. I would also like to thank Edmund Rosenthal and Tony Parkin for their help towards the book's construction, and also to Aaron Bishop for the artwork on the front page. In addition, to everyone who had a part in supporting and helping me. Becoming a philosopher. Everything that follows tells how I have come to believe in what I am about to relay, including my journey towards understanding what we call the supernatural and how I learned to interact with that ability, the results of which led to the evolution of my higher self, including the understanding and how to travel through life in perfect harmony and happiness that I believe is deserving for all. I write this not for the purpose to undermine any religion or beliefs, but rather to fulfill them. Neither am I stating that I have any abilities outside of anybody else's. I have not written this to judge or condemn anyone, neither am I enforcing any principles herein. I am not a writer, and therefore ask for your patience to not judge the proficiency of the writing, but rather to have the perseverance to continue reading for the sole purpose and importance of what I believe it entails. This is my story, of which all is factual. Make of it what you will. I have tried to avoid the use of names for the sole purpose that future historians should refrain from trying to connect the source of this knowledge to a bloodline, as it would be pointless due to the fact that all have the abilities mentioned, not just a few. I am a regular person who, due to my experiences, has taken a philosophical view of existence, personal experiences that are hard to believe, and will remain so for many who are about to read this account. There have been many occasions when I have been approached with contempt regarding what I write, and accusations of blasphemy by those of a religious persuasion, leaving me with many doubts if I should share my experiences at all. But if I were not to speak up on fear of judgment, I would let down all those who seek knowledge to advance their current understanding of life. It is not my intention to anger or upset anyone. All I am doing is humbly sharing my experiences. Yet I am left dumbfounded by the hostility of those who judge my honesty, as if they have not learnt from a long history of similar individuals wrongly condemned. I wrote a previous book called The Wise Listen. I was not fully awoken to the knowledge I have in Riddle of the Sages, the Book of Answers. Therefore, it was tainted with religious dogma and many misconceptions. My purpose in allowing it to still be available to view is in the aim of showing the different stages and growth of that consciousness. The first difficulty that I had to overcome in putting pen to paper is in finding the means to decipher what I bring forth from the realms of the consciousness. This is because I am unable to communicate with this realm or higher self by using human methods. I do not communicate with it by words or speech, but rather the interactions and activation of my emotions. I am not shown what I am supposed to know. I am taken there. Allow me to try to explain further. It is like a blind person being taken to the beach and the sea for the first time. For example, I would be the blind person, for the reason that I have not experienced and neither have the ability to translate the knowledge of what I am being given. I am therefore led onto the beach. As I step onto the sand, I would feel an incredibly odd sensation under my feet. I guess I would also feel a little unstable and would take a little while to adjust. I guess I would also bend and touch the sand, feeling it slip through my fingers. As I do this, my emotions create an image of what it may look like, including its substance, shape, smell, and texture. This is the side that is mentioned in the wise books. I would also hear the sounds around me, smell the air of the sea and hear it pounding the sand. As I approach the sea, I feel it touch my toes. The sensation would slightly shock me. At the same time, the sand below my feet would begin to sink, and I would probably fall and pick myself up. This process would continue until I am submerged into the water. All these emotions would create a mind's eye image of what every experience would look like. It is that form of interaction that has happened to me with regards to answering all my world's questions. In a nutshell, whenever I ask a question, I am taken to the answer, of which I, in return, endeavour to decipher into what humanity understands. This is then acknowledged as the word. If you were to look into my past, you will find previous associations with knowledgeable individuals that some may associate with the Illuminati. But I would like to make evident that this association had no influence or attribution to my books. My intentions in joining a Masonic order were to see if their knowledge would add light to my experiences. But all I found was ignorance. If anything, that interaction showed me how those individuals are misconceived and oblivious to the knowledge they have in their possession. The following are a few things that I have experienced, but as I write this book, I'm yet to master any of them. I have experienced psychic abilities. I have experienced time manipulation. I have experienced multiple dimensions. I have positively changed the health of others, directly and indirectly. I have interacted with a spirit world and an extraterrestrial world. I have had out-of-body experiences. I have seen angels. I have been to that place humanity calls heaven. I have seen what humanity has named God. I have seen Jesus and his mother Mary, Buddha, and benevolent beings, and I believe to be in constant dialogue with this combined personal reality. I constantly question the extent of how important all these events truly are, as there are moments when it does not matter how many miraculous events one experiences in the process of awakening. Times will come when one has moments of relapse and begins to question the origins of such powers and senses, and also question if the knowledge I share is just. With this in mind, I felt drawn towards a Bible that I keep in a drawer. I randomly opened it at the page John 14:21, where it says, "The person who has my commandments and keeps them is the one who really loves me. And whoever really loves me will be loved by my Father. And I will love him and reveal myself to him. I will make myself real to him." Thinking it was just another coincidence, contemplating to take a step back from it all and possibly stopping altogether, a student of mine approached me with a photograph she had captured of an image of what she could not fully understand. As soon as I laid eyes on it, it felt like a eureka moment. I knew that this was a call to me, and for me to understand and interpret. I could see the Holy Grail in all its beauty and splendour and much more. This to me was a sign that made itself visible deep from the divine unconscious, to point me back towards continuing my work. As I began to examine and decipher the image, it began to speak to me, as previously stated, as the silent voice that I call the Word, of which helped guide me towards finding what was symbolized within it. Within it, I found a chalice, the Grail. Below the chalice, I found an image that resembled what we have been accustomed to visualizing as Christ or God. This image can also be seen when turning the photo upside down. This was to symbolize as above, so below, as below, so above. There is also an image of a material cross enclosed in the circle of spirit, symbolizing that in existence there is no separation between matter and spirit or consciousness. And by observing the seen, we can also observe the unseen. The arms of the cross extend or break through the chalice, representing freedom through the transcendence of consciousness. The center of the cross is in the center of the forehead, representing the third eye, again symbolizing consciousness. In the center of the chalice is that of a face resembling an extraterrestrial being, similar to what ufologists call the Greys, symbolizing multiple life forms. In the very center of the image is what resembles a sound wave, stretching across from left to right. I believe that by using the appropriate technology may reveal a sound of sorts, a message. The image also has a resemblance to a lion along with its mane. I found that within the Bible, God is at times represented by the word lion. An X is visible in the center, representing the heart of the symbol. When researching this, I found that it is the Greek letter for chi, and the initial letter of the word expiatos, meaning Christ. This photo can be seen on the back of the book cover. Although not clear, it gives a brief idea of the original. The image is full of symbolism brought forth by consciousness, of which I am sure will adapt to an individual's consciousness, allowing others to see what I cannot. Every individual will manifest and witness whatever is required for direction and guidance. By adopting a pure, peaceful, and fearless mind, whatever is manifested will come from that source. There are many visionaries who claim to see miraculous things. I have come to learn that many of these manifestations are confined to their personal beliefs. In my case, I have done my utmost to adequately prove the existence of this knowledge within the boundaries of material comprehension by photographing and videoing these events, accompanied by many witnesses, not solely for the purpose of proving it to others, but evidently proving to myself that having an open mind towards consciousness and following that guidance can manifest my necessities. Therefore, by making the choice to what direction I decide to take my existence, manipulates it with the consequences of those choices and actions. In regard to the Holy Grail, I have come to believe that it is not a material vessel of which humanity seeks, but rather it is knowledge, the knowledge that will ultimately set an individual free. I do not believe to be any different than anyone else, and at times find it extremely difficult to share these experiences. But when a person has witnessed these wonders, it becomes an impossible task to keep them to oneself. If I were to deny my intention with this reality, it would unintentionally manipulate and minimize it to become the extent of my beliefs and limitations. My personal belief regarding existence is that all matter is a projection constructed by different states of consciousness, a state of evolution that, if accepted by the learned, within some means or manner can become the catalyst that can transform all forms of social unrest, bringing peace, tranquility, and stability to all life. This concept is not too difficult for me to comprehend or understand, due to reaching a particular level of awareness within that consciousness, but not so easy for those who are at different stages of that awareness. Therefore, at this stage, I feel it necessary to relay and explain my experiences within the physical realm via my family history, and thereafter I will explain it within the states of consciousness. Prior to the knowledge I have now discovered, I viewed my abilities as a gift, which I believe to have gained from my grandfather. According to stories of him passed on to me by my family, his own abilities began when he was in his late teens. He told a story of being in the company of his uncle at an adjoining village to where his girlfriend lived. My grandfather commented on how nice it would be to see her, to a reply from his uncle suggesting he could make it possible. After explaining to my granddad how he was to do it, taking a while for granddad to digest and question if what his uncle was suggesting was a joke, he eventually gave him the benefit of the doubt. His uncle asked him to close his eyes, place his feet on his, and imagine himself there. They went through the process and achieved it. Granddad told his siblings that he was physically in the presence of his girlfriend and that it was not an illusion. My grandfather's uncle also had a friend believed to have been a witch, entangled in mystical battles with others of her kind. This could possibly connect grandfather's uncle with some kind of coven. By my knowledge, the word witch is just a name given to those with abilities feared by those who lack understanding. When grandfather got older, he gained what he believed was the ability to contact the spirit world, who would speak through him, known today as mediums. He also had the gift of healing by the use of many different remedies and a heightened wisdom. It seems these special gifts or supernatural powers may go back a long way, as my grandfather's mother would also relay stories of her own contact with a race of very small beings who would sometimes pester her and eat her food. My mother also had these abilities. She would see different people around her whilst in her home. She was very religious and believed that what she was seeing were spirits who had come to taunt her. Therefore, her reaction was to get angry with them and tell them to leave her alone. She had also experienced moments where she would move into alternative dimensions. There were 2 occasions that I could recall her telling me about. The first was when she was walking through a shopping centre, one of which she had walked through for most of her life. Therefore, it was well known to her. On this occasion, halfway down the high street, the shops on either side of her had vanished. In their place there were trees. She was questioning what was happening and how she had suddenly and surprisingly lost her way. She decided to stop walking and wait a while to see if anything would change. Whilst turning to see who and what was behind her, she had noticed that the trees had gone and the shops had returned. Another occasion, She was in her bedroom at home when she heard music coming from outside. Her bedroom would look over our front drive, adjoined to the main street. As I was driving up to the house, returning from an evening out, she approached the window, moving the curtain obstructing the view. She saw a large group of young people on the opposite side of the road playing instruments and singing. At that point, I had parked my car into the front drive and made my way into the house. Mum made her way down the stairs and asked if I had noticed a group of youngsters. My reply was no, as I could see no one there. I could understand that Mother was beginning to have visions of her next awakening. The group of youngsters was reminiscent of her upbringing in our little village of San Mauro Forte, based in the mountains of southern Italy, where they would gather in groups and sing the night away. It would seem that the unconscious was combining the best of both countries. My mother was a very kind and welcoming woman. She was the core of the family and would buy birthday, Easter and Christmas gifts for everyone. Our spare room would be filled with gifts to be wrapped over the festive season. On the day of her passing, whilst lying on the hospital bed, she would reach up as if to take the hand of someone who was beckoning her. Mother would bruise easily and was covered in bruises due to the needles administered by the medical staff and having to lift her. But the moment she passed, I was baffled by noticing that all the bruises had vanished. She looked so radiant. In regard to myself, I would not say I was a well-educated man, probably the opposite, as I am sure my command over the written word reveals. All I ever wanted from life is what many others do: wealth, success, a property, wife and family. My family are very religious and believed in bringing their children up in the same manner. Therefore, I grew up believing if I were good, God would bless me. But if I did wrong, I would invoke the wrath of the devil. All these stories of devils, witches and ghosts took their toll on me, leaving me with terrifying thoughts. These thoughts manifested at night, leaving me afraid of the dark. I would associate the smallest sound to be a ghost or some kind of entity, including moments where I was so afraid I froze, could not move, and assumed that it was the power of what I presumed was in the room. Levitation. One night I heard voices and the feeling of some entities within the room lifting me. Somehow, my upper torso lifted from the bed without any effort, as if being viewed. Although lying in bed, I was fully awake, but was too frightened to open my eyes and view who or what was holding me up. I waited until I was lowered, before leaping out of bed to reach out and switch on the bedroom light. I looked around the room but saw nothing. Whatever was there had taken its leave. Ghostly wall. I would also see ghostly images and begin to question if these experiences were my imagination or if it were real. So one night I had a camera by my bed, believing if I could catch something on camera, it would prove it was not a dream or in my mind. One particular night, I was rudely awoken by a large ghostly ghoul's face that would change form whilst protruding out of the wall beside my bed, laughing as if mocking me. I struggled, but managed to break free from a frozen fear to switch on the light. With the light on, I could see it. I grabbed my camera and snapped as it slowly faded away. To my bewilderment, I had captured it. This, at the time, was all the proof I required to believe that it must be real. At that stage, to me, ghosts did exist. and all the stories my family had told me I now believed without a doubt. Entity of desire. Whilst in bed in the early hours of the night, lying on my back and facing upwards, I felt a slight weight on me. It was a pleasant and arousing feeling. It felt as if it were a dream, but I was awake within it. Although I was conscious of a presence, I was not afraid. I understood that I was in the act of making love with this entity. I could not make out if I was seeing her with my mind or physically with my eyes. Whatever the situation, it was obscured and felt as if I were partially sedated. Nevertheless, I could see and feel her body. It was perfectly formed in every sense and detail, whilst overcome with a passion that is difficult to put into words. I began to slowly view her body from her waist, then up to her breasts. As I visually got to her shoulders and lower neck, the colour of her flesh seemed to fade and merge into a featureless smooth white all the way to her head. I was in a relationship at the time this occurred and began to question the morality of what was happening. Although aware that this was not real, as far as I understood, this form of interaction felt morally wrong. As soon as the thought came to mind, the entity disappeared. The reason for this experience was due to a long period of practicing complete sexual abstinence. This would include any visual content and thoughts. This was part of my journey towards innocence, purity, and goodness. I believe that the consciousness had mixed messages and sensed the desire, and therefore manifested the event, not only to satisfy those desires, but also as a lesson in how to enhance my strength for self-restraint. The lights. This belief system remained with me until one day I witnessed something new. My first encounter with this was at the age of 15. While semi-awake from a deep sleep, I hesitantly made my way downstairs to the rear of the house, noticing the time to be around 6 in the morning, and questioned what made me decide to come downstairs and for what reason. I was too tired to go back upstairs to my bedroom, so I decided to lie on the sofa, which faced 4 large windows. As I lay staring out those same windows, I saw 5 almond-shaped objects, orange in colour, slowly make their way across the sky. I jumped up in disbelief to get closer to the window for a better view, but could not make sense of what they were. Nevertheless, it gave me a feeling of excitement to have encountered such a spectacle. The next time I saw what I believed to be one of those strange objects was whilst on holiday in my village in Italy. The object was bright and shiny, silvery, also almond in shape, stationary at the bottom of a gully as I watched it in shock and awe for a few minutes. I wanted to observe what it would do, but as friends were waiting for me, I walked away but did not tell them in fear of ridicule, especially if I were to return and it not being there. I tried to ignore these events and continue with my life, but found I could not go to sleep due to thoughts that would pound my mind unless I wrote them down. In the pursuing years, I had no choice but to go to bed with a diary by my side to write the information I could not make sense of, and at the time, neither did I want to. In regard to airborne objects, other than previously stated encounters, I have seen what is perceived as UFOs, but mostly from a distance. With the collaboration of friends, we have captured many photos and videos of craft of many different shapes. Great minds. After an average period of 15 years doing this, I would occasionally stumble across similar quotes by what we regard as the world's greatest minds from many sources, be it in the media, bookstores, television, and knowledgeable individuals. This encouraged me to take interest in my diaries and began to research what I had written, with a shocking awareness of how someone as humble as myself could possibly have written or known of such knowledge. My first emotions were a combination of shock and fear due to a belief that I was experiencing some kind of connection to something outside my perception and understanding of reality, not only on a physical level but also on the manifestation of their appearance. Milky Way. What I mean by manifestation is that I ask or focus on an appearance and a single or multitude of bright lights appear. This I believe to be contact with an external life force only approachable or visible in the sky, until I began to manifest them in my room or anywhere I suggest. Also, on occasion, I could look up at the sky, ask a question, and a light or orb would appear to signify a yes or no answer. There have been many other occasions where others have been witnessed whilst in my company, and those who have had experiences since adopting my experiences. One such occasion that stands out was on a late evening around 10 p.m. As I was accompanying my brother and nephew from the house to their car, we looked up and saw what looked like a Milky Way of orbs, all interweaving. We tried to count just to see how many there could be. It was impossible to do, but by counting the section and multiplying, we could assume there were thousands. Garden orbs. On one occasion, I felt a kind of summons to exit the house and go into my garden. As I got there, I felt a virtuous presence and looked up. There were two bright white orbs manoeuvring in a playful manner about 40 feet directly above me. At that point, a family member unexpectedly walked into the encounter and was astounded by also witnessing the occurrence. As we both continued to watch them for a few minutes, they finally shot away into the clouds. I have received mixed emotions from those who have witnessed these events, some who have accepted it, adopted it, and feel blessed by it. Some who said it is trickery, meaning some form of mind manipulation. Others have been overcome with the natural emotion of fear and tend to distance themselves. And those of a religious persuasion have suggested that I have made a pact with the devil, as they believe that only God can do these things. Contact with this force has left me with an overwhelming feeling of awakening from a deep sleep. I could now begin to make sense of everything in my life and the world around me, as if my senses had expanded with a sharpened awareness. I could look at an individual and identify their traits simply by their appearance. If they would relate to me their past actions, I would know their future and sometimes know it without having any knowledge at all about them. Uncannily, this proved right repeatedly. When I am in conversation with an individual, I seem to be having two conversations at once. One on a physical awareness, meaning hearing each other speak on a conscious level, and another on a spiritual one, a silent level, as if our souls are having a separate discussion. I was anxious for more proof of what I had learnt and proceeded in doing tests and experimenting. At one stage, I worked in a factory where I became friends with a gentleman who was also interested in extrasensory abilities. ESP. One of our experiments was to bring a pack of cards to work. One of us would shuffle them, then whilst holding them in front face down, asked the other if they could call out the cards at random prior to turning them over. This day, as he held them in front of him, I looked at the top card and could see it as if face up. My heart started to beat fast in excitement. As I called the card out and watched him turn it over, lo and behold, it was that card. I composed myself and continued. This repeated itself through 8 cards. We began to get very excited, as you could imagine, jumping around and questioning how is this possible. As we again composed ourselves, I tried over but could not see the face of the cards again. What was of importance was that we knew it was possible and achievable. I have asked friends to draw a picture of their choosing onto a piece of paper. I would then create an image in my mind of that person drawing the image, and in time, an image would come to mind which would be correct. I have also asked friends to select an object and put it in a drawer so that I could focus on what object they had chosen. This was also successful. I found that concentrating when lying in bed, fully relaxed, seemed to give the favoured result. Within these tests, as previously stated, I have manifested a spirit world. I could always feel a presence and captured photos of orbs. Many friends asked to have a photo taken of them to see if we could capture one alongside them. I have many such photographs. The Cornwall Spirit. There was an occasion where I was on holiday in Cornwall. One morning, while sitting up on the side of my bed with my mobile phone in video mode, I asked this virtuous force to show itself. At that point, a bright light glided into the room and flew around the room as if looking for me. As it got to the other side of the room directly in front of me, it turned, as if noticing me, and came directly towards me, as if entering my body. As it entered me, it was as if my mind was speaking to me, telling me that this is a force containing knowledge. Like this, I wouldn't have to read or learn it. The knowledge was immediate. I would call this the Word, and will address it as such through the book. On the day we were leaving Cornwall, whilst about to enter the motorway, some kind of entity or object of sorts flew past the front window screen of the car from left to right. My partner, quite taken aback by what she saw, asked if I had also seen it, with my reply being yes, and that the reason I did not mention it before she did was that I wasn't certain if it was just me experiencing the event. Lights in the park. There was an occasion when someone very dear to me was diagnosed with a degenerative disease. I will identify this person by the name Anna. Anna and I had previously spoken about some of my experiences. One day we were sitting on a bench in a park. It was a bright day with clear blue skies, when a small bright light flew above us. I pointed out the light and said it was one of the objects I had spoken about. At this stage, Anna asked if we could walk in the direction it was travelling. As we followed, it stopped in a clear opening in the sky ahead of us. There was a bench behind us, so we sat and watched to see what, or if anything, would happen next. Another bright light appeared to the left of it, another to the right, and then there were more. I recall 5 or 6, all flickering in the same patch of sky. As we watched this unfold, I felt that voice, the Word, mentioned prior, telling me that she was being asked if Anna would like to be healed. After a short period of maybe 5 minutes, Anna asked if we could go. As we walked away, I turned to Anna and said, "Why did you refuse?" Anna looked at me and said that she did not feel worthy, as if it was meant to be, for some higher purpose. What was significant with the event was that we both acknowledged the conversation or interaction taking place. We could both silently hear or understand the same thing at the same time. Roof event. As Anna had now already experienced one of these events, I tried to further open her mind. This day I was in her garden and noticed the light again. I felt the word asking me to call her to witness. As she came out, I said that there would be a light like the one she saw before that would make itself visible from behind the roof of the nearby house. She saw the light go by and questioned to what purpose. I then said that if I could make it appear again and do the same thing, would she think it possible? At that point, she seemed hesitant to say either way. As she looked up, the light did the same. Her reply was that it was just a coincidence. I then said that if I could make it happen a third time, would it not be quite miraculous? To that she agreed. She looked up as it again appeared from behind the rooftop, but this time, rather than fly off into the distance like the others, this one instantly disappeared. You may be thinking how your own reactions would have been in witnessing these events, as I am sure that if I had witnessed this for the first time, I would be in such amazement and would profoundly question it. But I am totally bewildered by a repeated response by my witnesses as they remain silent, neither questioning what has just occurred and deciding to discard the whole event as if it didn't even happen. In this case, a refusal to discuss or entertain any further suggestions of that nature. I personally believe that the mind of an individual who is shocked by an experience adopts a natural state of disbelief to protect it from fear in its understanding of reality, and therefore creates false memories, or memories that are comprehensible to that individual. The cat eyes event. Carrying on with the same person, Anna, she mentioned a colleague of hers who delves in healing. We will identify her as B. One evening, myself, Anna, B, and some other friends met at a bar for a social gathering. The thought of meeting this healer would arouse my curiosity. As I approached her, we began to chat. I noticed something strange with her eyes. The pupils began to change shape, like that of a cat. My heart began to beat at speed, and a sense of astoundment came over me. But I tried desperately not to make her aware of my emotions. I also did not tell her what I was seeing. There were obviously many reasons why. The first being that I wanted to confirm if this was truly happening, or if it was something only I was witnessing and experiencing. The second was knowing if she was aware of it, be it if she was purposely showing me or if she had no awareness at all. The following day, I relayed my experience to Anna, who said it was probably a trick of the light. Months later, we all met up again. This time, at the end of the evening, Anna told me that when talking to B, she had also noticed the eyes form into that of a cat. But on this occasion, Anna questioned B if she had contact lenses. B said no and asked why. Anna then explained. With this, B had no awareness of what Anna was suggesting, and therefore it was discussed no further. Gnome. The importance of the event to me was to understand the significance of what had been witnessed. Could B be possessed in some manner? Could she be of extraterrestrial origin? somehow let us know by that action. I would ponder and question it until I received an answer by the word, meaning that force that is always guiding me through different realms of consciousness, informing me that it was a heightened ability to sense another's individual's persona to the extent that it manifests and reveals itself in a physical form. I also questioned if that meant that B had some negative traits, and how myself and Anna both saw it, as I was aware of my own abilities, but not that of Anna. I therefore asked Anna if she knew the background to B. To that, there certainly was a fair amount of negativity to the life of B. I also asked Anna if she ever had what she may perceive as a paranormal event, and continued to tell me that, as a child, she saw some gnomes playing at the end of her bed. I realized at that point that she did have the abilities to expand her awareness, but has chosen to neglect them. Angels. In regard to angels, one late evening, whilst relaxing in bed after reading a prayer on the back of an Archangel Michael bookmark, I began to fall into a semi-sleep when I felt a presence and a stroking sensation across my forehead. Accompanying this was the sound of bells. This was of importance to me, as my personal beliefs, bells had an association to and symbolized the presence of an angel. I was overcome with a physical acknowledgement that Michael was present. On another occasion, I was lying on a sun lounger in my garden on a bright sunny day with the occasional cloud in the sky. I saw something glimmering amongst the clouds and moving very quickly. I took my mobile phone and captured a few pictures. Later that evening, I zoomed into the photo and enhanced it. It had two distinctive glowing large white wings connected to a stick-like centre, rounded at both ends. The object or angel stood out due to it weaving in and out of the clouds. Angels and strangers. Us siblings consist of 3 brothers and a sister. As children, prior to our teenage years, we lived in a 3-bedroom semi-detached house where the 3 brothers shared 1 bedroom, with the 2 youngest brothers sharing 1 bed, one of the 2 youngest being myself, and the eldest in a separate other. One early morning, we were awoken by screams, loud noises, and an awful smell. As I struggled to wake, still feeling drowsy, my oldest brother woke us by a loud, forceful voice asking us to get out of bed and out of the house, as he ran out of the room to see if everyone else was safe. The brother sharing my bed, being 4 years older than me, lifted the bed covers. As we peeked over the covers, my brother saw smoke. At the same time, as I peeked, I saw what I believed to be a person made of smoke flying from the far end ceiling with her arms spread open, like wings stretching from one wall to the other. Attached to those arms and back was a veil of smoke with a distinctive face central. When I think back and question what I saw, I can only assume that the being, entity, or benevolent force must have been holding the smoke back, slowing it down, preventing it from reaching us, giving us time to react. My brother pulled the covers back over us, believing it would prevent the smoke from getting to us. Whilst this was happening, and waiting for the fire brigade to attend, neighbours had come to help, but could not make their way up the stairs to get us out of the bedroom due to the amount of smoke that had built up in that area. They would therefore have to try and get us out from the bedroom window. Before they could do this, my brother decided to make a run for it. He jumped out of bed. Overcome by the smoke, I grabbed hold of the back of the pyjama top my brother was wearing and closed my eyes as we both ran down the stairs, through the flames and out the house. Everyone was astounded by how we managed to do it. Park stranger. At the age of around 12, me, my cousin and brother would play in a large park. One day, whilst clearing the ground off an area in the park where we were about to play, my brother threw a glass shard towards the rear of him away from the area, not noticing that I was standing behind him, creating a deep cut in the centre of my nose. The blood began to gush. We all began to panic and tried to wash away as much blood as possible before making our way home to explain to our parents. On the way home, holding a bloody tissue to my nose, a tall, slim, elderly gentleman asked what had happened. He then proceeded to take out some ointment from his pocket and place it over the cut. I could feel a distinct cooling reaction to this and noticed that the cut released a strange sticky substance. In time, the cut began to heal, of which I still carry the scar. I've always questioned the appearance of the stranger. Stranger at the club. On a summer evening in a club with two friends, an altercation took place between my friends and a group of 5 burly guys. To prevent it escalating, the doorman asked the 5 guys to exit the premises. The friends I was with refused to leave. At that point, the doorman said that if I left the club, maybe they would follow. I did this to no avail. Whilst outside waiting, I noticed the 5 guys walking towards me. The club was in a cul-de-sac, therefore there was nowhere to escape if needed. They began to get abusive. I tried to explain that I had no animosity towards them and that I was not involved in the altercation. They took no notice and began to attack me. After a punch to my stomach, I fell to the floor curled up on my side with my back against the club door, my shins and forearms protecting my head and my mid-region. They all began kicking me. The strange thing was that I felt nothing. My body was bouncing off the door, but there was no pain of any kind. As I lay there bouncing off the door, questioning how is this possible, the doorman, hearing the knocks, opened it. The guys ran off. I stood up, walked back into the club, trying to explain what had happened, when a large doorman put his hand around my neck. His hand was so large that his fingers nearly met at the back of my neck. I could not breathe and thought I was about to pass out when I heard a loud smash and the doorman collapsed before me. It was one of the friends who had come to my aid by smashing a pint glass over the head of the doorman. In a daze, I saw more doormen jump upon my friend. I felt a hand on my upper arm. I turned to see a young woman who leaned towards me, holding my arm, directed me towards a cloakroom to my right and whispered, "Stay in here and you will be safe." At that point, I believe I may have passed out, as I do not recall remembering anything until I picked myself up from the cloakroom floor to draw back the cloakroom curtain and saw my friend being taken away by police. My other friend and I made our way back home. I had not seen the young woman who helped me before or after the incident. The forest dwellers appeared when asked within the trees and bushes, not in a way to which we are accustomed, pertaining to that which is material, but in the sense that the trees and surroundings had taken their form. It would be easy to brush this aside as the person interpreting what they see into what they want to see, but with the right tests, I have come to no doubt that one is tapping into another sense or another realm of consciousness, communicating with the surroundings. Near-death experience. There have been many individuals who have had near-death or out-of-body experiences, each of which have similar scenarios and others being very different. My own was looking down at myself as I was travelling further away, trying desperately to return back to the comfort of my bed and to those dear to me. But the further I travelled, the more I began to concentrate on where I was going, rather than what I was leaving. I was overcome with an emotion I find hard to explain, a feeling of euphoria, purification and virtue. I stopped travelling. I looked around and was no longer part of a universe. I was the universe, and yet it did not feel as if it was the total experience, as the word explained that the totality was yet beyond me at this stage. I was shown the workings of existence and understood that this could not be taught to me. I needed to travel there in this outer body space or form so I could personally experience the knowledge. This was the only way. Whilst there, I felt the following words. The sower of humanity said, "Come, child, and look through the window into the smallest room of my house." I gazed in wonder at the glory and blessing of which I beheld. I replied, "This is too great a gift for me not to share." With this came the reply, "This knowledge cannot be given, it must be sown like seeds. Each seed carries the weight of the world on which you must carry. Freely give to all that will listen and all that may understand." This experience opened my senses to an existence outside of my current understanding and conditioning and left me with the knowledge I now share. Einstein, in his search of the effects of consciousness in science, is quoted to have said, "Anyone who becomes seriously involved in the pursuit of science becomes convinced that there is a spirit manifest in the laws of the universe, a spirit vastly superior to that of man." Time manipulation. In my early 30s, over a period of possibly 4 or 5 years, I suffered from many ailments. One day I awoke and found that the ailments had gone. I would obviously question how this is possible. I would try to recall if there was anything I may have done to accomplish it. The frustrating thing about proving this had happened was fruitless. How could you prove something that had been erased from the world and the minds of everyone? There are some who refer to this and the following events as the Mandela effect. In my 40s, away on a holiday with friends and family, there was an occasion when we were in a bar when some colleagues of my cousin entered. Just before they began to speak, I somehow heard and saw what they were going to say and do, as if it were a video that could be brought forward and then reversed. I looked around me as if time had stopped for a moment. Further into their conversation with my cousin, again, I heard and saw what the couple were about to say and do. At this point, I felt the words saying that this is a dimensional doorway. If you stay and indulge in the conversation, you will remain in the current dimension. But if you want to change the one you are in, simply move away and go do something else. My choice was not what was important. The importance was the knowledge I had just experienced and gained. On another occasion, again in my 40s, I would meet up with colleagues on a weekly basis at a social club. One of my colleagues was experiencing pain in his shoulder over a period of a year, of which he was planning to have surgery. At times, he would come along with the arm in a sling due to the pain. In conversation with him one day, I asked if I could hold the arm for a moment. As I did this, with a chuckle he mocked me by asking if I was attempting to heal him. At that point, I smiled in return and released his arm. We met up again at the same place a month or so later. He did not have a sling, so I approached him to ask if the arm was better. With a bewildered look on his face, he asked what I meant. I thought he was joking with me and finally changed the subject. When speaking to the other colleagues, they also denied knowing anything of his previous ailment. Again, I questioned myself as to what had occurred. Had I healed him by altering dimensions as previously experienced, with only myself as the healer recalling the previous event? And why did the healing have to happen this way? The word would say that this is your journey. There is no necessity for what surrounds you to be made directly aware of anything that you are experiencing, as they are part of that experience. With this in mind, I believe to have manipulated time, space, and changed my world many times. Again, when the mind is open, only then can it become aware of what one manipulates and how it is accomplished. The world is a living, breathing map that guides, interacts, and communicates on many levels. A sign of manipulating time can be the forgetfulness of one's past due to the constant changes relating to that past. Regarding my explorations into the unknown, or should I say into my consciousness, I have barely scratched the surface. However, I believe that within this book lies the solid foundations. I have come to understand that no one can give the ultimate reality, as everyone has a different and individual one. Everything herein and my life experiences are my own manifestations. They may also become experiences of anyone who allows them to. I learnt that I did not need any of the phenomena mentioned for a positive change, other than the knowledge and participation in doing and knowing what is right, using positive and morally correct actions as the power source towards becoming a good person. Every human being already carries what I call the blueprint of knowledge, accessed by simply imagining oneself in heaven at the time an action or choice is made, questioning, would it be so in heaven? This is just an example, as I guess that the outcome to that suggestion varies depending on an individual's perception of heaven. The use of heaven is to portray purity and innocence. Another example is to think with the purity and innocence of a child, questioning, what would a child's response be to a question or action? For example, what would a child's reaction be towards sexuality, cultures, money, wars, faiths, countries, boundaries, and so forth? However, or an individual not wanting to open the Pandora's box to question if there is any possibility that all have dormant senses awaiting activation that is beyond anything currently perceived. I believe that the knowledge herein is an essential guide. Back to my own abilities. At the current stage of writing this book, I am not even close to being half the person I hope to become, as even I have not gained the state of quality in accomplishing what I preach. I cannot express to you enough in how great enlightenment can be. I can only euphorically shout it to the highest limits of my voice. It's something absolutely incredible. Introducing a new and innovative view of everything. My research into the works of other writers and philosophers in this field has left me with the impression that they seem to portray a view in which those who are searching for the truth could only do so by somehow finding or revealing the secrets that hide such truths. I did not let their views discourage me, as I learnt that there are no secrets in life, other than the ones I refuse to believe, which I will explain as you read on. There may be many areas to my experiences that are similar to other writers in this field of knowledge or guidance, but there are just as many differences of which I believe to be necessary in addressing the interpretations by those writers. The combination of this knowledge is a necessity for the importance in supplying the missing link. The link I believe to have completed contains the final part of the puzzle to what all the greatest minds have tried and continue to relay as a guide to life. My aim is to share my own found knowledge in the hope that it can help towards understanding how to obtain a perfectly balanced existence and revealing how to change the world and move into different dimensions or existences, creating mythical and fairy tale worlds, escaping all boundaries. These are bold and brash statements I make, but I am confident in making them. The journey towards this project has at moments been a turbulent one, suffering the inherited abandonment of humanity, including those closest to me, but also an awakening and enlightening one. When one believes to have stumbled across the cure to life's destructive elements, reaching a sense of exhilaration in its discovery and eagerly wanting to share and pass the wisdom on to those they love most, it is difficult beyond explanation to then stand by and watch them repel my hand. My intentions were to reach out in a way of preventing someone from falling, resulting in feelings of frustration towards myself in not finding a solution or a way of reaching them. The anguish inside of me is like a fire that cannot be quenched. This emotion comes from the frustration that if I cannot make others aware of this gift, my goal would have all been in vain, and knowing I will carry this untapped knowledge to my death. Ironically, only my death activating the awakening for many, as the psychology of humanity would only then dismiss the person, subjecting the mystery of the writing left behind to a multitude of interpretations due to my absence. I would hope that the virtue of this book can help the reader see the purity of my soul and help set aside the flesh. I would like to believe Albert Einstein also believed and recognized such a gift, as quoted in the following: "The intuitive mind is a sacred gift, and the rational mind is a faithful servant. We have created a society that honors the servant and has forgotten the gift." I found that before I could make sense of the meaning of life, what regulates it and what makes it work to an advantage, I had to understand the world currently lived in and how it works by my will. I found that the following concept can lead towards the peace of those who seek it and help those of a religious persuasion construct a foundation towards one's chosen path. I am sure the frustrating awareness I possess posed similar emotions for those who wrote of an equivalent awareness before me. By Arthur Schopenhauer, following quote. I assume he was one of them. All truth goes through 3 stages. First, ignored and passively denied. Second, it is opposed and actively ridiculed. Finally, accepted as self-evident. There are times I question why many cannot see what I see, and yet the simplicity of the answer to this question is that without them, I could not have been guided towards the answer I seek. The emotion itself sets free the thought process and sets them in motion. They are the key to my subconscious. What I have manifested as surrounding confusion is my awakening. To those who begin to experience these senses, my advice is not to stress over trying to make others believe you, as this is a practical impossibility. The only believers will be those who also experience these events. But even experiencing it won't change what they believe has caused it. I could relay a barrage of information and conspiracies on how existing rulers mislead with an agenda and how they control the population. I could also relay information about a manufactured false history, or divulge a so-called interaction with extraterrestrial beings, and so forth. This way of thinking and analysing the world are the initial thoughts of a materially grounded philosopher, or the thoughts of many who simply question life in its most basic form. Prior, those confused thoughts were also mine, many of which were in my first book, The Wise Listen. Although the thoughts were confused, it became an important and necessary view in portraying and understanding the growth of knowledge, including the journey and questions I had to battle with whilst in the search for a truth. From what I now know, I look back at my past views and cannot refrain from questioning my own misconceptions. In the same way, due to my enlightenment, I can look upon the learned and sceptical as comical in their unrelenting search for an erroneous perception of reality and knowledge. I had learnt that I should not allow the views of conspiracies be of concern, or allow such worldly rumour to instill shock or fear, as I could continue trying to explain who, what, why and when about this world, but it would be of no relevance to the purpose of existence. I have come to find that the nature of existence cannot be harmed by anything, least likely a human or alien race. In the same sense as, if you were in control of everything, would you cause yourself any harm? To allow the full effect of what I am attempting to relay, it would greatly help the mind to absorb what is written by removing or silencing anything around you that may be of interference, and subdue all thoughts in questioning what is read, and also, for the moment, a detachment from all beliefs. Simply absorb it before judging or attempting to correct what is suggested. Allow the mind to open as if to enter another world of existence. I have found that every individual will interpret this in their own fashion. The reason is not only due to an individual's psychology and character, but also due to the path in which their life has taken, which influences not only what one reads, but also how the individual interprets life as a whole. Due to this, the concept of a complete novel being understood in the exact same way makes it impossible. No one can say what he or she knows is an infallible truth, but only that it is a current reality. No matter what the beliefs, the wise and logical path would be to follow a peaceful one, of which could not be explained in a better way than this following quote by Siddhartha Gautama Buddha. Do not believe in anything simply because you have heard it. Do not believe in anything simply because it is spoken and rumoured by many. Do not believe in anything simply because it is found written in your religious books. Do not believe in anything merely on the authority of your teachers and elders. Do not believe in traditions because they have been handed down through many generations, but after observation and analysis, when you find anything that agrees with reason and is likely to lead to the good and benefit of one and all, then accept it and look up to it. If only we could focus on who amongst us is the greater good, rather than debating on whose external presence, spirit, or God is greater. When the knowledge is found, the abilities to eliminate all impurities will be gained, and therefore becoming that force currently understood to be God, spelt capital G, capital O, lowercase o, capital D. Perception of reality. My understanding of the fundamental principle of existence is that the universe, everything in it or outside it, history, emotions, beliefs, and appearance of one's creation. The simplest way to explain it is as if in a dream of the consciousness, created by the building blocks of which are actions and choices. Everything, whether it is the clouds, people, objects, and occurrences, is the interaction of materialized thoughts. It can also be viewed as the ability of walking around in the mind, or visualizing it as walking around in the brain, as if it were a museum and every object in the museum a thought. Looking deeply, analyzing, and interpreting them in this way can help find a purpose and meaning for them all. It is due to this interaction of an individual's thoughts that made me aware that nothing happens without a meaning or purpose. The world is an individual's personal view of it, created by actions and choices that are stored by the subconscious and the unconscious. Time, space, matter, earth, family, they are all a manifestation of the imagination, but a mere fragment of the greater consciousness. What is perceived as the past and future changes with every thought and action I make at any one moment. Those same actions also change the thoughts of all life interacting with my current sensory experience, be it family, friends, strangers, or nature. These changes are not always noticed, neither the awareness of them, but they occur nevertheless. All memories are constantly changing. Once this concept of existence is heeded, one will, in time, be able to notice the changes one conceives. If it weren't so, I wouldn't be writing this book. Following are the names of some extremely influential individuals whom I have researched and found to have equivalent views to what I had unconsciously written, and the creators of parts of the puzzle are now complete. Buddha, Pythagoras, Plato, Apollonius of Tyana, Socrates, Jesus, St. Thomas Aquinas, Marcus Aurelius, Leo Tolstoy, Einstein, and others mentioned as we continue. I am sure there are many more, but these currently come to mind. Sigmund Freud stated that our subconscious is a major part of our existence. Carl Jung states that each of us has an individual destiny achieved from individualization and how we become the whole self through the integration of the conscious and the unconscious. Its management becomes us. He also suggests how our subconscious can manifest a thought to the point of explained poltergeist activity. However, I would go further to suggest that with the support of quantum physics, there is no combined consciousness, rather a single consciousness interacting with itself. This connection to quantum physics in its interpretation as follows. An electron that is not being observed does not exist as a particle at all, suggesting that nothing is real until it has been observed. Therefore, an interpretation of all creation can be as of my doing, through that consciousness and observation holding the capability to change and manifest, not only on a poltergeist level but also on the belief of a physical one, as physical as one perceives oneself. There are those of a spiritual nature that have made statements regarding the mind to coincide with this theory. The following was found whilst researching the Gospel of Mary Magdalene, and quotes, "The Lord said, 'For where the mind is, there is the treasure.' A person does not see with the soul or with the spirit, rather the mind, which exists between these two." The question should be, is it wise to ignore the possibility that some of the greatest minds the world has ever known may be aware of something beyond our own? I have noticed that when this information is in the hands of those of a closed mind, not willing to entertain any knowledge that may contravene their own, tends to generate anger and hostility towards what is written, preventing the reader to continue, accept, and neither to understand it in its complete form. If you have found yourself to fall into this category, endeavour not to let it deter you from continuing, as I have found that the words have an uncanny ability to cleanse the mind and positively enhance thought. The purpose for the following 2 paragraphs is to add credence to my beliefs and show the interpretation of others of a similar understanding. Marcus Aurelius, from the novel Meditations. When you fret at any circumstance, you have forgotten a number of things. You have forgotten that all comes about in accordance with the nature of the whole, that any wrong done lies with the other. Further, that everything which happens was always so in the past, will be the same again in the future, and is happening now across the world. That a human being has close kinship with the whole human race, not a bond of blood or seed, but a community of mind. And you have forgotten this too, that every man's mind is God, has flowed from that source, that nothing is our own property, but even our child, our body, our very soul have come from that source, that all is as thinking makes it so, that each of us lives only the present moment, and the present moment is all we lose. Edgar Allan Poe, The Eureka Episode. Mind is cognizant of matter only through its 2 properties, attraction and repulsion. Therefore, matter is only attraction and repulsion, a finely consolidated globe of globes, being but one particle, would be without attraction, i.e. gravitation. The existence of such a globe presupposed the expulsion of the separate ether, which we know to exist between the particles as at present diffused. Thus the final globe would be matter without matter, i.e. no matter at all. It must disappear. This unity is nothingness. Matter springing from unity sprang from nothingness, i.e. was created. All will return to nothingness, in returning to unity. What I have propounded will, in good time, revolutionize the world of physical and metaphysical science. I say this calmly, but I say it. End of quote. The following examples are for the purpose of explaining the difference of everything projected from a collective source and a singular one. If I were to envisage being in a room with 2 individuals with the view of being a collective or a combined force, I would acknowledge them as separate entities, for instance, not connected to me other than their association. In that current perception, there would be no possibility in believing it to be me who is directing their lives, actions or choices. In fact, the mere suggestion of this hypothesis would sound ludicrous, even the slightest presumption of the viewer being the cause ridiculed. The perception in finding it ludicrous is manifested by the confusion in losing the way from the knowledge of being the creator. The 2 mentioned individuals who are in the room are part of the viewer's or my manifestation, including everything they say, their emotions, actions, and appearance. Everything known about their lives and all that is within their lives is all a product of a progression of actions and thoughts taken by the viewer. I was led to make sense of people by viewing them not as individuals with their own existences, but as holograms or projections from the self, me, and not to question why they took that action, but to question why I manifested it. There is always a reason and purpose for my own actions and the actions taken by those around me. For example, An individual starts out each day without any awareness that it has been affected by the events of a previous day or moment, similar to walking into a darkened room unaware of any hazards or surprises it may hold. This particular day, one enters an establishment believing it is a random choice made on a daily basis, orders a drink and ponders on the rest of the day. The barman, whilst in conversation with you, recognizes a woman sitting a few feet away. Banter begins. She is introduced to you and turns out to become a lasting relationship. Without this newfound knowledge, the encounter would be admitted or accepted as fate or a simple coincidence, not aware that it would have been my actions and choices from the previous day or previous moment that had constructed and put into motion the entire event. This includes the time one awoke, frame of mind, the choice in entering the establishment, and the thought of wanting a drink. Those previous actions and choices not only constructed these elements, but also manifested the woman. Everything the woman consists of is also a creation of those actions brought into being for the obscured purpose we materialize them. The concept would suggest that the result towards what I receive, whether it is a negative or positive change to my existence, should not be treated or viewed as a fault of an external person or entity, but rather another branch from the consciousness for the sole purpose of enlightening and evolving those senses. There is a belief that a partner is destined, so travelling from place to place and searching is a waste of time. When I came to a realization that time does not exist and eliminated from the equation, I became aware that destiny is also non-existent, and therefore realized that a partner would become manifest by my actions and choices, not persistence. With my current understanding, I would not be disheartened if I were to never find a partner, rather to the contrary, as my enlightenment has given me the awareness to recognize that a partner is not required and of no relevance. Adopting this knowledge has helped make sense of it all and directed any blame to the self, as it arises from the self. This would also suggest self, I, you, have manifested all of prophets, dictators, their deaths, the disabled, the greatest minds, inventors, professors, artists, and so forth, for the sole purpose of guidance and direction. If I want to stay within the compounds of this current materialized experience, but at the same time I would like to change things within it that I am not happy with, I can only change outside elements or world events by changing myself, or be it changing a part of myself by reviewing any negative areas I personally have and subduing or removing them. Taking this action helped give me the desired result. Poem. I really know you. I believe I know you. I see you. I touch you. We share a past. The memories last. Some things I do remind me of you. Believing I know you must be true. But as I awake and look around, I think, was it all a dream, or should I wait a little while to see your face, its frown, its smile, when I awake to find I really know you? Skepticism. A balanced skeptic is one who has an open mind. I have found this type of skeptic to be a benefit in the search towards truth rather than a hindrance, and can honestly say that I am one such skeptic. This form of skepticism helps keep the mind balanced by viewing things in a rational manner before reaching an alternative conclusion. The kind of skeptic that holds everyone back are those of a closed mind who deny everything that does not fit into the confinements of their own beliefs and would belittle them, rather than to entertain a possible alternative. Due to narrow-mindedness, This same skeptic adopts an irrational behaviorism, taking action to neither research nor take part in the possibility in proving it, even if only to themselves. To allow this form of skepticism takes away those natural senses of lost knowledge and evolutionary intelligence lying dormant within, restricting its accessibility. All phenomena have been categorized by current understandings as psychic, paranormal, spirits, angels, phantoms, alien beings, and so forth. The confusion towards understanding or the interpretation of these subjects can be daunting. I am adamant that they are all natural elements that everyone has, awaiting activation. Although each phenomena seems different from each other, they all have a central core and originate from one place. It is a single force interacting and set into motion by choice, decisions stored in the mind being a metaphor, chosen to act as the cocoon encasing this power source. I found this force by transcending away from the human confinements until I got to a point where I began to feel words rather than hear them. This action directed me to understanding that nothing of a material form, be it a brain or body, holds anything of eternal value. Some skeptics may misinterpret what I write as blasphemous or the ranting of a person who has lost touch of reality. When a person in search of knowledge does not understand the purpose of a skeptic, the negativity arising from the skeptic can hinder the progress to a seeker's enlightenment. Individuals who criticize with unsubstantiated foundations are simply my own weaknesses materializing the emotion of ignorance as hurdles for which to overcome. I now allow this stubborn persona to strengthen my nature, which in turn helps control the hindrance. Skepticism can be compared to an individual who wants to go into space but fears flying, or for instance, having a belief in the suggestion that flying is an abomination, therefore fears the technology, meaning it is skepticism that prevents the act of breaking free from self-induced confinement. In my current manifestation, skeptics taint my historical past and likely to do the same towards a possible future. If I were to become set in my previous ways and refuse another's interpretation of current beliefs, it would have left me in a state of stagnation, preventing me from moving forward, or in another sense, preventing me from evolving towards cognitive enhancement. As an example, this way of thinking was prevalent in the days of Leonardo da Vinci, years 1452 to 1519. Due to the ignorance of those days that was held by scholars and so-called normal society, he was resigned to write many of his beliefs and inventions not only in code, but also only to be read when viewed in a mirror, for the purpose of hiding it from others of a closed and primitive mindset. Otherwise, he would be accused as blaspheming, and those same inventions be classed as a work of the devil, which carried a death sentence. This may look and sound quite absurd in this current day and age, but the same lack of acceptance in new views still exists, of which I endure. The pain and frustration suffered by such individuals as Leonardo is due to the unrelenting crusade by scholars to justify unexplained abilities by current methods of a misconceived intelligence. This course of action constructs boundaries and limitations, but remains steadfast due to an ignorance that has a long history in which one can associate with and hope to break free from this suppressive nature and condition. This has relevance to a view in the Kabbalah that suggests, in letting go of what is logical to allow the ability to see the illogical. To remain steadfast by keeping a closed mind of possible realities outside of current comprehensions would only inhibit the progress of evolving to a higher state of being. This has relevance to the question, what is thought? Allow me to explain. Our current understanding is that a thought is an instant decision made on the spot. My knowledge and insight have made me understand that all thoughts need to be nurtured, cultivated and grown over a significant period. Thoughts are fed like fruit plants or crops. Once they bloom or ripen, they can then be picked. What this suggests is that our choices and actions act as feed. If the feed we give our crop, being the mind, is pure, untainted and wholesome or good, the crop or thoughts will yield a good harvest, be it happy, positive and constructive thoughts rather than the alternative. To the extent that it physically changes the structure of the brain. In a nutshell, thoughts are not instant. The way we think is not by choice, it's nurtured. Free will is limited and constrained by choice and action, being the seed to the crop and the roadmap to life. If those thoughts are not nurtured in a positive manner, the negative thought becomes part of our nature, constructing opposition and boundaries as the logical view, rendering ourselves stagnant and adopting that irritant behaviorism. But due to not knowing otherwise, a person can remain more than content with it, not only in building a whole existence upon that way of thought, but also protecting that way of existence, showing contempt towards anyone attempting to influence those thoughts with any positivity. Cave Parable. An intelligent life form born in a dark cave has constantly questioned if there may be anything else to life. One day, cavers find the entrance. With a torch in hand, one of them squeezes into a small gap. The life form becomes frightened of the light, seeing it as a threat, and kills the individual. Parable in reference to a closed mind. A person is about to go on a journey across a 10-mile stretch of desert just after having a hearty meal and drinks to the full, deciding not to bring any food or water along, neglecting any unforeseen events that may occur. Receiving a broken ankle by tripping on a stone in the middle of the journey leaves them little hope of survival. To believing nothing until proved reveals an empty cup from the start. To believe everything until disproved reveals a full cup until depleted. Another example is to imagine trying to complete a jigsaw puzzle. If one begins with too many pieces, by simply taking away those extra pieces that would eventually reveal themselves as not belonging and so discarded, would reveal the finished product. In brackets, not believing anything until proved. To leave out pieces of the puzzle would be more difficult, as vital parts of the puzzle showing what the picture could be are not there, leaving one to use their own imagination or interpretation to what it may possibly be. Daniel 12:9. He replied, "Go your way, Daniel, because the words are rolled up and sealed until the time of the end." My personal interpretation of Daniel's verse would suggest that I could have only begun to understand virtuous scripture when I chose to follow the path to becoming virtuous or enlightened. Until then, I was guided to go my way, as trying to understand what is written would be a pointless act. When I began to change the negative within, the mind also began to access dormant areas of its structure, allowing the perceived secret writings or positive nature of the scripture understandable. When this begins to take place, it signifies a time of the end of one's self-induced confinement towards enlightenment and begins to awaken the senses. My intention for placing verses from the Bible is in a philosophical sense. Also, disregarding how others personally view biblical scripture, I have found that parts of it help enhance the magical essence of the self. Poem. Skeptic. Look, touch me. It is simple to know I exist, you fool. Look at the stars. We land on the moon. Don't think what they think. Their wayward thoughts will be over so soon. What is there but proof? Is it the only way to know the truth? Or is it fair to say the spirit isn't there, or that the soul is lost because you really don't care? When you see, do you really see me? Or do your eyes just show you what you want to see? Am I an illusion or simply a trick? I really don't care. I'm a skeptic. Waken. I believe that this knowledge has put an end to a dormant stage in existence. If humanity were to begin to allow the mind to open with the possible intention of accepting even part of what I relay, it would activate its purpose in waking the reader from a deep sleep and guide them to the next step of evolution and into a labyrinth of new experiences. However, this cannot be done without awakening myself first. Therefore, I write. Seemingly, I am writing this to you, but I am truly writing this to me. I am doing this to change my world, not yours. Only you can do that, not I, as your world is not mine, and my world is not yours. What I am suggesting by this is to view the world from a single point, I, you, being that point, the so-called Big Bang. With this in mind, consider it truly to be written by you, with the aim and hope that the knowledge it contains can lead the reader and all that surrounds them to break free from centuries of misinformation that has led to a false psychology. Ultimately, I believe it to be the holy grail of positive and negative, with both these elements acknowledged as being the building blocks of everything. I have been led to believe that if my world accepts the psychology behind the knowledge I have found as a new concept of thought and existence, its introduction can help establish a new way to make sense of all current unanswered questions. If it is not accepted by others, it will not hinder me, as if I cannot improve this current existence, I know that this knowledge will be the foundation to my next awakening. Luke 4:18. The Spirit of the Lord is on me, because he has anointed me to proclaim good news to the poor. He has sent me to proclaim freedom for the prisoners and recovery of sight for the blind, to set the oppressed free. My interpretation to Luke's verse is that I believe to be on the road to enlightenment, and therefore have gained the ability to explain the grace in being poor and show the direction to free those who feel like prisoners in life. In addition, to enlighten those who cannot see or understand why life is the way it is. Once everyone can begin this stage of awareness, one can instantly eliminate the thought of oppression. Knowledge forms as a seed within the subconscious, allowing and opening a thought process to gain the wisdom of the ages and see things the eyes previously could not. The beginning of life is not the consciousness of oneself, but knowing of its purpose. Poem, Confusion. Why, I hear you cry. There's no sense or purpose. What is the point of anything at all? Because at the end we always fall. You tell me this, she tells me that. I've heard it all before, it's all old hat. It's hard to believe when one's been bitten. It's turned me against you when I should listen. But the bite I see seems to be mine, and all along I thought it thine. Consciousness, my definition. The conscious is the choices and actions we make. The subconscious is the recorder that stores everything. The unconscious is the recycling station. The combined consciousness is the infinite stages of existence. What this signifies is that whatever conscious choices and actions I make, whether I believe them to be moral, immoral, harmful, or beneficial, will not deter the subconscious from judging them virtuously. Why? Because I have been guided to believe that the higher self is perfect and highly virtuous, and therefore has created existence as such, as Eden. The subconscious will record every single thought I have ever made, those I remember and those I have forgotten. It will then evaluate them and pass them to the unconscious to create my next awakening. The unconscious will evaluate all the recording and all the evidence stored. The next time I wake, everything gathered will become the life I live. This trinity, consciousness, applies to everything. Using consciousness as the central core to everything does not suggest the absolute nature from where it originates, as consciousness does not come from the brain, just in the same sense as the soul not originating from the body. This view of it is just a materialized embodiment found most comforting and agreeable to encase it at this manifested moment in time. To be adamant in believing in the existence of a deity or the recognition of an external force, then the unconscious can be viewed as that equivalent. Our existence. The view created by this current existence, composed by the unconscious, is to look for new Earth-like worlds to inhabit, as humankind will require the space due to the belief in Earth coming to an eventual end. I reiterate, a current existence assembled by the unconscious. Therefore, the necessity for new technology to overcome overpopulation is merely a dream state projection. To be aware it is a projection, I had to find a way to awaken within the dream to gain the ability to reconstruct the anomalies. The logical action for the world around me to understand would require re-educating myself to this view, by coming to terms that existence is created by my personal consciousness. In the meantime, the only feasible solution is to refrain for a period from procreation and thereafter control the birth rate. If this action is not put into effect, it will activate what is perceived as a form of alarm within the unconscious. In the same sense, fire extinguishers are activated in a building. The unconscious will take control and manifest what will help me, you, for the purpose in protecting us from harm. This manifestation can then, on instances, be misconceived as a miraculous intervention due to the inability in recognizing it simply as the construction of thought processes that adopt the character and personality of the individual conceiving the thought. Therefore, as an example of some, It can manifest as a New World Order, Illuminati, extraterrestrial intervention, a deity, or natural world destructive occurrences. My experiences show that our existence has no beginning such as birth, neither an end such as death. Every thought or action possibly conceived is constantly taking place at the same moment in time. It is more significant to say the same moment rather than time, as time is also part of the manifestation. I travel within it by a force known as positive and negative. These forces manipulate the consciousness that construct my perception of emotions and everything those same emotions are capable of being. Using dreams as an example, dreams are composed from the subconscious due to senses, actions, and emotions experienced prior to dreaming. Also, within that dream, there are moments when people will appear who are not known to us when awake or outside of the dream. These people can be acknowledged as creations manifested from an emotionally directed subconscious. It can be argued that we cannot be in some kind of dream or subconscious state because we recognize and acknowledge the ability to make choices and hence act upon them. One answer to this: when we dream of being attacked, are we not aware of this action being inflicted upon us? With this in mind, why did the dreamer allow it or neither stop it? As the dreamer is the initiator of the dream's consciousness. The same principles and constructive forces are taking place at this precise moment. The answer to this lies with the subconscious passing those thoughts and actions to the unconscious for its construction, as every action made creates an opposite reaction in return. Much of the time, there is no awareness of this subconscious choice, due to not being aware of how one affects and regulates it, or being in control of it, due to the lack in understanding the relation to positive and negative. The positive and negative beliefs within the way I thought were guided by what I understand them to be, due to society's teachings, and these were all I had as a guide. Therefore, it would be logical to construct a conscience that will help the thought process towards a more enlightened state of mind, which will in turn bring the subconscious to a state of virtue, which would then generate and send positive energy to the unconscious that will reverberate for all things. If anyone else would like to put this into practice, consider what has been read so far and acknowledge the world as such. Current understanding of existence is one in an infinite of possible directions of thought from the higher self, meaning it is possible to change everything currently understood by a change in oneself, or if it be better understood as changing yourself. As previously stated, every person or life form is one of infinite manifestations brought into existence by consciousness. Every action and decision made is a manifested response to the positive and negative those actions and decisions contain. Therefore, the actions of all the people and life forms around me are a projection from the self. Although there seems to be a collective presence, they are all generated and projected from one source, in this case, the personal perspective, me. However, as there is no collective, one must take into consideration that everything originates from the self, which confusingly suggests that everyone singularly projects an existence personal to themselves. Although visually there are many of us, and that we all interact, to fully comprehend and understand the nature of existence, I found it necessary to view the world as a single entity. I reiterate, there are infinite realities in motion at all times, both good and bad. They are the thoughts constructed by those we interact with, but do not allow the statement others divert or compromise the understanding of a single consciousness derived from each and every one. Another example of viewing the world or existence is by visualizing everything as the interior of the body. Although there are innumerable separate parts to the body, they are all connected. Therefore, if I were to damage, harm and neglect or abuse a single part, it is inevitable that I would succumb to that action. A simple way to explain creation is to take language. We create words to make sense of anything in our heads. For example, if I were to say billabooth, which has no meaning, but then I'll tell you it means a swinging of a door, I would now have created a new word. Not only a word, but within your minds a vision accompanying the word of a swinging door. That vision will be different in each mind. Some may visualize the vision in color or black and white, different types of doors, different colored doors. Some may see people associated with the vision, and so on. What I am trying to relay from that account is that what our visual interpretation is of a word is similar in how we also create a different interpretation of our individual worlds. With this in mind, when in a room with 5 individuals, unbeknown to them, each one is projecting a different experience, interpretation and vision of their surroundings. Therefore, there are not 5 individuals, there is only you and 5 energies that you have manifested and unconsciously manipulate, including their emotions and appearance. Sliding Doors is a 1998 British-American romantic comedy drama film that has elements of an alternate history. In the first few minutes of the film, Gwyneth Paltrow is slowed down by a girl on the way to catching a train. It goes on to show how her life would have been using the 2 scenarios in boarding the train and missing it, and portrays a good representation of how our lives replay themselves. The difference being, it is your actions and choices that guide you to that moment in time, therefore being responsible for the girl that interrupts your journey, and not in the case of it being a coincidence. In the film, we only see 2 scenarios, rather than infinite possibilities occurring simultaneously. Holodeck. In the sci-fi series Star Trek, a holodeck is a simulated reality facility located on starships and starbases in the fictional Star Trek universe. The holodeck depicted as an enclosed room in which objects and people are simulated. If we were to view the holodeck as being the world we live in, but in this instant, the holodeck generated by consciousness, with our actions and choices acting as the programmers rather than the computer. At the moment of death, we exit the simulation and instantly generate another. Taking this into account, the simulation puts you in a position where you had to kill an assailant to protect the life of your entire family. You may believe that doing so would be the moral and right choice. Let us return to the holodeck and let us turn off the simulation. The only thing that would remain is you within an empty holodeck. Your family, friends, and all you possess holographically no longer exists. The only thing of substance, or more to the point, the only thing that is stored within us from the event is the choice to kill. The argument to this would be that this is no dream or simulation, and to kill the bad for the purpose in protecting the good would have been the correct and moral view. Or is it the act of killing that should be eliminated? Is it possible to imagine a world without killing? If you had the choice to live on one of two planets, one with those who kill and one with those who don't, which would you choose? Thereafter, question that choice. Ultimately, would Jesus, Buddha, or people of a moral aptitude kill? Each individual will interpret virtue to their own level of morality. My personal belief is that to kill for whatever reason is a negative choice. I have seen and experienced the results of these choices and can only implore you to avoid negative behaviorisms. To be judged by an individual who believes that killing is justified is more frightening than an eternity in flames. Keeping in mind that we judge ourselves, which one are you? Other realities. My quest into this world perceived to be of the conscious mind has allowed me to stumble across many undetected pathways within its maze, like a rabbit hole that goes much deeper than we could possibly imagine. I believe this current perception to be a mere fragment of what is obscured or attained. For millennia, my world as a species has been trying to access abilities outside the five senses, using science to create material forms of these abilities, such as radar, compasses, and infrared detectors, to mention a few. Animals and nature reveal these abilities, and if I were to believe the Darwinian theory, it suggests humankind has evolved from them and therefore must possess these elements within their DNA. I have found it possible to stumble across these pathways or vortices in the same manner an inventor has a eureka moment in the construction of an invention. I will endeavour to explain how I interact with this phenomena of a pathway or vortex for the purpose of changing the direction of my life, or for the reader, it can help those of you who find yourselves going round in circles where nothing ever seems to change. One such change is put into motion by a simple misunderstood thought called déjà vu. I have found the deeper essence of déjà vu to be a build-up of positive or negative energy. As I continue to do positive things, the build-up of that energy opens multidimensional doorways into alternative existences. I use it as follows. If I were to experience déjà vu whilst driving my car, I would avoid continuing in the intended direction and take a detour. This alternative action moved me into an alternate branch of my own existence. Consciously, at that moment, I experienced nothing outside of the normal, but in time, I noticed a distinct change in my life. The simplest way for me to explain it is that the entire process works like a points or rewards card. For example, the more money spent at a particular place, the more reward points gained. These rewards can then be used towards a purchase at a discounted price, or even used for holidays, theatres, restaurants, and much more. Positive actions build up in the same manner, acting as the reward points. With this in mind, I found that the rewards result in the opportunity to manipulate time, opening and offering the choice and ability to change a current path. A word of caution for the reader. As the leap into a new or parallel existence can only be a good one if positive actions have been built up, if the same action is taken with a build-up of negative energies, a negative existence may await. It is advisable to ignore this process if there is no real necessity for change. To try this simply as a test of its credibility will allow the action to take effect whether it is acknowledged or not. Therefore, it is advisable to not delve or entertain that whim. There are other means of changing or influencing life. Here again, Going along with the belief that the world is of one's creation suggests the elements within it are of that consciousness. How this works is similar to the previously explained déjà vu. As long as the actions have been of a positive element, I found that all I was required to do is to view a world scenario and deeply embed that thought into the mind. One may be amazed how that thought, which was not believed to be in existence or existed, will materialize or make itself a fact, directly or indirectly. As an example, people I would meet on a regular basis who had no interest in particular scenarios that were of interest to me suddenly began debating them with me without any recollection of us discussing it previously, as if they believed the subject originated from them. I learned that this change in the perspective of others was no simple coincidence, and neither a change made of their own free will. It was due to a change made within myself that, as explained, changed my surroundings. To reiterate, if the world conformed to the way I perceived it to be, it was no coincidence. It was my unconscious mind reconstructing what I see as reality around me to create my necessities. As previously stated, the unawareness of this action taking place may be obscured for a while, but the entire event is stored by the unconscious and will become evident. Having an open mind to what has been suggested can allow the reader to comprehend how it works, and in time awaken the unconscious state to a conscious one. Imagine what it would be like to have the ability to step into the mind and view your thoughts in a materialized state, just like watching television. This is how I have begun to see my world. Taking this action has allowed me to view it as so, and read it as if it were a book, giving me the ability to make sense of my world's deepest unanswered questions. The more positive energy I accumulate by the act of doing good deeds activates the unconscious to release some of its suppressed knowledge to answer my questions. This would manifest itself in many forms in a way to direct me. For example, if I wanted an answer, I would be directed to a place where I might open a book at the specific page holding that answer. Alternatively, I might switch on the television at the exact moment of the relayed answer. This would apply also to the radio, internet, or even the random meeting of an individual and so forth. It can be said that it is just a coincidence, or it would have happened even if the act of good deeds were not done at all. And I'm sure psychologists would have their own sturdy opinions and so forth. Nevertheless, by reaching a particular level of experiencing these effects has brought me to that full realization. Therefore, recognizing that proving it to others is not of concern. My questions were answered by the comprehension that everything conceivable has happened before, and by simply focusing, my consciousness led me to the place I unconsciously know. During my quest and search for answers, I have experienced a parallel existence and managed to intercept moments within it, as mentioned prior about time manipulation. Realizing I had moved into a negative existence caused by a negative past, I broke free of it and managed to escape it. The reason I did not carry the signs of the negativity experienced at that moment is due to changing paths of my life towards a positive direction. Yet, this did not remove the negativity I had caused entirely. What happened was that my unconscious had moved my negative elements from my person to my surroundings, and therefore I now bear the impact of those actions through those I love dearly. Doing good deeds did not eliminate the negativity accumulated, it moved them to a less personal effect. My aim is to continue my positive change in eliminating all negative actions for the purpose in not simply helping myself, but most importantly, the less fortunate around me, directed by the knowledge of the cause which lies within me. I have enabled my consciousness to see the changes affected by those positive actions. My frustration lies in the fact that my current materialization of the world leaves those around me that cannot, but I immerse myself in a relentless belief in its fruition. We are responsible for constantly changing our worlds. There are a multitude of writers and lecturers in this field who believe to have the ultimate truth. They continue lecturing on a multitude of conspiracies, secrets, and phenomena, attracting the public who seek and are attracted to this form of excitement. My understanding of what is holding these lecturers back is that they are all still visualizing existence with a physical view. Their view is similar to directing a bird to walk through a boundless forest when all along the bird could have flown. Due to this, they are intentionally or unintentionally misleading, directing the listener towards a destructive path with promises of riches and success, of which without guidance creates more hurdles for the seeker of knowledge to overcome. The knowledge I share can embed eternal happiness and a final understanding, not because I or anyone else say so, but because one chooses so. All the most profound questions I seek have been lying dormant within consciousness. This knowledge has guided me towards how to gain the ability in taking back control of existence, rather than the misconceived belief of it being controlled by an alternate force or being. Poem. Read. A dream, within a dream, so it seems. So I can fly if I try, as if I fall I can never die. No need to fear death, as how can the illusion be killed? To think eternal makes all my dreams fulfilled. My memories, though, are of a shortened time. Years come fast and form my decline. So where is this security of an endless eternity, or is that my design? If this is so, I know the way, the key to the knowledge I read today. Birth. This holodeck simulation that lies just outside the veil of vision has constructed a society that believes that birth occurs by the copulation of mother and father, therefore suggesting that the choice in being born is not mine but that of my parents. This way of accepting existence has left me with unanswered questions such as, did I or did I not truly have the choice of being born? Where was I prior to birth? Was I in heaven? Was I in hell? Alternatively, was I an entity in some unknown dimension? Did I exist at all? And so forth. If I did have a choice, I certainly could not remember it. Not only the choice in being born, but also the choice to whom I was born. On the other hand, could it have been an unconscious choice due to actions I had taken in a previous life or existence? Meaning, maybe the next life could be a compilation of how this one is lived. Was my birth simply destined? My personal understanding is there is no destiny. The knowledge I have gained through my trials towards enlightenment has guided me to the belief that I am alone to make my own choices in life, and it is those choices that determine whether as a child I am born to chosen individuals or not, and it is those same choices that sculpt the perception of a destiny. To expand on what I suggest, if I were to envision myself as a child with this form of awareness, it can only be understood that it is I who chooses the family and not the other way round, or it can also be explained as the child manifesting its family. This concept can only be understood by viewing existence as a single consciousness rather than combined consciousness. Therefore, it can only be visualized as being either the child or the parent manifesting the scenario, not both. Again, it would suggest that previous actions taken in life determine a choice to have a child or not, and the consequences in doing so. Consciously, these souls or energies will always remain connected to me, just as a branch to a tree. Once a child is conceived by the mind, its being becomes a thought, or an element of that mind. From that moment on, the thought, like a seed, begins to grow and therefore cannot be erased, even with the onset of any deterioration of the mind, such as Alzheimer's, as the subconscious would have stored it and the unconscious would have already constructed a place for that thought in a new awakening or coming moment in existence. In this current world in which I live, I have found that it is easy for an adolescent to lose their way. I therefore sincerely believe that in educating ourselves to how this happens can manifest positive change that can be passed on to our offspring, giving them the awareness and knowledge in the comprehension that change comes from within. The negativity of an offspring is generated and projected from the self. Therefore, that is where the healing begins. Stepping outside of myself to try and comprehend any negative areas that can be changed to a positive was logical. Alternatively, I could ask a close friend to point them out. Prior to being open to this realization, I would tend to adopt to any negative areas and gain a blind spot in recognizing them. In the same way as being inside a car that is partially over the edge of a cliff. Due to the car having blacked out windows, I could not see out of it. Therefore, the inability to grasp how to resolve the issue, but by asking someone outside the car who can see clearly, would give a totally new perspective and resolution. Some religious cultures believe that children suffer for the sins of their parents. I have found this to be a misconception due to believing in a combined consciousness rather than a single one. Adopting a single consciousness eliminated the blame culture and helped me focus on myself. I had come to understand that there is no one to blame. As a single source, I have been and always will be in control of my future and past selves. The awareness of an eternal existence and dream state condition allows it to become apparent that creating another life form not only becomes meaningless, but also to what it portends. To elaborate, imagine knowing that life is similar to a dream and being aware that when you wake, everything strived for whilst in the dream will be gone, with absolutely nothing left when you awake, other than the awareness of the actions, choices, and emotions that were taken or made whilst in the dream, and knowing that those actions, choices, and emotions are what create or manifest your next dream. Therefore, the logical goal for me was to make positive actions, choices, and emotions for the best outcome to the following dream, next awakening, or life experience. By viewing my existence as a single consciousness, I only have myself to blame for any sorrows in my world. I know what I need to do to heal and change the world to a positive, or to my perception of paradise. Nevertheless, due to a weakness and inability to yet overcome my world's temptations, which in respect have their own causes, I remain steadfast and determined to battle on to final victory. The knowledge I pass on is part of that battle. Consciousness, as with any computer system, has a program that will protect it from viruses. These viruses are life's temptations. The codes that I discovered allowed me to access deeper levels of wisdom. These codes or sources were relayed to me by the virtuous prophets, sages, and many righteous and wise individuals manifested from the self for its own protection. Ignoring their wisdom and knowledge prevented me from the ability to access or break the code, leaving me motionless, unable to move forward, therefore creating frustrations and anger in the search for answers to my questions. I accessed the source by cultivating virtue and a pure heart. These actions opened parts of the brain which then released positive endorphins into the thought patterns, allowing the ability to differentiate between right and wrong. In another sense, it opened the dormant areas of the consciousness. The more focused in the virtuous actions or character trait, the more powerful the ability to do things beyond logical understanding. Being one energy would suggest that the negative emotions others have towards me could at times interrupt and diminish those powers. Emotions are energies that are stored within, of which I am now aware that I have control, and subsequently manifest around me. For this instant, I will say the energies have manifested in the form of people. For example, imagine the body being a mobile phone. If the phone were in a negative area, the reception would be poor, to the point where the phone would not work at all. Therefore, if I were to dismiss this knowledge, it would be like having a mobile phone in an era before satellites. Although the power is there, activating it would require the awareness and belief it exists as a positive energy and understanding what is required to make it work. By converting the negative within others to positive and gaining their belief would be like having thousands of satellites made available all at once, enhancing any powers tenfold. This is where miracles begin and all is possible. Belief cannot be faked, as true faith is a power source. Creation can also be compared to a mountain. It is hard sometimes to comprehend how this colossal structure has come to be. However, due to the Earth's creative volcanic and turbulent eruptions, such a creation can exist. With its shape, size and scars, we can recognize its being. I class this as a physical growth. The same applies to a spiritual growth or a moral consciousness. What separates the two are emotions, as emotions can be viewed as being greater in energy than the movements of the universe, as the universe is sculpted by them. As another example, the mountain can be compared to a person whose stature and appearance is also a wonder of nature. Prior, I would simply associate it to the genetics of the parents. Although families have set genes, unbeknown to me was that the outward appearance changes in concurrence to behavioural patterns, leaving a visible recognition to such patterns. Whilst trying to make sense of all this knowledge and its reason or purpose to life, I have found that there is no mysterious or philosophical answer, as my purpose is simply to exist for the greater good, in the same sense as visualizing a cell within the body, questioning another cell to the purpose of their existence. Once I had understood my place and purpose, my goal was to take on that role and work to the best of my ability in conjunction and harmony with that which surrounds me. What am I? It was by gaining the awareness of existence that answered all my questions, as follows. I found that the birth of consciousness, a life force, I, you, has no end or beginning. Therefore, the protective part of the unconscious has created the illusion of time, simply because this illusion currently works best. Physical appearance is a mere thought, having no form, shape, colour, body, mass, or feelings. It simply exists and changes within that timeline. Consciousness instantaneously multiplies and creates other life forces. As an example, visualize oneself as being what science calls the Big Bang. This occurs because consciousness interacts with itself and has limitless levels to its structure, and therefore creates a visual effect to what form those other forces may take or be. The form they have taken will be similar to how I unconsciously perceive myself. This form of perception creates the illusion of those forces or other individuals being separate entities, rather than originating from the self and being of the self. The Creator's confusion, the Creator being I, you, does not detract from storing all it has created, the subconscious being the recorder that stores everything. It would be impossible not to store the information in the same sense as hiding a lie from oneself. This forgotten information can also be recognized as a combination of the subconscious and unconscious put into motion by the conscious choices and actions. From this point, the Creator no longer creates consciously. Unbeknown, any actions or thoughts containing doubt are stored in the subconscious, which passes it over to the unconscious that becomes the hidden Creator or the conscious one. The unconscious recognized as myself as the God particle. This whole construction is subconsciously formed for the smooth running of the newly manifested conscious of the Creator. For example, it can be compared to the cogs of the gears on a bicycle, added for the greater all-round performance of bicycle and rider. All the Creator is now aware of is the vision of itself in what it sees in a mirror and nothing else, adopting a very simple material view of what it is. This vision can also be associated with a computer and its casing, in the sense that if a person from the time before computers were to look at the casing, the individual would not comprehend or conceive the knowledge, intelligence, and technology it holds within. Meaning, the Creator, I, you, only view ourselves as the casing, believing to have no other powers. Left with this thought in having no conception of it being the self who creates everything, would leave the mind to construct the belief in a combined consciousness, creating more confusion in believing in such things as coincidence and luck. All the energies separated and acknowledged as others are stored by the subconscious and viewed as pawns on a chessboard. Unbeknown, every move, action, and thought each individual makes that is truly conceived by the Creator, I, you, is instantaneously analyzed for the unconscious to make its move by placing or removing them in the direction of a positive or smooth path. Associated with the energies are their components, being temperaments and emotions. Even temperaments and emotions must have a way of being analyzed by an underlying sense of conduct, a deep feeling of peace that existed in the very beginning of nothingness. Therefore, nothing that goes against positive emotions can exist as a separate entity. So by doing something classed as negative would simply generate and put into motion a form of rebalancing by the unconscious. Although the mind has constructed the illusion that everything exists outside of it, I'm aware that the responsibility for that construction is always mine. It is truly in a single space, but creates an endless illusion of wonder to balance its manifestation of time. Therefore, if everything is in one place, everything can be seen and known instantly. Judgments, actions and emotions, the entire self, manifests everything, but again, they are concealed and hidden by the misconception and forgotten state of being. If everything is a manifestation of those emotions, then everything must have a meaning and direction. When I believed in a combined consciousness rather than a single consciousness, it created an illusion that there were other forces and basic genetics that controlled me. Some of those emotions being love, hate, pride, selfishness, fear, and so forth, of which I accepted as an inevitable part of a normal existence, rather than what I currently understand to be removable or changeable in the same sense as one's attire. With that combined way of understanding life, anything that I witness as being outside my perception of being normal or logical would generate fear, which then opened the mind's senses to manifest that fear. The misconception of strange events can be currently recognized, perceived, and regarded as ESP, psychic or paranormal abilities, healers and so forth, rather than the self being the answer to all phenomena, the self generating that life force. The fear factor arose from not knowing that all these forces are natural phenomena that lay dormant within me, which unintentionally created the negativity surrounding that life force. As an example, in witnessing a healer, some may fear the ability and brand the person a witch, or one who delves in mysticism and black magic. In addition, if that healer were of a religious persuasion, those same individuals will view the act of healing as saintly. Again, when previously experienced poltergeist activity, I would blame it on an evil spirit or entity. But once I gained the knowledge to understand its origin, I became aware that it had been generated from myself. The form of negative association generated by a misconceived understanding surrounds and affects the misguided. With this knowledge, I put all my efforts into becoming virtuous in mind. This helped me towards eliminating all sense of fear for the purpose of finally putting an end to the illusion and misconception of evil. Or as Karl Marx quotes, "It is not the consciousness of men that determines their being, but, on the contrary, their social being that determines their consciousness." Abortion. When viewing life from my higher self, I could see how copulation activates the conscious to all the risks associated with that act. Whether it is transmitted disease or an underlying understanding that one plays with the life and death of a creation. Knowingly or unknowingly, consciously or unconsciously, no matter how deep these risks are buried within the mind, if a mistake occurs due to the lack of protection, resulting in an abortion, the subconscious stores it negatively. The reason it is recognized as a negative is due to the awareness of a possible mistake, knowingly taking the choice in pursuing the action, which would make me responsible for the outcome. To counterbalance the negativity would be to take responsibility for that outcome. The unconscious stores the moral belief that a living being is not to be played with in the same manner as ordering too much food with the intention in throwing the remainder away. If full protection were adhered to, but still resulted with a pregnancy, it would still be interpreted as a negative action to abort, due to the awareness that each time copulation takes place, there is always a chance of this happening. With this in mind, I had come to the logical and moral conclusion that if it is necessary to copulate, to partially balance any negative energies would be to make love only to the partner who is to be the child's mother. The prevention of any negativity associated with sexual acts is to refrain from those acts, not only in taking part, but also in thought. Questioning the reason behind this, lust is unconsciously stored as a misguided element and just another stepping stone to the other temptations. The purity of consciousness is equivalent to the purity of a child. The goal is to adhere to and stay within those virtuous boundaries. In the case of rape, the ethical route to the conscious would be to use methods in flushing out the fertilized egg cell before it can anchor itself and become a fetus. Sexual promiscuity is a very stubborn and difficult obstacle to overcome, yet it can be conquered by true love. To summarize, without my out-of-body experience, it would have been extremely difficult to understand the relationship between desire and my external self, consciousness. It was that moment when I had come to understand the weight of unnecessary emotions and cravings that escalated towards their addictive nature, leading towards the misconceptions I had with the common mindset. Adoption. I had learnt how to see the world through the eyes of the soul rather than the physical body. With this vision, I could begin to understand the purpose behind circumstances that deceived the physical mind. Therefore, regarding those children who found themselves requiring adoption, this chosen state was for the purpose of their purification and balance. Therefore, if a wealthy person were to adopt a child resulting with the child having all its desires, the presumed good gesture can at times hinder rather than help the child's true progress to enlightenment. For example, on a religious view, would the devil not say, "Leave this place of squalor, poverty and hunger by following me, and I will give you everything you desire"? The act of adopting a child for the purpose of giving this soul all its desires may inadvertently deepen their sorrows towards their journey to peace and eternal happiness, and hinder that soul from awakening their higher self. Good deeds of a material sense do not always coincide with the path of the higher self. Upbringing unaware of consciousness. Prior to understanding consciousness, how it affects everyday actions and choices, I found that I would continually question existence in regard to why a situation arises, how it could be resolved and whose fault it is. The only way around this was by understanding the consequences in how those actions affected the consciousness, and in return my future, not only long-term future, but also my next moment. With a physical mindset, I was to understand that when we are born, our mind is at its purest state, comparing it to a computer prior to being programmed. Thought, intelligence, evil, good and wisdom are some of the many things I had learned. Parents are predominant programmers, but in many cases also grandparents, uncles, aunts and so forth, each playing a major part. As we begin to speak, walk and talk, a pattern emerges which can attribute to what side of the family these traits have adopted, each blaming the other for the bad and praising oneself for the good. It is believed that the mind begins to copy its surroundings, as in the phrase, "you are what you eat." In this case, one adopts what one sees. Easy solution for a computer. One just reprograms it. Not so easy with a human with a will of its own. By a misconceived perception, it is believed that a person has failed in life if that person does not fit into the mainstream portrayal of a financially rewarded lifestyle. I would question if life were really worth so little without this view of it. I had come to learn that the actions and choices I had made, whether at the time I was aware of them being positive or not, had manifested a world that gave me the illusion of freedom. Money, property, fame, and pride were just some of the things that enticed me into making misconceived choices. Those choices created a blindness of the conscious that made me believe that an intelligent person was one who had achieved the mentioned. By adopting those properties, unknowingly enslaved me rather than free me. My enlightenment led me to understand that there was another direction to existence outside this confused reality. The difficulty was detaching myself from decades of misconceived beliefs, as only then would I gain the ability to recognize this new awareness as wisdom and the beginning of awakening from that misconception. I now see life as such a precious gift that has no end. As I began to take control of my emotions with a moral nature, the mind's disorientation became apparent. Practicing this view of consciousness began to protect me with the same effect as what the immune system has on the body. For example, without the immune system, the body would be open to all the world's natural elements and germs, and eventually the body will break down and die. I was to envisage the world as my body, taking the action to fix a negative or problem area within that world was like a doctor doing the same to the physical body. The world is my body, and I am its doctor. Imagine being shipwrecked on a deserted island with parcels containing money, precious jewels and designer clothing washed ashore, questioning what use they would be on the island. To spend time and energy collecting and storing the jewels and money rather than conserving energy and looking for useful things to help me survive was the misconceived conscious condition I had previously manifested to live by. My goal was to recognize the importance in the awareness of consciousness, which in return opened my eyes to the enormity of that importance. That awareness in consciousness related to the desert island scenario was to awaken me to the knowledge of what I would truly need to survive on my own, in regards to how I were to purify the water to drink, start a fire, or clothe myself against the weather. Also, in how to build some kind of shelter and find a source of medication. Avoiding this course of action would leave me to die in a very short period. With this in mind, I notice that the world surrounding me tends to hoard rather than focus on basic survival. I do not live in your world, however, I am yet to fully escape it. Therefore I search and fumble for a way to survive like a child taking its first steps. I question whether I will ever be able to walk on my own without the temptation of making it easier by stretching out for a helping hand or something to grab hold. When I walk, I will want to run, and when I run, I would want to run faster than anyone else, so I can be recognized and wallow in my own achievement, resulting in losing the awareness and recognizing those around me who could not walk. If I could have directed those same efforts into making one other walk, would that not have been more of an achievement, even if it only be recognized by that individual? As quoted, "What we do in life echoes in eternity. As I think, I become, inside and out. Ignorance is not bliss." I had the tendency to separate others from myself, leading towards treating them in a manner I believe does not and would not affect me, until I was made aware that everyone and everything around me is a part of me, and therefore the treatment towards them is crucial to the progress of my own conscious growth. Even the choice in career becomes a vital step in determining the growth of consciousness and guides the future. A career that has anything untoward by the play of a word to make it sound better than it is, or to mislead, becomes a diversion towards the path that the soul seeks, and manifests itself so. Any career choice that entails lawful deception impairs the stability of the present and future. Society had led me towards making a misguided choice by adopting these actions as a way to progress and move forward in life. But as the subconscious is only capable of positive actions, it cannot be negotiated with, as one would in a court of law. Being in a position that saves lives, such as the medical profession, police, firefighters, and so forth, these professions are deeply embedded into the consciousness, creating an abundance of positivity, but only if these positions are taken and carried out with the full understanding and implications of what that position morally entails. Positions of this caliber carry a great deal of responsibility and stress. Over a period, some feel it is necessary to develop a way to disconnect from the humanity within. This form of disconnection can have an alternate effect by rendering the heart to become cold, confusing the mind to make misconceived choices and actions that will carry over into the consciousness, breaking down the entire positive one achieves. To overcome this, I would endeavour on every occasion to view myself as the strangers, or even acknowledge them as loved ones, nearest and dearest. Taking this form of action allowed me to leave the moral senses of the mind open to make the right choices and actions, which in return allowed the conscious to rebalance, leaving any rewards justly deserved. Being in the public eye without knowing its purpose stores just as much a diversion in the subconscious as what the individual perceives they have received as in the way of a positive gift. Fame and worldly recognition can contain an abundance of temptations and desires, leaving one on the precipice of deep enlightenment or destruction, due to the lack of knowing how to differentiate positive gifts from negative ones. Consciousness stores a vision of a world that consists only of love, or as some would visualize, a heavenly state of existence, or a place of paradise. Whether there is a belief in heaven and a place of paradise or not, consciousness still stores a virtuous view of it, that it is the key to positive and negative embedded deep within the consciousness that cannot be escaped. If this were not so, consciousness would not have manifested it into my thoughts. Therefore, as previously stated, I found that one way to help differentiate these opposite forces is by questioning any actions and choices that I would take if I were already in that heavenly place. For example, sex, drugs, and rock and roll is a well-known quote used by famous rock bands whose view of an afterlife would more than likely not be paradise without it. Fame also stands an individual out as a beacon to others who can adopt those traits for it to spread as fast as a virus. If I were to act upon that quote, sex, drugs, and rock and roll, whilst adopting a misconceived self-belief of those actions being a good thing or positive gift, consciousness being of a positive nature cannot be deterred from that nature. Consciousness cannot be deceived. It knows, in the same way I know, either with or without my consent, that it is not of a moral path. This applies to all actions and choices. The only positive direction in having a public eye status would be to utilize it as a beacon and messenger of peace, which will in turn allow the mind to store it as such and begin the healing process of positive balance. My true wealth lies in the act of helping those with a misconception of what is right or wrong to gain an awareness of those actions. In accordance with the virtuous knowledge I have gained, I cannot envisage money in a moral or righteous society or existence of a virtuous afterlife. Therefore, I can only consider the manifestation of money and the false sense of pride it generates to be a misguided state of existence. I do not believe that it is the fact of being rich that is negative, but rather its use and portrayal. To use wealth for selfish pleasures and indulgences, or portray wealth as a way to achieve respect and status, would allow the immoral use of those actions to be stored and reconstructed by the unconscious into a manifestation of the world I live in. If wealth is gained and used only for good causes, it will begin to balance any opposing forces. I found that if I were in a negative condition, I would inadvertently make wrong decisions and manifest those negative decisions onto the world around me. Money, wealth, is a confused element misconceived with pride. It is a negative source manifested by misguided actions and choices. Those who have made it their world can rarely be drawn into this understanding, as this is their chosen path, and unbeknown to them, create a parallel existence of pain and suffering caused by that choice in being part of the chain to the harm inflicted by the delusive use of money. All the things I do to stop suffering in this world subconsciously manifest the rewards of those actions to a current or parallel existence. As previously mentioned, in trying to understand positive and negative actions and choices, I found it a benefit to view others as my own nearest and dearest. In this way, if my child were dying of starvation and thirst, would I squander the money that could save the child on a spa day? This confused state in understanding the moral balance of life inadvertently directs the bearer of those thoughts to take the wrong direction towards a deeper, destructive state of existence. The temptations in life my manifested society and media portray as a necessity of a profitable and just lifestyle are just the opposite according to the natural laws of consciousness assessed by my higher self. Consciousness, being a positive force, can only accept money in its purest form by using its manifestation to benefit the lives of those less fortunate. Normality. I was led to accept an ideology of what is mainstream normality. All these things have been self-manifested through acting towards those ideologies. Normality lies within the confinements of the consciousness. These mannerisms include working, having children, and a family. The necessity to work to survive is again a manifestation created by a misguided past or subconscious. Therefore, becoming trapped in this way of thought did not leave me much choice but to comply. Achieving this way of life consists in the act of consuming money, which will in turn bring money and the chain of its misguided nature into a next placement rather than erasing it. Prior to my enlightenment, I believed that having children would leave the legacy of a family. My new enlightened perception of existence allowed me to come to an observation that death does not exist. Therefore, when I pass on, nothing remains. The awareness of the stresses and instability manifested by a creation or offspring can only be understood when a stage of enlightened perception has been adopted. When this level of observation was achieved, only then did I gain the understanding that any harm that a creation or child commits would be classed as mine. The subconscious registers a birth to be part of the chain towards overpopulation. For instance, as to feed the masses, many more animals will be slaughtered and cruelly farmed, resulting in artificially grown and genetically tempered food, creating unknown illnesses. Resources would strip the earth of vital elements, tampering with its natural balance. For example, if a person had a house with one bedroom and earned a wage that was barely enough to feed themselves with no means of help, with what rationality would one continue having children, knowing of their impending hunger, poverty, and inevitable death? Therefore, each child born would logically add to world instability. However, due to a lack of understanding consciousness, resulting in the pursuit of selfish intentions and indulgences, it continues. Blessed are the barren. Poem. They're not real. How dare you question my right to have children, as they are my world, my soul? I would do anything and everything for them, their contentment my goal. Working my finger to the bone so they never go without. Sleepless nights and many frights when as teens they go out. The stress I suffer through worry alone brings illness to me. Please answer your phone. A life with a child will never end. My love for them you will never comprehend. Now you know just how I feel. Don't go telling me they're not real. Youth. As a youngster, the view this sociology has adopted allowed me the freedom to learn from my own mistakes in life. This would be acceptable if, as a youth, I was educated in the awareness of what my actions and choices constructed and the consequences of those actions and choices affecting my life. As an example, at a very young age, there is a lack of awareness that playing with a flame can result in being burnt. It then lies with the wiser among us to protect and educate us towards the dangers of the foreboding event. In a way, by allowing us to learn by our own mistakes is the same as allowing us to play with the flame. Would it not be logical to prevent the burn rather than trying to cure it after the event? The natural forces and laws of existence created by my subconscious state that negativity of any kind forms an energy that will affect the balance of my existence, including the lives surrounding it, cause and effect. Although as a minor I may not have been aware of any wrongdoing, nevertheless, any misguided action would still create an opposing energy that would in turn have caused disruption. Another example can be recalled when, as children, many of us would play with insects causing their deaths. As children, we were not aware of this action being a misguided one, especially when our elders allowed it to take place. If I were to have been made aware that all forms of life should be respected, due to the fact that their effect on my consciousness would affect my next existence, and of the utmost importance, not only would my elders have prevented it, but I would never have allowed it to take place, as I would have then understood the implications that a misguided action towards anything living would have the same results as self-harm. In this current state of existence, there exists a genocidal view in portraying nature as objects rather than living creatures made of flesh and blood with feelings and emotions. Rather, there is an education detaching them as such, fattening up those we farm for the slaughter, and then on occasion mock the whole process with a twisted sense of pride and achievement, and viewing insects as an inferior annoyance. The following verse from the Bible came to mind, of which I would like to share. I said in my heart with regard to the children of man that God is testing them, that they may see that they themselves are but beasts. For what happens to the children of man and what happens to the beasts is the same. As one dies, so dies the other. They all have the same breath, and man has no advantage over the beasts, for all is vanity. All go to one place, all are from the dust, and to dust all return. Ecclesiastes 3:18-20. I share this knowledge in the aim to amend these atrocities, if heeded, will in turn eliminate them from a following awakening. The mind soaks up everything and begins processing memory into its compartments, the conscious being the memory it wants to remember, and the subconscious stores what it does not. Due to the manifestation of wisdom being at its lowest when young, it becomes more difficult to differentiate what is classified as misguided, therefore storing much of the negative things around us with the perception of it being positive. This is also the case when watching television and relevant forms of media. Whatever viewed or listened to become absorbed, stored into the subconscious, even when in the background. The mind is at its most vulnerable when dozing, as this is a hypnotic state allowing the possibility of placing an element of what is being viewed into one's nature. A lack in parental guidance and self-awareness to this occurrence can allow the negative relayed by that media source to become absorbed, disrupting the energies of all involved, in the same way a branch with fungus infects a whole tree. Science is believed to have shown that when an insect is placed in an area close to a speaker with heavy sounds, the insect will back away. But when classical or ambient music is played, they will move closer. This may suggest that the delicate thoughts of individuals can be disrupted by these simple daily scenarios and should be taken more seriously. I also found that the more virtuous I had become, foul language had a negative effect on me. Previously, I would disregard it and at times indulge, but subconsciously it became stored as a negative and passed to the unconscious, which recycles the negativity to the next awakening. Though the conscious can simply disregard it, it is due to the materialization in the conception of good and bad behaviorisms that defines it as inappropriate. The action of swearing also contributes to others adopting it, spreading like a virus. I reiterate, although viewed as inoffensive by the initiator, the subconscious will view it as a negative due to the emotional effect encountered by any other individual who may find it offensive. When taken into regard that others materialize from the self, me, others are part of the whole self, me. If others find it offensive, it is truly the thought of the initiator that finds it so. If I eliminate it from my own vocabulary, will in turn eradicate it from my following existence. Some of us may suggest and blame the influence of our parents for our own negative mannerisms. I now understand that I would only have myself to blame for manifesting a negative individual, be it in this scenario a parent, for the sole purpose of being the tool required to teach me how to deal with this form of obstacle, in the same principle as it would not be easy to learn how to swim without the water. The meaning being, it would be easy to become angry at a river hindering me from crossing to the other side, comparing a river as the obstacle or parent. By understanding its purpose, be it teaching me how to swim, not only do I gain a life-saving skill, but also, due to that skill, it will not allow this form of hindrance to happen again. Without it, I would continue carrying the misconceived frustration and contempt towards nature and its elements, hence converting the anger towards viewing it as a negative thing to a positive. The same applies with emotions, in this case, anger. When someone activates the anger within me, their purpose for doing so guides me towards how to control and eradicate the anger. Anger, again, takes the same course of action as a virus. If I were to allow it to fester, it would overwhelm and devour my peaceful senses, amalgamating me with everything anger relates to. It would then recycle itself into my next awakening. If all were serene while still having the uncontrolled anger lying dormant, and a scenario were to occur activating the anger, without the previously stated incident in having someone anger me, there would be no knowledge in how to take control over it. Considering this, I now understand that the negative parties are a necessary part in enhancing my journey in becoming a positive being. I found it a good practice to question the choice of parents manifested by consciousness, as everything influenced by them is in accordance with what the subconscious believes I am entitled to. This would also include their appearance and choices. By adopting this knowledge and awareness, guided by positive and negative choices and actions, aiming life towards the positive has removed the negative within them, and vice versa. This concept of existence brought me to the awareness that the death of anything loved or held dear can never be lost, due to those energies rematerializing in a subsequent form relating to current actions. The sorrow of their passing would help balance those actions. A passing, or what I like to call Passover, occurs for many different reasons when consciousness believes it necessary. Its purpose would be for enlightenment and the cleansing of impurities. Putting this knowledge into practice has given me the awareness to understand that all interaction, be it family, friends and strangers, is not by coincidence or chance encounters, as consciousness has manifested them to direct and guide me. It then becomes a choice to allow the communication that I have with them to either enlighten me or continue to ignore it as a coincidence. For instance, direction towards finding this knowledge would not have occurred if certain positive changes had not taken place. There is a concept named the 100th monkey effect, being a generalized term that suggests if a certain number of animals learning a given behavior, this threshold becomes common knowledge for all creatures within a population, even if they have never interacted with one another. Some suggest the possibility of an external field of consciousness that surrounds all life, allowing information to be transmitted, or the possibility that we somehow are connected in a vast loop of intelligence. My own awareness has come to understand that it is connected and generated from the self, in this case, me. I question myself. If my thoughts remain inside the box, I will never see outside of that box. My current world allows the media to portray and glamorize violence, influencing individuals and inadvertently creating a monster in its wake. This monster is the emotion related to anger. I have managed to subdue and slowly eliminate it with the same intensity in eliminating an addiction. I recognized it as a controllable viral and therefore managed to cure it by avoiding all surrounding elements that activated it and fed that emotion. Automatically, as a byproduct of this action, everything surrounding me that was connected to anger began to diminish by the simple act of eliminating the anger from myself. I began to surround myself with cheerful things that would generate happiness and laughter. Taking this action helped to keep the anger away. If anger or rage were to begin to manifest, I would leave the area, ceasing any conversation that triggered it, or I would think of a happy moment to swiftly avoid any stage of development. I would begin to view anger as an abomination, or as a subordinate entity scheming within me with the purpose to awake me into a new world full of destruction. With this, I gained the perseverance to win the battle against it. In time, control over it became stronger, and the body and mind began to adapt and create barriers and a subconscious immune system that would cure this negative ailment brought forward from past choices and actions. There was a time when I would retaliate to any aggression aimed towards me, unaware that by doing so, it would reverse any positive actions I had accumulated. I am now aware that any form of violent action towards anything becomes self-harm. What was surprising was to come to the understanding that any form of negativity I encountered was commonly to my benefit and would occur for the necessity in keeping me in balance. This balance would only take the right path if resolved in a peaceful manner. I now view any disturbance or problems that interrupt an event or activity in my life as a form of realignment manifested from the consciousness, visualized as a scolding from a parent or subconscious to their child or conscious. For example, when the parent knows that the action the child is about to take will cause it harm, in the parent's attempt to prevent the occurrence, rather than the child rebuking the parent, ending in catastrophic results, I now accept it as the love and protection that it holds. Acknowledging that negative occurrences derive from the self has helped me to prevent it remanifesting. One such negative action that can leave the receiver resentful and bitter is harsh discipline, which creates just as harsh negativity in return. The pain caused is stored by the subconscious. Whether it is emotional or physical, it recycles and manifests itself in a different negative form with the same negative emotional and physical intensity. As previously stated, I have come to terms that when it happens, it is self-induced, with no one else at fault, neither that of any divine deities. Therefore, the guilty are manifested by guilt. Any harm or aggression aimed towards me is acknowledged by my consciousness as a purification of that guilt. If I were to take steps to punish or take revenge towards that act, I would ignorantly be re-establishing the guilt previously removed, allowing the whole process to repeat itself. Awareness in the nature of a negative occurrence has allowed me to come to terms that its purpose is to strengthen the ability to look within and search for the weaknesses that has manifested it. If only I had been educated in the repercussions of this form of cause and effect from a young age, it may have helped to prevent the cause of many troubles and sorrows. In addition, I have also allowed myself to disregard any beliefs that I may have held in having any contempt or blame towards anyone I believed responsible for a negative past, as to carry resentment or blame would simply become the cause in creating a negative present and future. It was I who manifested my past and present history for the purpose in acknowledging personal weaknesses. It is not age that made me wiser. It was gaining the ability to differentiate between right and wrong. Misunderstood negativity had become as much of a hindrance as fear in my journey towards virtue. I thought it wise to keep an open mind to the wisdom and knowledge of those who relay the word of peace. If I were to have been dismissive or arrogant towards them, it would have hindered intellectual growth and would have stored this dismissive nature as a form of inadvertent self-harm. This projection of life conjoined with this knowledge has heightened the ability to understand and give meaning to these opposing forces. Love. In the case of marriage, to make any kind of broken vow would activate my mind to store that action and manifest it as betrayal, lies, and everything connected to these traits into my current existence. A broken vow made in the name of a deity can allow the consciousness to store it as a spiritual betrayal. This can in turn manifest the loss of spirituality from a next awakening and would connect me to false gods and prophets. Why the broken vow manifests in this manner would be that consciously I would have made this kind of vow with the full belief of an existing deity. Therefore, if there was any doubt or insincerity in the vow, it becomes stored in my subconscious. At that stage, the unconscious would manifest and construct an alternative or parallel existence incorporating those insincere actions. My own interpretation of the repercussions is one of infinite possibilities. A vow made for selfish reasons will also activate the consciousness to manifest all conditions connected to that selfish deed and so forth. I am now fully aware that I create the next moment in life by the next choice and action I make. Therefore, if I would like to have a long and happy marriage, it can only manifest itself in that way by the sincerity of that love. This is why sincere intentions are an essential foundation to life. Current beliefs suggest that I found a partner by coincidence, luck, a friend of a friend, and so forth. I have been led by the word to understand that this is not the case. It was the previous choices and actions that I made that had constructed a sequence of events for me to find a partner. If those choices and actions were of a negative kind, it would attract a partner who is not of a moral aptitude, allowing negativity attained by the individual to make my situation worse. One negative trait that can follow from the encounter is a desire towards material things, which would falsely guide me towards believing money to be a necessity. There have been many occasions that I had found myself in this predicament, of which diverted my mind from the understanding of true freedom. It had left me in the realms of ignorant slavery, creating a world and society where everything it teaches had become a way of enslavement and unconscious death, leading me to seek comfort as a preference in life rather than true love, resulting in doing myself the greatest injustice. I am so grateful that I learnt and adopted the understanding that love is the greatest of life's gifts, of which is now stored into the consciousness and manifests the heart-pounding sensation and emotion into my very being forever. The greatest form of love reveals itself when one is blessed by the experience, be it the love of a partner, parent, friend, and so forth. Once this form of love is experienced, it becomes an emotion of which I would not want to exclude from a following awakening, even if the love once had was lost, as the knowledge I found has given me the awareness to understand that the emotion is carried forward by the experience, and that it is never truly lost but stored and nurtured in the consciousness for an eternity. When I was taken into the realm of love, I found that love in its purest form is not physical, but rather as experienced from the mind of a child. Individual interpretation towards a sexual necessity to love is another misguided example of what the subconscious creates. If sex or copulation were not possible, could I visualize a way of being in love with that special partner? If my answer to that question was no, sadly, I would be aware that my love for that person would not be genuine. Embracing and developing an enlightened state of mind has opened my senses to the awareness that my higher self requires no sexual organs, as it is merely an eternal energy without the necessity to eat or defecate. Adopting this principle of existence has put into perspective the meaningless action of giving birth or physical creation. In my out-of-body experience, I have felt how this feels, a shocking awakening sensation that I may have never been able to fully comprehend if someone had just spoken the emotions of the sensation to me. With this in mind, I have reconditioned the mind to admire and respect virginity and recognize that to be pure is a rare and long-forgotten trait that carries the highest form of respect and the blessed and cherished value of which to be proud, and also found it to be a main component and stepping stone towards the higher self and the embodiment of virtue. I once believed that the choices I made were of my own free will and simply made randomly, neglecting to take into regard the ethical essence of any actions and choices taken prior, as I was directed to the fact that these are what determined the outcome of my decisions. Although I believed that I was making a sound judgment, it had already been directed towards that decision due to the morality of my past actions. I reiterate, the choices I made were not made at a moment's thought. The outcome of my next decision is made by positive and negative actions I take prior to that choice or decision. It is a process of those combined thoughts and actions that generate what happens next. Every action carries positive and negative forces that sculpt and create the next choice. For instance, the choice towards a house, car, partner, or even simply deciding what doctor or dentist I want to see was chosen unknowingly before I asked for them, due to actions I had taken prior to that decision. Therefore, it is those actions that cultivate and dictate my decisions way before the choice I believed to have made on the spot, and thus the importance in understanding these laws. Life is like the partly painted canvas of an artist, also envisaged as the dark matter today's scientists eagerly seek to find or explain, you being the artist and the canvas being the dark matter. Today, I will awake just like any other, but chosen actions and choices will create the inspiration to add to the canvas and find the dark matter becoming less dense, in the same way as the manifested scientific world finding a visual form to what it is. This dark matter will remain as such until the senses awaken for the artist's masterpiece. Why do bad things always happen to good people? Those of us who are content, having more than we truly need, are happy with this condition, envied by those around us, respected by others alike, and worshipped by many parents and society for what we have achieved. Why then would we want to change? As those of a religious persuasion acknowledge it as a gift from God, and humanists as the pride of using our intelligence and prowess to work hard to achieve such a reward. Along come individuals like me, who guide us to change and give up many things we thrive on, describing the majority of what we currently believe to be right as misguided. Many would question the audacity and authority anyone has in advising others how to live their lives. If I were not aware of what I experience, more likely than not, I too would respond in the same manner. The question can only be answered by comprehending the meaning of single consciousness. Taking this into consideration would suggest that it is not an external force directing you, but rather a self-imposed manifestation of your own unconscious. Therefore, we should question the reason behind this manifestation. Could it be our inner self crying out to the self? For example, it would be you communicating unconsciously with yourself. In a spiritual perspective, my statement will be bold but a confident one, which is, I have gained a connection with parallel existences or realms of materialized realities that guide me. In our history, these events were what some of us understood to be God or the gods, and many other mythical beings and entities. What proof do I have? In the first instance, those who have been in my company have witnessed many things. Although they themselves are unaware of what it was, all they truly were aware of was that they experienced something outside of their perception and current understanding. Secondly, does anything within these writings promote anything but peace and love? If we believe so, we must question the reason for any anger aimed towards it. Thirdly, by studying the wisdom of the ages, it becomes plain to see that this guidance travels towards a logical direction. One such wise man quoted in the Gospel of Matthew 10:34. Do not think that I come to bring peace on earth. I did not come to bring peace but the sword. For I have come to set a man against his father, a daughter against her mother, and a daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. And a man's enemies will be those of his own household. He who loves father or mother more than me is not worthy of me, and he who loves son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me, and he who does not take his cross and follow after me is not worthy of me. He who finds his life will lose it, and he who loses his life for my sake will find it. Many may not be aware of what Matthew's verse signifies, and may have their own interpretation to what it means. I endeavoured to explain it in my previous book, The Wise Listen, but have since revised it as follows. I do this to reiterate the importance in understanding past philosophers and guides. In some cases, the innocence of a word can be misinterpreted to be otherwise, by the character and virtue of the reader. Verse. Do not think that I come to bring peace on earth. I did not come to bring peace, but the sword. For I have come to set a man against his father, a daughter against her mother, and a daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law, and a man's enemies will be those of his own household. Explanation. When considering consciousness, the earth being my creation and not anyone else's, would suggest that no one can bring peace if I choose otherwise. When following the concept of consciousness, it was not wise to expect those around me or dear to me to accept the same. More than likely, they would go against me by mocking and questioning my sanity, and in some instances abandon me. The sword signifies those dear to me becoming my enemies due to my chosen course. Verse. He who loves father or mother more than me is not worthy of me, and he who loves son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me. Explanation. I am a single consciousness, not a collective one. Therefore, my perceptions of a family unit are just manifestations for my interaction and enlightenment. To view them in any other way could prevent me from reaching that enlightenment. Verse. He who does not take his cross and follow after me is not worthy of me. He who finds his life will lose it, and he who loses his life for my sake will find it. Explanation. This puts into perspective the first verse of this chapter. My nature should be to serve and not to be served. There is no room for vanity or such as the selfishness in craving for self-respect, fame, nobility, possessions, pride, power, and success, as these are the misconceptions of a manifested society. The difficulty in leaving these behind is the meaning behind taking up his or your cross. These cravings would take away my purpose and negatively manipulate my transcendence into a parallel existence. Life has one purpose, and that is to convert all and everything to peace by becoming it, becoming peace. I reiterate, prior to my understanding this virtuous knowledge, if suggested that everything I had based my life on and made a bountiful career out of was misguided, in most cases I would have counterattacked this theory and assigned a large part of my time proving otherwise, even if the proof were to the contrary. The reason for the resistance to such notions is simply due to the subconscious informing me of how difficult it would be in the quest of repairing the unconscious, when repairing those areas unconsciously damaged. For example, prior to this knowledge, I believed that I was a good person suffering negative things, as I did not have the awareness to differentiate the opposing forces. Therefore, the perceived negativities I believed that were happening was just a way of restabilization, purifying and cleansing me of any misguided actions. Another example. There was a long period of time in my life where I was attracted to negative partners. The word made me aware that this attraction was due to misguided behaviorisms within myself. I was reacting just like a fly attracted towards the light of an insect killer, unbeknown to the outcome of that action. To further elaborate, unbeknown to me, I had built and stored negative energies that had then diminished my positive thoughts and understanding, resulting in the attraction, attention, and manifestation of the negative party. These relationships would always end in disappointment and great heartbreak. Neither party would have known the outcome of their chosen action. Nevertheless, the catastrophic meeting could have been avoided if I were to have allowed myself to have been open-minded to the knowledge I am now sharing. The same concept applies to the way I manifest my world, of which comes forth due to the ethical culmination of choices and actions, not due to bad influences or destiny. Currently, this world teaches to strive and do whatever necessary to get to the top. This misconception will inevitably lead the populace to use violence and negative actions learnt from the media. Others will endeavour to work around this disruption to achieve a high level of study for the same purpose. Both blinded to self-indulge and lose the virtuous purpose for humankind in having a simple self-reliant existence that has been stolen by manifested rulers. Both become misguided actions unless chosen study is used for the benefit in helping the underprivileged and misguided in converting the mindset of others towards doing good deeds. Who could ever have convinced me that there is no bad in the world? But now I understand opposite forces as being the purpose and necessity to purify, cleanse, and rebalance the self. It was a moment of pure relief and awakening when I was given the knowledge that explained how destiny is always controllable, and that my lack of control was self-induced. There is a view that as susceptible youths, the influence of notoriety turns innocent victims into destructive elements by which society and media create, teach, and mislead. It would be logical to conclude that an individual would not be in a place of corruption if it were not by a byproduct of a previous misguided, present or past, conscious or unconscious action. When the mind begins to break down, showing visible effects in being lost to the world, resulting in total loss of emotions, it finds a root of escapism, resulting in defacing and abusing itself. This form of self-abuse can be markings on the body, smoking, narcotics, and all forms of addictions, adopting anger that results in violence that escalates to depression, with the purpose of reaching out for help or to be noticed in some form or purpose. To overcome this is to be aware of the purpose in finding oneself, rather than to be found by others. Others are self-manifested, therefore they are not there and do not truly exist for any other purpose than being guides to the negatives and positives required to change within. To lead life in the eyes of others is like a hallucinatory schizophrenic doing the same thing. Marking the skin or poisoning the body by use of narcotics and violent acts are brought forward by existing negativity, as previously stated would happen. Meaning, if partaking in these things with the belief of it being a good thing suggests that the individual is in a misguided consciousness that at present cannot be escaped until positive actions are taken to balance it. Until that moment, an inadvertent blindness and lack of understanding remains in possession. When I came to terms that the responsibility for everything lies with myself, and that everything is self, I also believed that if I were to be involved in any misguided acts, it would only affect me directly, but was made aware that negativity can also manifest in persons who are part of my life or dear to it, be it a wife, husband, child, and also the balance of the world. This can also be recognized as karma. Making sense of this concept was to acknowledge that everything around me is me, as I believe Matthew was relaying to us from his Gospel 7:2. For with what judgment ye judge, ye shall be judged, and with what measure ye mete, it shall be measured to you again. There was also a misconception that karma would create a past or future life, returning or becoming a rock, air, animals, plants, and so forth, until I was enlightened to understand that the world is my body, and therefore all things are me already. A quote from Socrates, classical Greek Athenian philosopher, 469 to 399 BCE. One should take care to look after themselves, in which good things will then fall in line. My personal view of this statement is Socrates' advice to listen to the wise for guidance in understanding what looking after oneself fully entails. When I found the knowledge and made use of it, it drove me forward. Many in my current world do not know, comprehend, or understand how to differentiate right from wrong. Those same individuals are not aware and neither willing to take heed or entertain even the possibility of this advice being other than complete nonsense and the rantings of one who has lost touch of reality, themselves being totally oblivious in realizing that one's frame of mind is caused by their own misconception of what reality signifies. The same was suggested by Luke 8:10. He said, "The knowledge of the secrets of the kingdom of God, or good, has been given to you, but to others I speak in parables, so that, though seeing, they may not see, though hearing, they may not understand." If I were to receive a substantial amount of money, I would not be glad, as in viewing it as a gift or reward of sorts. I would see it in the form of its stressful nature in regard to how I should use it to benefit others without upsetting those close to me with their own expectations. The goal would be to please everyone and enhance my own virtue, said with a wishful fruition. To those who are willing, my aim is to give direction towards understanding this view, which will in turn give guidance to move forward and evolve towards the enlightened selves. The past sages, scribes, and wise spoke in riddles and parables, in some cases labelled as the fishers of humankind. Their twist on words was similar to an angler carrying a hook and line. My quest is to put an end to the riddle and come laden with a net. Lewd material. By viewing a virtuous state of existence as the direction towards doing what is ethically and morally correct, in the same way as comparing purity to the mind of a child, I have found that lustful pleasure can only be interpreted as a misguided emotion brought forward into a current manifestation. The chain reaction to viewing this form of material can plant its seed into the conscious, activating lustful wants, believing it to be an accepted and necessary part of existence. At that stage, it can develop into a craving, getting to a point where in some cases feeling the necessity to force one's attention, which in some extremes becoming an act of rape. Others will take advantage of those individuals and entrap the vulnerable into exchanging purity for money and greed from a clientele of the depraved. Unbeknown, the act of watching lewd acts, whether it is done by viewing magazines, on television, or any communication outlets, is registered by consciousness as contributing, accepting, and distributing, becoming part of the chain and subconsciously inviting all the negativity, not only shown by the underlined, but much more into a following awakening. The byproduct of a lustful emotion has manifested a misconceived society of which believes that the more partners one copulates with, the greater one is admired. This notion creates a monster and then tries to find a cure rather than to prevent it in the first instance by removing sexual things from the mainstream, including all media, be it television, books, stores, games, etc. Prevention may not be taking place due to the financial benefits it attracts, using sex as the bait to reel in the majority, utilizing the psychology of the young and gullible and the susceptible adult. This is how negative energies are formed, which in return activate the subconscious to repair the damage caused to spiritual growth, resulting in actions currently misunderstood as destructive, rather than being viewed as a parent scolding a child for its own protection. For example, the effects of positive energies interceding to rebalance itself. The act in continuously feeding sexual desires deceives the choices and actions into overpowering and warping all rational and moral thoughts. When comprehending that the self has manifested everything for a purpose, would suggest that sexual orientation is also one of those manifestations. Therefore, any form of anger derived towards that orientation, leading to the possible use of aggression towards that manifestation, i.e., towards an individual or individuals, will activate the consciousness to store that behaviorism, culminating with the possibility of recreating the aggressor as the victim, or having the same orientation as the victim in a following awakening. Not as punishment or revenge, but to help bring back a positive balance to the misconceptions created by the past aggressive behavior, even if the aggressor was aware or unaware of that negativity. This current culture likes to share opinions in regard to sexual orientation by trying to defend it or condone it. Again, what it has forgotten is how to define the purity within, or the purity of this self-manifested creation, by comparing it to that of a child. Becoming enlightened to the awareness of being but mere consciousness, encased with that sense of purity, has led me to understand that sexuality of any kind has no purpose, in the same sense as having a family within a dream, as when one awakes, the family was just a thought. By allowing the mind to adopt the purity of a child, dreaming of a family would not even take place. If it did, it would not entail any sexual thoughts. For example, at a very young age, when I was asked if I had a girlfriend, I would respond with repulse. Again, in most cases, a child of this age does not comprehend sex or wishes to. They do not judge those that do, and recognize all sexes as companions to share and enhance their joy. I have found that it has considerably helped me to understand purity by the act of comparing moral behavior to the mind of a child encased in virtue, and adopting the awareness of an eternal existence outside the material form. Magic and mysticism. My journey into alternate realms has shown me that there is nothing mythical in alternative beliefs. I have found that all supernatural phenomena are a natural state of being that everyone possesses, but suppress and refuse to believe to be in full control of it. To disbelieve is so deeply embedded into the conscious to such a degree that it will take an immense struggle to subdue this thought and finally eliminate it. The goal is to endeavour to rise above current superstitions or confused beliefs. When some refuse to rationally reason with an opinion, my goal was to understand that opinion, rather than force my own steadfast opinion onto others, as it is the opinion of others that become the guide to my own awareness. Knowledge is eternal. Once I had acknowledged this, forgotten and suppressed knowledge became visible mentally and physically. The invisible became visible by dispersing all negative thoughts and liberating the limits of my constrained five senses. The dispersion of those constrained thoughts was like a farmed fish breaking free into the vast sea. When my mind was open to this view and understanding of existence, the mythical world became visible and interweaved with this current one. These mythical energies felt as real as the current world and began to interact in the same manner. One word of warning: before attempting this, be of pure mind and heart, as their effect is guided by this. What I mean by their effect being guided by the individual, my own interactions with ghosts and spirits show me that their manifestation were simple energies brought forward by the subconscious. They became good or bad depending on the conscious view and understanding I had of them. Fear of the manifestation is what made it bad. I would not even say bad. It was more a misguided interpretation. The reason for the fearful perception of an external manifestation is due to a build-up of negative energy leading into this form of confusion. To eliminate or take control of these entities, I examined my life for any moments, actions or choices that may have caused a negativity, intentionally or unintentionally. I began to focus on eradicating, changing or moving those areas to a positive, thereafter visualizing the manifestation as a peaceful one, to the point where these energies have now become a vital and necessary guide. When the entity would appear, I would take control and subdue any fear of it, as this was the driving force. When I did not want to be in communication with the energy, I would talk to whatever were to be manifested as if it were a real person or living entity and ask it to politely leave, giving it my blessing and asking it to forgive my moment of ignorance. This form of communication eliminates the manifestation within the subconscious. I reiterate, the entity is a materialized force created by the person viewing it. The energy that creates this is dormant within each individual, and a normal state of existence triggered intentionally or inadvertently. Therefore, we are always in full control and must reinforce that thought. There is some confusion regarding the blame to who manifests these energies. Occasionally blamed for poltergeist activity are children. Also blamed are those who study occultism. However, if I were in a room full of individuals believed to have those abilities, the only person to blame for any paranormal activity would be me. This would be due to the fact that there is no they, there is only the self. Communication with all forms of phenomena is an awakening stage of evolution. By accepting it as such and acknowledging it as so, we need not have any fear of it, as it is the same as comparing it to the advancement of technological steps within a physical world. The Illuminati. The word guided me to understand that if the Illuminati exist in my world, it is because I had put them there in the same manner as the manifestation of ghosts previously mentioned, as everything, be it spiritual or material, comes from that source. Everything feared becomes the enemy by the fear itself. Although viewed as a physical reality rather than an invisible entity, it is manifested in the same way. Whatever exists originates from the mind or consciousness. This world contains stories relating to government agencies using extrasensory perception, psychic phenomena, and many other areas concerning these things, to spy or to control the minds of the population. This is also a great misconception. If these abilities were to be utilized for the purpose of war, unbeknown to the user, it would only result in them interacting with themselves, and therefore making war with themselves. In believing in anything outside of the self will only lead to the destruction of that self. Whoever conceived of such intentions would or should have discovered the confusion resulting in this outcome. Nothing can be of harm once the knowledge of how the conscious interacts with the unconscious is understood, how it works and how to control it. Each individual has always and will always remain responsible for their manifestations, whatever those manifestations may be. It is still questioned as to what or who is an Illuminati. First of all, the word Illuminati means enlightened. Therefore, being enlightened should not constrain you to any organization enabling that ability. Although I am sure if there are, they may have a misconceived conviction to the contrary. An Illuminati is one who has been enlightened due to experiencing forces that are outside of the common understanding of the highest of earthbound intelligences, to such an extent that the intelligence of those such as Einstein would be viewed with a chuckle and bewilderment in the futility in that form of search for a misguided knowledge. It has been suggested that the supposed lost teachings and guarded mysteries of secret organizations cannot be given to the uninitiated and therefore taught under restrictions. Due to these reasons, this knowledge was kept under the veil of symbol or allegory. The reason for this was the misconception that this knowledge would get into the wrong hands, allowing the bearer to use it in gaining power over all. This misguided view in gaining overall power over others can never take place, as all one truly does is manipulate oneself, only affecting the bearer's world. Therefore, this knowledge should be given freely to all that seek it. When I came to the realization that the birth of all organizations stem from the self, the search towards another in gaining any knowledge to the source of any power is futile and an exhausted loss of time. Existence is a positive one, in which it is impossible to escape the awakening process, even if immortal. When one awakes, it is similar to the Big Bang effect in re-establishing a balance. Therefore, if those powers are used for negative reasons, the perception of gaining power over the world will be short-lived, and the awakening for those individuals will be catastrophic. There can never be an end unless we find a beginning. When we find the beginning, we will know there is no end. The meaning for the awakening process is another way of explaining death. We are immortal and therefore do not die, but awake in a recycled world. The misguided belief by world order or Illuminati to kill or eliminate an individual for their survival does the opposite. The elimination will simply branch off in a multitude of directions or multiverses. For example, if I had hidden powerful knowledge from the population for the purpose of the information gained by that knowledge to give me power over that population, if someone were to find out and share that knowledge with others, resulting in my powers being lost, my action towards eliminating or killing the individual would only remove the person from my existence. The eliminated individual would branch off and continue in their existence and finally overcome, whereas my own existence would come to a destructive end by my own actions, i.e., the positive action of the individual's purpose in telling others of my hidden knowledge was to set me free from my own destructive tendencies, like the cure to a deadly disease. It is never we versus them. It is an eternal battle with oneself. By acknowledging that I was the creator of everything and allowing the mind to dismiss any belief suppressing limitations in existence was the first step to evolving the self. This current science has stood still due to Einstein's theory of the speed of light being a universal law, and now a proton may prove faster than light. Even if disproved, to allow the acknowledgement of what I suggest can be a guide in understanding the insignificance of trying to limit thought. It does not matter how intellectual the individual stating the fact is, as that individual is simply a stumbling block manifested by the self for the purpose in suppressing personal enlightenment. All is possible if truly believed, and with the correct moral education, individuals can become the creators of their eternal peace, happiness, and tranquility. Dreams. My dreams had become the window to my consciousness. By analysing the dream to the actions taken when awake, helped me achieve a positive next awakening, as the dream would reveal what the consciousness held or is creating. An example on how the consciousness works in comparison to the dream state is as follows. In the middle of the night, we may feel the need to urinate, but due to being tired, we control the body's need for going. Therefore, the need and action can materialize as a scenario within the dream. As an example, whilst walking with a friend along cobbled streets surrounded by Victorian homes, I turned to my friend and asked where some toilets may be. When this was pointed out to me, I went into this old building, but for the life of me, I could not find them. Explanation to how the dream evolved is as follows. The Victorian buildings manifested by watching a program about them earlier that morning. The friend was the person I was with that day. Within the dream, my conscious side knew and wanted to use the toilet. My subconscious knew I was not truly there and protected me by preventing me from urinating, and the unconscious constructed my experience, emotions, and surroundings. Even though within the dream I was getting very uncomfortable, frustrated, and at moments angry at the whole experience, my consciousness had no choice in creating the scenario to protect me from urinating in my bed. This is a small example of how perceptions of reality perform. Therefore, when experiencing moments that we believe to be upsetting and sometimes cruel, it has a purpose that is required for a positive outcome, even when unaware of that outcome. As in the dream, I would not have been aware why this frustrating event was occurring, but the reason and purpose for it was made aware to me when I awoke. I had become aware that I was in a constant dream state conundrum, and that it was simply a state of awareness that I had to comprehend to eventually understand it and finally have control over it. There were times when nightmares were commonplace. This suggests that I was storing an overindulgence of negativity. It was a signal for change or removal of that negativity, be it friends, family, work, films, games, partners, including current belief systems of society or religion. I was aware that if I could not remove the nightmare before death, my next awakening may store and manifest the negativity of that conscious thought. Death can occur at any moment. Therefore, to protect my subconscious from being corrupted by negativity, the key was to stay positive by surrounding myself with joyful moments and experiences. For me to enhance those positive moments, I had to master how to deal with negative emotions of hate, anger, depression, lust, jealousy, revenge, and pride. The more I indulged in dealing with them, the more control I had over those emotions. We should all be waging a battle, not against the outside world, but against our inner world of emotions and temptations. These countless armies relentlessly look to invade this inner sanctum. They call themselves anger, jealousy, vice, addiction, pride, worries, greed, selfishness, depression, and so forth. Unless we stand and fight a daily battle to keep them off our borders, they will show no mercy until we give up our land, of which is our birthright, of which we have proudly named happiness. In the Bible, Numbers chapter 12, verse 6, it reads, "When there is a prophet among you, I, the Lord, reveal myself to them in visions. I speak to them in dreams." In a philosophical sense, a prophet signifies those of us who aim to become virtuous. Adopting this way of understanding life activates what is currently understood to be extrasensory perception. I also gain the knowledge in how to make sense of a multitude of meaningless events that happen around me on a daily basis, of which I previously had taken for granted. It is thought that visions are not physical but rather spiritual, originating from the senses and felt within the emotions. I can assure you those pondered upon visions are as physical as you and I, and can be seen by the naked eye, not only by the individual but also by all that accompany them. It can also be recorded and photographed. Medication and healers. In search for a cure to world ailments, there are cases in which the remedies found have caused much pain and death to other forms of life that are used to test with, regarding them as the lower species and insignificant. Prior, I would take this for granted and viewed it as a necessity to save lives. But with a virtuous mindset, I realize that allowing those actions to take place initiates a destructive chain of events. This chain of events carrying negativity is then processed by the consciousness, sculpting the next moment consisting of those negative components. By directing my thoughts to accept, embed, and believe in suppressed abilities, the virtue attained led towards building up enough positive energy to self-heal, eliminating the necessity in using or finding a material cure. Not only a cure, but also manifesting the ability to erase the cause of the ailment prior to the need of a cure. In these times, there are many proclaiming the ability to heal and in return request financial rewards, with a misguided awareness that in requesting this form of reward, the purity of the ability is lost and the virtue reversed by any true power gained by what should have been a good deed. Consciousness views the ability to heal as divine, and so do those who come seeking this form of help. With this in mind, consciousness creates a vision of every individual seeking this form of help as a lame animal or sick child who has to pay but has no means. Therefore, envisaging them being left to suffer in agony and enduring a slow death, allowing consciousness to recycle the perceived good deed into a selfish action. There are healers who associate themselves with angels or gifted from a heavenly realm. The subconscious creates a scenario that places the individual seeking help in heaven, asking an angel to heal them, the angel turning towards them and asking them for compensation. All have the means and capabilities to heal. Having learnt how to access and use it, I found it to have been a benefit to teach the ability for self-cure, in the same sense in teaching cultivation and self-preservation rather than feeding the hungry with a single meal, knowing the food one has is endless. As much as I believe, respect, and admire the ability of healing, I am rendered speechless in thinking how anyone could charge those in need for a freely obtained infinite resource. These same individuals who at times proclaim themselves angelic and then refuse to acknowledge the compensation as being unethical and morally distasteful, tarnish the true essence and vision of the deep unconditional love an angel freely gives. The benefit of a healer is to act as a teacher to those who do not believe in their own abilities to heal and guiding them in how to use or activate it. The healer also acts as a placebo effect. Due to the belief towards them, activates a complex neurobiological reaction that includes everything from increase in feel-good neurotransmitters like endorphins and dopamine to greater activity in certain brain regions linked to the moods, emotions, reactions, and self-awareness, resulting in therapeutic benefits. I found that written knowledge of healing goes back thousands of years, from the Egyptian sacred art of healing of mysticism 5,000 years ago, including sages and philosophers. Gautama Buddha, 600 BC. Our sorrows and wounds are healed only when we touch them with compassion. Hippocrates, 400 BC, regarded as the father of medicine, quotes, "The natural healing force within each of us is the greatest force in getting well." On a scientific evaluation, in the Daily Telegraph 2004, News Limited, researchers at Germany's Freiburg University, Dr. Stefan Schmidt and team carried out 2 experiments 1,000 times and believe they proved the reality of the sixth sense. Nevertheless, all historic and modern-day information and studies have no bearing to my personal findings and experiences. I have allowed them to be a guide but not an influence on what I personally see, feel and relay, due to the reason that consciousness is only based on this moment, this second, now. Historical knowledge is changing as I write. Death. With my previous understanding, I had reserved myself to spend an entire lifetime preparing for the moment of death, with the intention in leaving everything accumulated for my offspring or to those I cared for, not realizing that when my life ends, so does theirs. I have written this book with the same misconceived intention of it being read after my death, with the belief in leaving a legacy for change when I depart. I have realized this is an illusion that will not be fulfilled. Everything I convert, heal, or guide to positive intentions will enhance the positivity in my awakening, not that of others, as they will need to find their own way to heal their world, which is their body, that is the self. My intention is to wake into a world with this knowledge as my guide. My body is not simply the reflection that I view in a mirror. Its complete form is the world. The world is that body, including every being and living thing within it. To perceive it in this way led me to come to the understanding that would suggest, to change it in any way or form, I would have to change myself. I am now aware that I have no history, neither a fixed future, as each moment, thought and action changes both of these elements constantly. Prior, I had no physical or conscious awareness of these changes, but they occurred nevertheless. Since then, I have learned that death could not be an escapism from this world. It would simply place my energy, known as an individual, into another life very similar to this one, sometimes described as other dimensions or parallel existences. The difference is being that friends and family may be moved into different connections. For example, a father may become a brother, a sister a friend, and would give logic to the reason why I could not remember previous lives, as there would be a built-in protective element prohibiting it. Remembering past deaths and carrying any heartbreaking moments for eternity would be a sure reason to leave it in the unconscious. Nevertheless, these past actions and existences are stored in the unconscious as the building blocks of an eternal path. I am confident in stating this, as I have travelled within those existences. Death is an inevitable part of my current manifestation, consisting of a finely tuned ecosystem that cannot survive or exist without this constructed system of events. I have manifested it this way to create a natural sense of balance due to my current perception of it. The deeper I dedicate my life towards the purification of the self, the greater the possibility in constructing a new stage in evolution for my world that will awaken the awareness to the recognition that we create our individual existences, which will in turn eliminate the current necessity and purpose for an ecosystem, as those around me will learn to create what they require, rather than it being an inevitable, uncontrollable part of life. This acknowledgement and undertaking has the ability to finally put an end to society's understanding of death. There is a current scientific theory suggesting that death is not the terminal event we think or usually define as death, due to a reporting finding evidence of a parallel universe. According to quantum physics, there can only be a multitude of probabilities to an observation, as an absolute prediction is not possible, with every probability defining a different universe, generally explained as multiverses. The use of a parallel universe, to my reckoning, is another use in explaining consciousness rather than the physical elements. A parallel universe or probability is one of infinite directions consciousness creates after a choice is made, with the words multiverse and infinite being one of the same. The reason and purpose for the manifestation of death is for keeping current perceptions of life perfectly balanced. I have found that existence is not a matter of infinite possibilities within infinite universes, but rather a single point where everything has already happened, with actions and choices determining our place within it. Alternatively, consciousness determining the outcome. Science also suggests that our perception of existence is like a 20-watt fountain of energy within the brain, with a universally accepted mathematical logic that it cannot be created or destroyed, and therefore does not go away with death, but rather transcends. To seek direction from what is internal rather than external has helped me make sense to the riddle called life. Awareness of death. It was my unconscious that created this awakening or current awareness from what it stored and amassed at a previous moment of death. For example, if I were to take my own life, due to the act being caused by great trauma, believing that this act would result in a complete end or nothingness, it would not detract from what the unconscious constructs towards its choice of death. The unconscious, recognizing suicide as death by killing, evaluates the act and stabilizes it. Even though the life taken was mine, it would not detract from the fact that I had put an end to it. Therefore, consciousness creates a new existence containing a chain of events associated with the act of killing and everything connected to the act of killing. The consciousness will also store the great sorrow this action would have left on those who cared, along with the trauma on any who may have found the corpse. In a new awakening, I would have no awareness of the action taken in ending that life, but everyone and everything within the new awakening will have part of those misguided thoughts and destructive intentions. I am aware that it is a byproduct of wrongdoings that manifested such a desperate state, corrupting the mind into believing his act to be the only way out, and not only for the individual's sake, but in occasions undertaken with the belief of this act being for the sake of others. Taking my own life would carry all that death is connected to in this existence and over to the next, and would add to disillusion and disheartenment. Life does not come to an end by destroying the shell it lies within. If I were left with the belief in having no choice in taking my own life, it would suggest that consciousness had chosen this path due to the necessity in its harshness for the purpose to positively bring back an equilibrium to the self. Therefore, remanifesting death to a following existence would, in its own way, have a reason, purpose, and pursuing positive outcome. I reiterate, once dead, an instantaneous awakening recycles into a new existence with only the unconscious having any recollection of the death. The unconscious evaluates those positive and negative choices and creates a new past, present, and history. An acceptance in an eternal existence would help assimilate this forgotten knowledge and help guide future choices. Natural causes. To be aware that death was due to natural causes would suggest that consciousness had nurtured that moment to allow access to the emotion of death for the purpose of awakening an individual's humility and worthiness. Once the conscious gains the ability to envisage eternal existence, it will acknowledge the benefits of this final act, which will help construct a new existence with the humility it evokes. Sudden death. If death was sudden without being aware of it, it would suggest that consciousness had chosen a full change in the surroundings and circumstances. The purposeful sudden change would have been caused due to a build-up of positive or negative circumstances. Again, there would be no conscious awareness of the change or death. The unconscious will store it so the conscious cannot get access to it, as previously stated. Donor. The actions of donating the body for the purpose of helping others implants this good deed into the subconscious, therefore overpowering any fears of its effects on the body in the next existence, as divinely and unconsciously it is not affected, other than in a positive way. In death, everything ends, in the same way as waking from a dream. Therefore, nothing is left behind to truly touch the body. For example, when waking up from a dream in which one is about to fall from a building, the fall did not take place and there was no landing. We simply awake in a completely different environment and place. Funeral. I recall when a friend asked the question, if we leave nothing behind after death, why haven't we disappeared after my friend's death, and why are we at his funeral? Which, as stated, we do not have. The answer given was that this misconception is caused when visualizing surroundings as a collaboration of many rather than a manifestation of the self. Or in other words, everything coming from you, I, not they. The misleading impression of another's existence is formed by the consciousness manifesting the illusion of time. Due to current understandings of existence, time allows everything to interweave, giving the illusion of construction. With this in mind, a death is not the fault of the individual whose funeral is attended. It happens because consciousness chooses this action to direct and awaken emotion within, for the necessity of conscious growth. To gain enlightenment from the death, it is wise to question and seek answers to the purpose of the death by looking at our choices and actions leading up to that moment, and allow the positive and negative elements from the life of the individual for enlightenment, as a life does not pass without guidance or purpose. We only die in the eyes of the beholder, but continue to exist amongst everyone else. reborn. All positive and good actions create and embed themselves into the manifestation of a new existence. Therefore, the following existence is in construction by those actions and thoughts this very moment. The misconception in the belief of life beginning from birth, again, can lead to confusion, as a rebirth or remanifestation simply places us at a new stage of life with a new history and at any age. By fully understanding and adopting this way of existence, and when the majority of negativity has been erased, there can exist a time where the happiest moments and thoughts are compiled into an eternal awareness. In that moment, perceptions of positive and negative actions are also changed by the way life is led in respect to those actions and choices. Losing the wisdom to identify these elements is due to a build-up of negativity undertaken presently or past, acting as the cause and effect. When looking at the past and questioning the actions as, why did I make that decision? How could I have been so cruel? Whatever made me go out with that partner? If only I had done this instead of that. What this means is the mind is also controlled by chosen actions, affecting the ability to reason or differentiate right from wrong. Being under that condition can divert the senses to avoid this guidance. Those of this disposition will, after reading this, be angered and deeply refuse this advice and will construct some form of cohesion to rebuke it. There is a misconception that if a person cannot recognize this condition, the subconscious is not affected and therefore cannot manipulate that person. This is grossly misunderstood. Positive and negative act as the building blocks and laws of existence, the opposing forces. If they did not, there would be no awareness of what is right or wrong, and life would not contain these forces. The power of belief is not always the final result, as it is those same beliefs that are constructed by choices and actions. Cure by death. The subconscious knows that in many instances, animal testing takes place in the search for a cure to many ailments, creating an abundance of death in its wake. Although recognized by many as a necessary requirement for the good of humankind, it does not prevent consciousness from taking appropriate action in rebalancing the pain caused. My goal is to influence humanity to endeavor to change from within and also change the things in life that contribute to the breakdown of a human's natural biological defenses. Eliminating negativity of all kinds enhances that natural defense and eliminates all cause, releasing great self-healing powers lying dormant within. The aim is to prevent the cause rather than to find the cure. Prophets. This world has had many false prophets, which many follow with such a passion to kill for. The confusion that causes the misguidance in following them is the cause and effect of harbouring and accepting the misguided belief in killing as a justification for punishment towards the guilty. Individuals who acknowledge this misconception can use the experience as a guide and path to avoid. This, I believe, cannot be stressed enough. A prophet should only be recognized as a positive guide if there is no form of death in their teachings or actions. If they have given their consent to death or a harmful deed, it would be logical to avoid, and to also avoid any connections in the distribution of those teachings. It would also be illogical for me to hate, loathe, or scold those who have chosen to follow such destructive routes, as they are my manifestation after all. I am also wary of the emotion created by anger. as it stagnates and becomes a virus, harming the bearer. Therefore, by taking control of the emotion, subduing it becomes the cure that eliminates the virus. If the accused or believed guilty cannot be enlightened to a peaceful path, the act of mercy and compassion would allow their actions to enlighten my own, and that same mercy acts as a strengthening agent to the cure. The act of directing them to this knowledge can help plant a seed of peace into their subconscious, which will then grow positively in the consciousness of all connected parties. My existence is constructed of the moment rather than a period of time. It is my thoughts and actions that place me at that point within that period. For example, visualize a glass ball full of particles. The particles are intelligent but have no form. Emotions and actions are what create structure and form. Therefore, although the particles are all within the same dome, their form and structure manifest to the perception of the person viewing them. Intelligence is as knowledgeable as the construction of its surroundings in respect to those elements constructed by the subconscious, meaning, if my surroundings are but a mere illusion or dream state, recognized as consciousness, by trying to find a purpose for it on a material scientific basis would be meaningless. Nevertheless, current science continues on this fruitless quest whilst attributing those who do the same as intelligence. The misconception to recognize consciousness as an existing force prevents its growth. I once looked upon the intelligent from historical predecessors for guidance, but with hindsight, I now view many of their teachings as primitive. The repercussions in allowing conscience to ignore the purpose and existence of untapped forces outside current beliefs or science would leave the desolate spaces of the brain in its current stagnation, and the dark matter in space will remain in the darkness. Each individual has the dormant insight to shed light upon it. The dark matter in space is a canvas, and we are the artists. When reading or hearing the words of a prophet in regards to their view in understanding God, it's simply a misconception by the prophets unconsciously writing about themselves. They have tapped into their own abilities but disbelieve it. Therefore, they connect it to a deity. With this in mind, it would suggest that all scripture regarding the divine is to the extent of the morality of the writer and not that of a god. Undertaking this view has been the guide to releasing suppressed abilities. From a young age I would question the belief of a god putting us here and punishing us for our sins, like in the film Jason and the Argonauts, and then to send his son to die for us. None of it seemed to make sense to me. Many who have devoted their lives to their faith follow and teach it without question, in the same manner a soldier is taught to kill for their queen and country. Therefore, without the ability to divert from that belief can create misguided thoughts. Faiths can at times become restricted by their past perceptions of their beliefs, having a common tendency to rely too heavily with total conviction towards the first piece of information offered. By remaining steadfast to their convictions without leeway can only end in creating establishments that would crumble if those convictions were changed. Therefore, if the belief of a deity were to be substituted as a natural positive force of nature or existence, it would put an end to the belief that a bearded man or any other form plays with us like pieces on a chessboard. These faiths would categorize this portrayal as blasphemous and view it as irresponsible. With positive enlightenment, it is inevitable that there will come a time when my world will become aware that it is the self that controls that force, putting an end to the battle between whose God is greater than the other, and finally, an end to blaming anything external from the self. Jesus. Looking at historical records of Jesus, taking into regard that there is no intention in using his name to discriminate towards any religion or association. As a seer, I personally have been guided by virtue to recognize him as a man, rather than a god or the son of a god. Simply a person who awoke abilities and began to understand that by interacting with the natural laws of positive and negative, allowed him the ability to take control over them. By mastering those emotions and directing them only towards positive actions, allowed him the ability to recognize the powers gained in doing so. By gaining the awareness that I am materialized consciousness with my emotions controlled by opposing forces, those same forces within me that had remained dormant became activated, allowing me to accomplish feats of magic. Jesus passed on the knowledge that he, God, signifying good, is within everyone, and by adopting the X of good, raises the self to a higher state of existence, gaining the grace of good, and therefore becoming the Jesus my world awaits. It is not the man, but the deed that is needed in the world, a good world through humankind. This is what I have come to understand was the meaning of his return, the seed of his being here. His life and sacrifice was the seed his ministry implanted inside each and every one who understands the knowledge, those who can hear and those who can see. We cannot become the God that is described to humankind by current religions, but we can become good. God comes from that sacrifice, good. Therefore, the creator of God is the act of doing good. By suggesting that Jesus was God, and therefore only he could be good, takes away all of what he preached, lived, suffered and died for. His ministry was to direct, show and guide everyone to the means and ability in finding and eliminating all that is not good, which will then allow all that seek it to become the epitome of good. To insist that others are to worship him as a god or face hell's fire is just as much a sin as all the other temptations that one strives to rise above. Not only does this insult the essence in the understanding of good and its nature, it becomes that force which all those that believe they are good fight against. Yet unbeknown to the so believed good doers, they unintentionally spread fear into the minds of children. The byproduct to this act releases and manifests all that fear can muster. Jesus did not leave. He is here in all his wonder and glory, and his seed has risen and blossomed within me, with the virtue, wisdom and strength to fulfill his works and bring back his flock who were misguided by the immorality of the misconceived. Do not take my word for it. Follow this wisdom, become the good, and then witness the kingdom of heaven for yourself. These days, the existence of Jesus is still pondered upon. Nevertheless, the question has already been answered. If everything is mere consciousness, his manifestation to exist in that consciousness is the answer. The question lies in the significance in manifesting such a virtuous individual. Could it be a guide from a higher self or enlightenment? Alternatively, it would be pretentious to simply dismiss an obvious important part in which consciousness has gone to a great means in manifesting, as every manifestation has a purpose, in the same sense every body part has in constructing the human form. My aim is to recognize the significance of everything and everyone within my conscious existence and their relevance towards my journey to enlightenment. This current world has adopted a sense of blame towards a divine being for the state the world is in. Sadly, this misconception detracts from the fact that this world and all its horrors are an ongoing self-inflicted creation by every action and choice taken at this very moment. These horrors can be eradicated simply by understanding that their creation comes from within and takes place consciously and unconsciously on a daily basis. I once received a vision showing me that if humanity accepted this form of personal responsibility for the results and outcomes of their lives, sages, prophets, and those of peace would not have to suffer persecution, and neither would they have to sacrifice themselves to educate the populace. Therefore, in a new awakening, the crucifixion would not have to take place. Being aware that this is my manifestation, it would suggest that I am the tutor who has sent these emotions to myself in the aim of learning how to deal with them and resolve them. This is a battle in who is stronger, me or my emotions, my inner or outer self. Emotions act as viruses or conditions that only the bearer can remove. I constantly endeavour to allow this knowledge to strengthen my understanding of self-control in the aim of suppressing those viruses. I regress. Negativity is a condition of purification and a simple balancing process. Suppressing negative emotions, whether they are within myself or towards external situations, has allowed me to activate the ability to view negativity as the blessing it portends, therefore turning that negativity into a positive. Negative occurrences happen for the purpose of rebalancing any transgressions, in the same way the body heals after a cut. The body naturally heals, or the body would succumb to infection with the possibility of death by a minor injury. There are individuals who prophesize and believe without question that paranormal events are only possible due to where they are, believing it to be a sacred chosen place or holy ground. There are many such places around the world. Medjugorje in Bosnia-Herzegovina is such a place, Lourdes in France is another, and so forth, consisting of many apparitions and miraculous events. I have learnt that it is not the place, but the individual who creates those same apparitions and miracles. Humans have these abilities. It resides within them. They become apparent once they gain the virtue required to activate that dormant state. I view the events that happen at these places as examples to what everyone can achieve, anytime, anywhere, and any place. My own apparitions appear wherever I go. Nothing left behind. Embracing this ideology has released the boundaries of the mind to accept it and see existence as a holographic creation constructed by the self, or also a dream state condition from which I constantly awake. With this in mind, visualizing it as a dream, I realize that I leave no legacy, I hoard or accumulate for no one, I leave no family, I have no funeral, I leave nothing, I take nothing. The only thing stored within my being is my conscience, which becomes my creator and judicator. If a country comes along to conquer another by the use of death and destruction, the question comes down to whose life is most valuable, theirs or ours, and what constitutes value. Should the perception of a hero not be someone who can accept the possible loss of their own life in the prevention of taking another. Benevolently, justifying war heroes is inevitably a very sensitive area that can inadvertently and unintentionally evoke anger and resentment. What benefits an eternal existence is not the easiest to relay to those who believe they live for today. Any form of killing, whether it is with the understanding and intention of protecting a country or loved ones, becomes stored by the subconscious as a misconceived act. Why it does this is due to recognizing the enemy as a manifestation created by the self. Therefore, if the result of erasing it is death, it would go against the natural laws of existence, resulting in only harming the self. This current culture continues to cultivate and induce the mind to hold those that kill in high praise, giving spawn to others who want to follow in the steps of those heroes by also killing. As an example, if those we call the enemy kill our son, father, or daughter in battle, do we praise their valor and place their photo up on our walls as heroes? As previously stated, to kill takes death to the next existence. When consciousness remanifests, the current perception of everything ends. Battles would have been in vain. The pain caused by another's death would just corrupt the consciousness. The inevitability of cause and effect due to the continuous will to kill will store the pain and loss felt by those of which it was administered to, and therefore the self would have to suffer those deep and dreadful self-inflicted emotions in the next placement, not because God or Satan chose it, but because it was self-inflicted. If this view has caused upset, I apologize, as my intention is to heal, not to hurt. By choosing to remain heedless in the abilities of the self, can manifest a world of illusion containing false pretense of justice and revenge. It is peaceful actions, not beliefs, that create a positive next placement. I would like to give another example of how the multiverse functions within the consciousness. To allow the conscious to make sense of this concept, it is essential to always view every person individually, meaning every individual as the dreamer of their own private dream. For example, if I am one of 10 individuals in a room and I shoot one of them, this state of mind is amassed by the influence of transgressions. My punishment for this action would be incarceration, which by our current laws would be required for me to serve if I were to be released back into society. Consciousness works in the same manner by manifesting a negative action with the intention to stabilize, or in another sense, rehabilitate the consciousness back to a positive state. Every individual in the room is part of me, meaning, if I were a tree, they are the fruits of that tree. They are there to enlighten me to the many states in which I could exist. To look at the scenario in a different perspective, placing me as the person shot, as previously mentioned, the reason for it to happen would be due to the cause and effect of previous transgressions. The shooter may have killed me in their manifestation, but the result would not necessarily mean I would die in mine, as the outcome would depend on the extent of my previous transgressions. It may therefore result with the shot missing, wounding, or crippling me. This would not be a coincidence or a random act of some unstable person. It would be the constructed accumulation of my choices, with only myself to blame. The act of blaming or the use of any hostility towards the shooter would be pointless, because I manifested them. I could question this by suggesting that If I were to forgive everyone who commits a crime, my world would soon be overrun by the corrupt. If I had failed to evolve consciousness to a more desirable state, I may never have found the answer to the above. My choice in lifestyle can prevent a negative outcome rather than to search for the answer or cure after the event. To view the shooting scenario as a collective consciousness, being that a shooting is an obvious negative effect, suggests that everyone attending would have had amassed negative influences in their lives, resulting in the manifestation of this event. To conclude, the room would consist of 10 individuals who would be viewing, witnessing, and experiencing completely dissimilar events from within the perception of one place, including the appearance of the individuals and the colours and the construction of the room. There is so much value that comes with the knowledge of an external existence and its laws. I believe that if I were to avoid death in all its forms, it would help me to avoid materializing it in a following existence, to a point where I could erase the entire concept of death. I have come to terms that the belief in leaving a world behind after death is a delusion manifested by the unconscious, due to the confusion in believing in a collective existence rather than a single individual one. For example, by saying their emotions entwine with mine was the confusion. I now view others, they or them, as manifestations projected from within. Another example, if I were to leave an individual harbouring negative thoughts towards me, it is not the individual, but the action I leave them with that becomes a negative energy, and therefore causing a negative energy towards myself, rather than the individual. The individual is a mere vessel the consciousness has manifested to harbour that energy. There is no collective, but simply the manipulation towards oneself. A whole lifetime can consist of a lack of awareness towards how to view, understand or recognize the defining areas of what is right or wrong. My intention in addressing this is to trigger, reawaken and re-establish that awareness. If happiness were derived from the illusion of this current world or existence, I guess to seek change would not have a purpose or reason. For instance, if I were happy within my existence and surroundings, what would be the purpose for change? Could it be that the current state of mind lies in such a state of confusion that it has lost the awareness to look beyond what is obvious, no longer able to see the veil that blocks that vision? Considering this, if a negative force were to come and corrupt humankind, if it were to erase the knowledge of eternal life by substituting it with a creator, by my deduction, I would conclude it to be a strategic first move. Secondly, the purpose of a physical body added for feeling pain and emotions. Throw in an illusion of time with the reliability and pride gained from currency, that is in certain occasions accumulated by the killing of their own kind, derived by the confusion in differentiating good deeds and actions from bad ones. With this misconception, this population freely and willingly destroys not only themselves but also their world of which they are aware of, and their eternity of which many are not. If I would like to see change within my worlds, certain actions taken can remove particular negativities from the consciousness. My intention in suggesting consciousness is due to it being the driving force that sets my world in motion. Positive change and actions would mean to stop killing or being part of the chain or link to death. I once was conditioned to have pride in wearing the flesh of carcasses and the sense of stature by leather coats, house and car interiors and so forth. I had lost sight of morality, or had chosen to neglect it by perceiving other forms of life as being inferior to my own. My level of attainment, fueled by money, rapidly encouraged my status and false sense of pride in its selfish relents. By these actions, I was knowingly or inadvertently teaching the world selfish ways by flaunting that wealth, status, or nobility. Nevertheless, my world has this view of life so deeply embedded to such an extent that the populace cannot help envying or worshipping those who promote extravagance, becoming blind to the monsters it creates from this form of society, due to those who cannot achieve these goals becoming angry, jealous, and vengeful by a misguided sense of pride. How could I have even contemplated a world of positive change if I were not aware of my own destructive nature? I view the actions by the people in my current world to be the same as insects, led and enticed towards a bright light. If their actions remain as the insects, how can they have the audacity to view them as the inferior species? My goal is to redirect their quest to honor those of peace, not to those who kill to achieve it. I would need to nurture all my thoughts towards extravagance in the same manner that I now have towards the vulgarity in wearing animal furs. Prior to the previous change, I wished I could afford to wear such clothing, but now, in hindsight, look upon it as an immorally unjustified extravagance. Can flaunting wealth also be construed as immoral, being well aware that it could be used to save many lives worldwide? Can one truly value trinkets that portray wealth more than being valued for saving lives? Would it be possible to change the value of money by the purpose of labour to accumulate it? For example, when running a marathon to raise money for charity, the hard work put into it is not for selfish reasons. The hard work and study put into acquiring a well-paid job can also be for the purpose to recycle the money back into a broken society, rather than the selfish prestige associated with it, resulting in a misguided, warped pride. Hunting. My grandfather used to hunt and bring back the spoils of his day. He would also have some mounted and displayed around his house, as he was a proud man. Therefore, I believed that if I were to do the same, it would make him proud of me. I took up the sport and had become a great shot and could shoot a small bird from 30 yards away. Mortifyingly, at the time, I was so proud of myself that I would convince friends of mine to come and join me, which then escalated in the death and mutilation of an abundance of living creatures. At that moment in time, my mind was so misinformed and corrupted by my surroundings, of which guided me to accept that the billions that are killed yearly for our consumption was simply a way of existence taught by our education and society. Heartbreakingly, leaving me with the view that wildlife was an expendable commodity, the lower species. I also had a bird mounted and gave it pride of place in my home as a trophy to my hunting prowess. That sorrowful experience shows how the negative actions of others manifested by the self can blind one's judgment from avoiding such practices, inadvertently causing the misguided to fall deeper into a negative state of depravity with the perception of it being a positive. Tears fill my eyes whenever I read this paragraph. I continually strive and have made it a lifelong quest to make amends for past misunderstandings, for the purpose of preventing others from falling into the same trap as I once did. At times I question if I would have believed that a person's mind could be conditioned to this state without personally experiencing it. Does this society cultivate a life controlled by violence and power? due to the manifestation of those in the limelight, be it entertainers, the elite, the rich, the famous, and basically anyone the media focuses on. These individuals ironically gain admiration by a twisted belief that they are better than the many because of their familiarity. These people are what the population look up to, and many look upon them as mentors. Could this be a portrayal of the blind leading the blind? All the prophets, sages, and the wise have advised not to be misled by money, power, and pride, as this form of flamboyance becomes a misguided state of existence that will counterbalance the positivity harvested, and in turn, creating what is perceived as a forthcoming tragedy. If I were to have disregarded or brushed their guidance under the carpet, the action would have hindered any foresight to it. Keeping in mind that I, you, and the sages are one of the same, we all originate from the same source and become manifest by the self. Could it then be a cry for help and direction from the self to the self? The greater the selfishness, the greater the chasm to climb out of. Even the typical thought process can become destructive. For example, by visualizing individuals who have menial jobs, the immediate thought for many may be of embarrassment, associating it with an unskilled lower class status, having a lack of education, and in some cases, harshly viewing the individuals as losers. These workers may also associate these perceptions to what others may think of them. This becomes the harbinger of negative energies, resulting in depression, which aids illness, with one extreme end of the scale being suicide. Viewing and portraying individuals like the so mentioned is the result of a misguided state of being. It is a diseased viral thought materialized by a lack of compassion and judgment, resulting in its destructiveness due to the unwillingness in recognizing the cause of those actions. My aim was to erase the negative thoughts I may have had towards others and refuse to follow those negative thinkers. Adopting negative thinking can corrupt the mind into viewing such positions as shameful due to a negative worldly trait known as pride. By coming to understand the totality of existence, pride or feelings of superiority become recognized for the extreme unpleasantness this emotion carries. Again, a world with this characteristic is a self-manifestation. I can begin to eliminate the senses of shame and self-worth from my worlds by firstly eliminating it from myself. I reiterate, the laws of nature and existence interact with the perception of consciousness using the knowledge of positive and negative in establishing a balance, identified or understood as judicators. Therefore, to kill anything harnesses death and manifests it into the next existence. Eating meat or the flesh of other living species becomes part of the chain reaction to death and therefore brings all links to death to a next existence and creates the devouring of an ecosystem. All negative emotions have been harnessed in the same manner. Eliminating them from this lifetime can prevent manifestation in the next. Everyone holds the power to create a world without negative elements, be it death, flesh devouring flesh, infectious insects, sadness, lust, loss, famine, catastrophe, loneliness, desires, status, pride, jealousy, the necessity for creation, belongings, or legacy. If I were to write why I find it staggering that in the year 2020 this world still believes that to kill for some means or other is justifiable, then many will treat me with contempt, and they will send me a million reasons why we need to kill, rather than looking for a million reasons why we need not. There have been many times when I have been mocked and scorned for simply stating that I believed in peace and a harmonious world. I have found that the following can upset my stability and equilibrium and be the cause of unrest. Extravagance in all its forms, meaning to squander money on anything that is not for the benefit of the less fortunate. Causing or being connected to the death of anything for any reason or purpose. Portraying negative actions others may adopt or follow, even if unaware of the negativity the actions carry. I had struggled when being in the state of consciousness that would incorporate the so mentioned, and found that trying to avoid being part of misguided actions would at times be fruitless, but in time, by acknowledging and avoiding these traits, the choices I made had become clearer and more positive. It may be questioned as in what sense can causing death not be avoided. For example, even when going out for a walk, an insect may inadvertently be stepped on. This does not mean that I should become a hermit and never venture from my abode. These circumstances are in existence due to previous or past indiscretions, but as previously stated, it is possible to eventually eliminate these events from existence once this awareness is gained, and by eliminating negative areas from within. All begins and ends with the self. As harsh and inconceivable as it may sound, the responsibility of existence lies with the beholder of that existence. Vegetarianism. At this current stage of consciousness, I have manifested the necessity for food and therefore must begin to acknowledge the importance of why I did this and endeavour to understand the implications caused by how I interact with it to keep an equilibrium. I would love to see my world with the following level of virtue. Isaiah 11:6. The wolf will live with the lamb. The leopard will lie down with the goat. The calf and the lion and the yearling together, and the little child will lead them. My purpose for using certain virtuous quotes from the Bible is because it is recognized by many as an important part and guide to life, even if it is not believed. On a conscious level, it has been manifested into this world, and therefore it must be of importance and substance, but I found that the wisdom and knowledge it contains is interpreted in conjunction to the ethics of the reader. As stated, historical individuals labelled as philosophers, sages, prophets, wise men, and guides have been made manifest by the self for the purpose in gaining wisdom and direction. Albert Einstein, recognized as one of the world's most intelligent individuals, quotes that nothing will benefit human health and increase chances for survival of life on Earth as much as the evolution to a vegetarian diet. Leo Tolstoy, writer and philosopher, quotes that a man can live and be healthy without killing animals for food. Therefore, if he eats meat, he participates in taking animal life merely for the sake of his appetite, and to act so is immoral. The Bible has been used to promote sacrifice and eating of meat by many, but when reading Genesis 1:29 and Genesis 1:30, And God said, Behold, I have given you every herb bearing seed which is upon the face of all the earth, and every tree in the which is the fruit of the tree yielding seed. To you it shall be for meat. And to every beast of the earth, and to every fowl of the air, and to everything that creepeth upon the earth, wherein there is life, I have given every green herb for meat. And it was so. My interpretation is that the fruit and the herb is in place of the meat. Also, that fruit and herb is to be eaten by those of the flesh. It is simply the interpretation that can create confusion. All knowledge is interpreted by individual values and the standard of virtue. Apollonius, being a student of Pythagoras, was said to have had great magical and mystical powers. Also taught that the universe is a living being, as follows. This perspective is important. If everything is seen as having consciousness, then we have a greater sense of the sacred, and we are able to travel upon the great road of evolutionary change in a much more magical way. No one can claim immortality for themselves if they persist in making the death of other beings the foundation for their own eternal life. The consciousness in its current understanding or stage of existence stores the act of killing. Even by being part of the chain to death, whether I do this consciously or unconsciously, it sets into motion the stages of stabilizing that action. The stabilizing process is nature directing positivity back into my life, but I find that the current understanding of those around me misunderstand this process as a negative occurrence, or recognize it as something bad happening to them, around them, or to the world. To expand, meat, alcohol, nicotine, drugs, and overindulgence seems to trigger the subconscious to register these acts as self-harm, which are then collated and transformed to an emotional equivalent and recycled to stabilize the whole process to its positive equilibrium. This becomes a never-ending cycle of opposing forces. When I question if everything I have become aware of is the total truth, the reply from the Word was that nothing in existence can be relied upon as the truth, as each of us project a personal truth or reality. The importance to the question would rely on what that truth should encompass in regard to either promoting peace or not. Heaven. Within this society, there is a common conviction that there is an afterlife. Having an upbringing in Catholicism taught me to believe in heaven and hell, God and the devil, Jesus and his apostles, angels, and all that it preaches. I could not see any reason why I should not believe, as it seemed to teach us to do and follow what my understanding of right was at that time in my life. My research into faiths found many eyewitness accounts to miraculous events and lots of video and photographic evidence. Therefore, whatever belief and however far-fetched it may be, would suggest that they all have a truth, but there was a twist to my perception of truth. The twist is that every individual manifests their own reality, and therefore nothing is impossible. This would also suggest that every mythical legend can also be true, and is illogical to disregard them all as simple tales. Whatever the views of heaven or paradise, I previously stated in my first book, The Wise Listen, that I believed it would contain no negativity. This is consistent to a degree, but I did not take into account the most crucial element being free will. To perceive heaven as an everlasting existence incorporating all positive moments takes away the freedom to choose between both negative and positive. Therefore, Removing choice reduces us to become robotic in form, like the body without the soul. The positive and negative attached to my choices are the laws I have imposed on myself for the purpose of directing my senses to acknowledge both forces and their consequences. In this current existence or world, components of choice have formed the belief that money, children, status, fame, property, extravagance, and pride are all natural paths to take in which to be proud. This state of consciousness interprets it as choosing to be a friend to the world, inadvertently becoming an enemy to that world and an enemy to myself. A positive action acts as deterrent, regardless of the temptations towards these things. This positive action would access the consciousness for the purpose in protecting me. A misguided mindset would convince me to question its rationality and direct the mind away from understanding it, rather than to be without the previous so mentioned, and therefore believing and misinterpreting this guidance as a bad thing rather than a good one. This scenario is what my knowledge shows will happen in a metaphorical heaven. The exception would be that I would have the acknowledgement and understanding of both forces, and therefore the awareness in choosing a negative will be in the same sense as knowing of an imminent incarceration in breaking the laws of the land. The simplicity towards a healthy life can be compared in the same manner as keeping a healthy body. With a balanced diet and exercise, it will respond to the best of its ability. As with life, by learning and following the ethical way to live, allows a positive force to lead any previous misguided paths towards the right direction. As a juvenile, many things I loved to do and eat were believed to have no negative effect on me, but as I matured and became wiser, I understood the opposite, realizing certain foods and actions to be bad for me. I look around me and see many who still carry that mindset, but as the minor, are oblivious. Therefore, I share this knowledge with the sole purpose to acknowledge these forces of which without will inadvertently be negatively affecting the outcome of a positive future. The conscious can inadvertently blot out much of the ethical judgment, but the answers to re-establish it are all around and visible everywhere. Heaven is within. It originates from within and manifests as what is perceived as a material world. Ancestry. When contemplating the research into family ancestry, I believed that I was simply looking into a fixed history, but when consciousness is placed into the equation, it manifests everything and everyone found. As I write, history is brought into being by the subconscious and allows the unconscious to do the rest. Everything around me is a blank canvas, and previously unbeknown to me was that I am the artist. This view is also significant in memories, which are changing every second, rather than a fixed and unchangeable lifetime as I would formerly comprehend. Following this knowledge of consciousness suggests there is no history, neither the future envisaged through meticulous actions taken to sculpt it. Putting this knowledge into practice has helped my current wisdom to evolve and transcend the boundaries of a physical nature. Infinity. If placed between two mirrors, one in front and another behind, one could suggest there is no end or beginning, the conscious observer being the central body of both views. How can it be infinite when one can reach out and touch both mirrors at arm's length? When removing the observer, infinity still exists unconsciously, even without the awareness of its existence. Infinity would also be void of time, as time currently perceived does not exist. This process of time has been adopted by the consciousness to give physical structure to existence. There will come a time or moment when time itself will cease, but not in the conventional form. It will cease when the self gains the awareness of what it is and where it came from, or shall I say its origin. The evolution of consciousness will come to understand its manipulation. What is purpose? Life is an eternal journey of consciousness in search of an equilibrium, hindered and confused by misguided paths and opposing forces that are the laws of existence. These forces must always be, as without either, all existence as it is understood would stand still. Understanding this process allows a choice in indulging either of the opposing forces. In a nutshell, you, I, created and continue to create everything. I found no specific reason to existence other than to exist through choice. The world that I have come to understand travels in a positive direction. I have learned that any hostile and destructive forces that have been labelled after fallen angels do not exist and are simply a misconception of the natural laws that are self-imposed for the purpose in establishing and rebuilding what has been defiled. From the moment I learnt to accept this knowledge, my journey towards how existence was began to take form and led me to the foundation of what is perceived as magic, mysticism, and supernatural powers. It had awoken the senses to an abundance of new experiences. By the knowledge gained from my personal awakening, there was a moment when the following scripture was read at the wedding of Prince William and Kate Middleton, heard by the world. It contained a deeper statement or teaching for me, as I am sure it did for those it could reach. Therefore, I have interpreted it in such a fashion that it may enhance the essence of the scripture. Romans 12. I beseech you therefore, brethren, by the mercies obtained by one's good deeds, that ye present your bodies as living sacrifice, the sacrifice being to refrain from the selfish temptations constructed by our own actions, holy, acceptable unto our consciousness, which interprets it as your reasonable service. And be not conformed to this world, but be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind, that ye may prove what is that good, acceptable, and perfect will of which we all are aware, but remains dormant within the conscious mind. For I say, through the grace given unto me, to every person that is among you, not to think of oneself more highly than we ought to think, but to think soberly, according as our actions have dealt to every person the measure of faith. For as we have many members or parts in one body, and all members or parts have not the same office, function, or place, so we, being many, are one body here on earth, and every one member one of another. Having then gifts differing according to the grace that is given to us by the results of those actions, whether prophecy, let us prophesy according to the proportion of faith held by one's moral aptitude, or ministry, let us wait on our ministering, or the person that teacheth or teaching, or the person that exhorteth on exhortation, the person that giveth, let them do it with simplicity, the person that ruleth with diligence, the person that showeth mercy with cheerfulness, Let love be without dissimulation. Avert that which is evil. Cleave to that which is good. Be kindly affectionate one to another with brotherly and sisterly love. In honour, preferring one another, not slothful in business, fervent in spirit, serving the good, rejoicing in hope, patient in tribulation, continuing instant in prayer, distributing to the necessity of saintly, given to hospitality. Bless them which persecute you, bless and curse not. Rejoice with them that do rejoice, and weep with them that weep. Be of the same mind one toward another. Mind not high things, but condescend to those of low estate. Be not wise in your own conceits. Recompense to no one evil for evil. Provide things honest in the sight of all. If it be possible, as much as lieth in you, live peacefully with all. Dearly beloved, avenge not yourselves, but rather give place unto wrath. For it is written, Vengeance is mine, and is repaid in one's karma. Therefore, if thine enemy hunger, feed them. If they thirst, give them drink. For in so doing, thou shalt quench the coals of fire upon your head. Be not overcome of evil, but overcome evil with good and the shedding of fear. End of Romans. Emotional trauma is an inevitable necessity in the direction of serenity. The Professor and the Student. The following story attempts to prove the existence of God. I personally would like to view the meaning of God symbolizing the action of doing good, or the act of being a good person, rather than representing a deity. With this in mind, I have added the word good alongside God in the last paragraph. It allegedly records a conversation between a humble God-believing student and an arrogant atheist university professor. The story may be an urban legend, but it is the irrelevance to what the story carries as a message in its own merit. A university professor at a well-known institution of higher learning challenged his students with this question: Did God create everything that exists? A student bravely replied, Yes, he did. God created everything? The professor asked. Yes, sir, he certainly did, the student replied. The professor answered, If God created everything, then God created evil. And since evil exists, and according to the principle that our works define who we are, then we can assume God is evil. The student became quiet and did not answer the professor's hypothetical definition. The professor, quite pleased with himself, boasted to the students that he had proven once more that the Christian faith was a myth. Another student raised his hand and said, May I ask you a question, Professor? Of course, replied the professor. The student stood up and asked, Professor, does cold exist? What kind of question is this? Of course it exists. Have you never been cold? The other student snickered at the young man's question. The young man replied, In fact, sir, cold does not exist. According to the laws of physics, what we consider cold is in reality the absence of heat. Every body or object is susceptible to study when it has or transmits energy, and heat is what makes a body or matter have or transmit energy. Absolute zero minus 273.15 centigrade is the total absence of heat, and all matter becomes inert and incapable of reaction at that temperature. Cold does not exist. We have created this word to describe how we feel if we have no heat. The student continued, "Professor, does darkness exist?" The professor responded, "Of course it does." The student replied, "Once again you are wrong, sir. Darkness does not exist either. Darkness is in reality the absence of light. Light we can study, but not darkness. In fact, we can use Newton's prism to break white light into many colours and study the various wavelengths of each colour. You cannot measure darkness. A simple ray of light can break into a world of darkness and illuminate it. How can you know how dark a certain space is? You measure the amount of light present. Isn't this correct? Darkness is a term used by man to describe what happens when there is no light present. Finally, the young man asked the professor, "Sir, does evil exist?" Now uncertain, the professor responded, "Of course, as I have already said, we see it every day. It is in the daily examples of man's inhumanity to man. It is in the multitude of crime and violence everywhere in the world. These manifestations are nothing else but evil." To this, the student replied, "Evil does not exist, sir, or at least it does not exist unto itself. Evil is simply the absence of God or good. It is just like darkness and cold, a word that man has created to describe the absence of God or good. God did not create evil. Evil is the result of what happens when man does not have God's love present in his heart. It's like the cold that comes when there is no heat, or the darkness that comes when there is no light." The professor sat down. The young man's name, Albert Einstein. My parables. It is not the religion but the act that makes the person and changes the world. One turned and said, "We need to gain a level of worthiness by money. It's necessary to live. The more money, the better our lives. This is common sense, and the real world, mate. There's a plane full of people flying over an area that contains a pot of gold. All of them on board want it. They all have parachutes and proceed to jump out of the plane, each of them leaving the action of deploying the parachute till the last moment, as each of them wants to get to the gold first. But before realizing it, in their consumption of self-indulging thoughts, they are too late to open their parachutes and fall to their deaths. If we don't have an army to protect ourselves, anyone could come in and conquer us. The righteous thought is to protect the soul or consciousness. To kill is to lose it, no matter what cause. If those one protects are not virtuous, one protects nothing. If they are, they will willingly die for their beliefs in purity, rather than to lose their virtue in the senseless act of killing, as death takes away the gift of an eternal paradise and all the good that abides in the conscience. If I had a beautiful garden filled with weeds, and strangers come to remove them, why would I do those strangers any harm? What if they also rip out the good plants? The only good plants are those who have sown their seed, so even if they are ripped out, their seed will continue to blossom. The weeds signify the misguided. The garden is the world. Don't allow plants of colour and beauty fool us into believing they are good. To sow seed means to teach peace and love to those who do likewise. Flamboyancy, wealth and power are not virtuous teachings. You have a screw loose. You must be mental by the things you say and suggest. History teaches that those of a closed mind who are set in their ways will not change those ways for anyone, but rather go on the defensive and belittle them. These primitive characteristics may require another existence to awaken. For those of an open mind experiencing these individuals would suggest that they are manifested as a way of education for the purpose in broadening the wisdom in how to deal with this form of obstacle. When a child is asked to draw the curtains, and the child comes back with a drawing of curtains, why would one be angry? Anger will simply show a lack of understanding and patience. My parable of Jesus. In hindsight, to experience a vision of a sibling's future, knowing that at a certain stage in their life they would approach a junction where they would be shot by a drive-by. In the aim to prevent the occurrence, we proceed in telling them from birth to not venture in that particular area on that particular date, resulting with them promising not to. However, when the time came, we overheard them say they would not take heed and wanted to prove it was nonsense and wrong. Our immediate response is to hurry to get there and jump in front of our sibling, sacrificing our own life to save theirs. At that point, would we want to be remembered by our sibling as a lunatic with crazy stories which resulted as a freak accident? Or, alternatively, to say how they were wrong and believe their parents had an enlightening insight and vision which ended in the heroic loss of their own life for those who lack belief and the will to understand. In the Gospels, Jesus gave his life in the same manner for us. He had the insight, enlightenment and wisdom to see where consciousness is leading us. His legacy has been manifested as a way to advise us, we being his siblings and he our guide or parent. Tree parable. When you see a tree, you see the beauty nature creates. When I see a tree, I see the beauty I create, which is a manifestation of the beauty I hold within. You see the earth, the seed, and the tree. I see my body and what it consists of. This night of nature's life force works diligently and consistent with the land from the day of conception, relentlessly working, so to become larger and stronger, a strength that could not be toppled, not even from a gale force storm. Yet it doesn't matter how harshly treated, as nothing can deter the quest to spend a selfless lifetime feeding, nurturing, and housing all in need. A life whose purpose is to give life until death. But by then, the seed of offspring will continue, as this is the nature of this great and wise teacher. Dedicated to a friend and guide, the fruit tree. The good. If deserving, you will receive it. Once you have received it, you will not want it. If not deserving, you will lose it and gain all earth's desires. This parable denotes the difficulties of gaining a virtuous insight. Overpopulation. How do we cope with overpopulation? The answer is simply to stop having children. If you drink to your fill, why would you continue, as it will result in drowning? But everyone else is having children. If I stopped, it wouldn't change anything. It's not what they do, it's what you do that changes your world. Self-reliance. A mouse finds its way into a room but cannot find its way back out. The person whose room it is adopts it and feeds it. This keeps the person and mouse content. However, the person took a bad turn and died, and thereafter the mouse starved to death. The person took an unintentional selfish path by keeping the mouse when it should have been set free. Society feeds us for its own selfish purposes. If the earth were to have a catastrophe, we would all die. The moral of the story is that society should teach us self-reliance and efficiency to be able to survive in the wild or without our own person feeding us. As without electricity, gas, tap water, and shall we say, food on tap, the majority would not know how to survive. By teaching us self-reliance, the person sets us free. Answer within. I desperately require someone to save me from the wrongs of this world, someone to come and stop all the bad things happening. I pray for that deity, or even that day when Jesus returns to do it. Dorothy, from The Wizard of Oz, went through so many trials to find her way back home, not realizing she carried the answer with her all along. One asks where the edge of the earth is. Yet, if I propel myself upwards, it is wherever I stand. If the mind is enclosed within a box, by thinking outside the box will give the answer. It is not that I channel beings or a higher intelligence. It is a stage of enlightenment. It is the effort towards virtue that opens the receptive connections of the mind, positively changing thoughts, interactions, and world. Killing insects. I have simply spotted a dirty fly, so what? Stop making such a big deal of it. If an advanced life form comes to Earth and sees us as a dirty excuse for a living thing, do they have the right to erase us? Whilst asleep, a person comes and removes the cap off the skull and begins to remove any unsightly formations from the brain. Do we forgive those who do us harm or kill us? Going back to the body explanation, I create the ailment within my body by my own abuse. Do I then simply remove the body part or cure it? Now I know that I can eradicate the affliction by preventing the action that caused it. It is logical to refrain from those actions, meaning transgressions have the same effect on existence as dietary or substance abuse towards the body. Every living thing is recognized by consciousness as a body part due to the world being of my creation, therefore being me. Considering this, the attacker is also part of me, having the same emotional attachment as a limb or body part. By removing it, it only breaks down my own defenses or abilities in being a fully functional being. When I die or move on to another physical realm, my body, appearance, and place of being changes. To condemn the killer is a pointless act due to the killer no longer existing when I move on. Neither do those I leave behind. Therefore, the justification for the necessity to forgive the person is that in doing so, I truly forgive myself, and in the process awakens dormant wisdom. Consciousness will naturally allow the existing laws to take place, as this will put consciousness at peace in acknowledging the safe resolution of what is left behind. I cannot change the people left behind. I can only change the process of thought I have towards them. The only thing I change by my action I take is my thoughts, my body, and myself. Direct change is the only defense in changing this world. If we smoke and get smoke-related cancer, do we condemn the cigarette? If we did not know of the dangers, it would signify the culmination of cause and effect. Once we do know, it becomes our choice. Miscellaneous. When the light becomes manifest and walks amongst thee, you only see the flesh. In the long term, following anyone who pronounces themselves teacher, master, prophet, Messiah, and so forth, is not essential in finding enlightenment, as once knowledge has been received and understood, is left to free will to abide by it. In the same sense as passing a driving test, once accomplished, it would be pointless to continue following the tutor. No one holds the direction to an individual's enlightenment other than the individual. People of true virtue would never put themselves above another. Thought changes the vision. A pure thought sees purity. A foul thought, vulgarity. A violent thought sees death. Anger becomes a persistent flame that manifests aggression, which in turn fuels the flame, becoming an eternal fire in which we bathe. It is our will that heals rather than our senses. We consume a lifetime searching the external when we should be directing our search to the internal. You are born with everything you will ever need. The rest is baggage. We are all teachers and guides. We teach via the word and guide via the action. When we speak to one another, it is not simply with the physical world, but more profoundly with the silent soul. Our souls speak without our conscious acknowledgement. The word is the seed, but the soul is the water that allows a seed to grow. The most important thing in connecting with external energies or forces is to keep a peaceful and fearless mind. There is only one thing to fear in this world, and that is oneself. Conquer the self, and fear will bow at your feet, and one will see God for the very first time. Love is the most powerful source of protection we freely have in abundance, of which we should always use to its full effect. Love is and will be the new religion. Nothing in which we unconsciously hide can ever become visible until the effort is made to view it. Therefore, all that exists lies in wait. Once we can evolve from skeptical confinements, the invisible will become visible. The orbs are a manifestation of a protective force that guide and protect. There can never be an end unless we find a beginning. When we find a beginning, we will know there is no end. Question the world as if it were a dream, and allow the dream to answer your questions. Life's journey is to build a bridge between heaven and earth, making them one of the same. We are in the midst of a great war in which we all blindly wage, but blame the enemy. To kill anything harnesses death and manifests it into the next existence. By eliminating the negative emotion from this lifetime can prevent manifestation in the next. The root cause of everything we want to change begins and ends with us. What we really should change is the blame culture. These blamers are so intoxicated by the negativity surrounding them that they fail to recognize the enemy within them. Behind every atrocity lies a misguided good intention. Everyone will have a different understanding towards everything they see, read, or hear, due to the level of their morality. Morality is the integral piece that constructs the conscious and creates the next thought and action, and ultimately knowledge and wisdom. This is the core of true thought that reveals an irrelevant mass we call a brain, of which we blindly constitute intelligence. To escape the illusion, we must first find the creator of the illusion. When we get over the shock from learning who the creator is, we will be reborn and face two paths, one leading us to our enemy, and the other our saviour. Sadly, 99.999% willingly choose the enemy. There are many who endure so much physical suffering in a lifetime. Try not to despair, as this is the hidden side of nature rebalancing and purifying itself, creating a remarkable transformation so that the following awakening is not hindered by a current existence. Therefore, as much as we believe almonds to be intolerably unfair, it is nature's way in redirecting us back home. It is similar to satellite navigation redirecting us for taking a wrong turn. As another example, at times a child will not show gratitude for cleaning its soiled body, but rather cry and scream. In the same way, nature is the parent to the soul, and our current train of thought is as the child. Acceptance, knowledge, and purity will elevate us to the status of acknowledgement and understanding, as the butterfly eagerly awaits to break free from the chrysalis. If there was a God, why would he allow all of life's atrocities? Explanation. When having a nightmare, who's the initiator of the nightmare, and why would the initiator allow it? The nightmare came to be due to the things that took part in your life recently, and due to the choices and actions you took. You are that God. I have seen a world where all life forms are treated equally, where killing is an abomination, not a means of survival. Promiscuity seen as vulgar and primal. Paranormal activity is an evolved and natural progression. Religion is substituted by nature's wonders and natural balance. Multiverse interaction, time manipulation, self-sufficiency via consciousness. What we call magic is a natural process of nature. There is nothing external from the body that can prevent the powers of perception from opening and awakening. The power of perception is the awareness of other senses outside the five we are accustomed to. These senses come into being by a combination of positive factors that activate these dormant elements of nature. We all have them, and nothing can prevent them taking place other than personal choice. Basically, the more virtuous in nature one becomes, the more awareness of them. Be aware that the thought of achieving virtue is a sense and a gift in its own merit. Simply coming round to this thought is the beginning of awakening. Magic has paid us all a visit. Many have denied it, many have ignored it, but a few have welcomed and embraced it with open arms and watch a black and white world become a technicoloured wonderland. One of the greatest forms of injustice would be to travel through a lifetime never realizing who we are. In this current material form, we simply see an image in a mirror, but our dormant self carries, guides, and influences the direction of the universal self. Buddha's unanswered questions. This refers to 14 common philosophical questions that Buddha refused to answer according to Buddhist Sanskrit text. Following is my interpretation of what I believe they are. Not all 14 are shown, as many have the same answer. Question: is the world eternal? Is the world finite? Answer: life is eternal. The world is an illusion manifested by how one leads that life. Question: is the self identical with the body, or is it different from the body? Answer: self has no body or form. It is simply an energy that forms a shape by our current perception and manifestation of its existence, shaped by our actions and choices. Question: does the Buddha exist after death? Answer: we all exist after the illusion of death. Death does not exist. Question: what is reality itself? Answer: reality is the acknowledgement of an external existence. Thereafter, reality is an illusion. Question: what is the existence that we perceive? Answer: perception of reality is an image of one's accumulated actions. Question: is there a point to any of it? Answer: simply to be at peace with the self. The Book of Answers. Question 1. Why are there exceptions to every rule? Answer: we are all individual with individual paths that create our own rules. Question 2. Why do logic and reason fail to explain that which is true? Answer: there is no truth other than the one you accept. Question 3. What do you mean by saying there is no truth? Answer: your current stage of existence has prevented you from obtaining the necessary knowledge required to comprehend that it is you that manifests truth, and therefore, until you find the means in coming to that realization, it will remain outside of your acceptance and understanding. Question 4. How do I change my existence and obtain the necessary knowledge? Answer: understand that you are the creator of all things and begin to take positive action, positivity being the key to enlightenment. Question 5. Can an enlightened person become unenlightened again? Answer: enlightenment is knowing that you have limitless senses. Therefore, That part cannot be lost but can be neglected and avoided, which will inevitably set you back. It is an ongoing journey to purify the self towards a path of pure virtue. It is not easy, and you will encounter many obstacles along the way that can slowly creep back, negativities trying to deter you from your true purpose. Endeavour to follow this guidance to help direct you and keep you on the right path. Once you have awoken and aware of this incredible gift, you will never want to return to your previous state of awareness. Question 6. Is the universe finite or infinite? Why does time exist? Answer. There is no beginning or end, as time is an illusion. Question 7. How do you then explain age and death? Answer. It is not for me to explain it. The quest, should you choose to accept it, is for you to seek the knowledge to understand it. The knowledge I give you lies at your fingertips. Question 8. How is it possible for life to be an illusion? Answer. Tests have revealed that on a quantum level, life is an illusion via the John Wheeler delayed choice experiment, and that reality does not exist if you are not looking at it. Our science has shown this. Our greatest minds and prophets have been telling us for thousands of years, and I have experienced this for myself. All that is now necessary to move forward is your acceptance. Question 9. Would you be able to tell if time had been altered in some way? Answer. Yes. The deeper you become good, dormant senses reactivate for you to see. Question 10. What should we look out for? Answer. It is similar to a glitch in the matrix of consciousness, déjà vu on a larger scale. Question 11. Why does anything exist? Answer. Nothing truly exists outside of your manifestation. Question 12. Why do I exist? Answer. Because you have chosen to. If you had a choice, would or would you not choose to? Your existence in your current form is for the sole purpose to heal yourself. By doing so, brings personal peace and world peace. Question 13. Who am I? Answer. Whatever you choose to be. Question 14. Are we all one? Answer. There is no we, only you. There is no combined consciousness, just a single consciousness, you. Question 15. Why is the future unknowable? Answer. Time, future, and past change with every thought and action taken now. Question 16. Are we in a matrix? Answer. We are in a consciousness-generated matrix, not a computer-generated one. Question 17. Isn't consciousness also a manifestation? Answer. Yes, but I have found it to be the most logical and positive manifestation, which seems to be ingrained in nature and my current existence. Question 18. Why is there evil in the world? Answer: because there is evil in you. Your perception of evil is because you have the inability to understand its purpose. Question 19. What is the purpose of evil? Answer: nature's way to bring you back in balance with good, re-establishing an equilibrium. Question 20. Are you suggesting that all evil in the world is my doing? Answer: you are unaware that the world is your body, and therefore see it as an external element. Until you gain the knowledge and wisdom to accept this, you will constantly live in an existence where responsibility is someone else's. Every action has a chain reaction, a domino effect, or even the butterfly effect, the phenomena where a minute localized change in a complex system can have large effects elsewhere. For example, doing a negative action could be like the flap of a butterfly's wings. The time the action reaches another continent, it becomes a storm. In this case, it is the negative action that travels or expands. Question 21. Is Jesus really God? Answer: Jesus is your manifestation created to guide you. Therefore, your choice on what he is a result of what you currently require. Question 22. But did Jesus exist? Answer: existence consists of the moment rather than historically. Therefore, awareness constitutes existence. Basically, if something is in your consciousness, it must logically exist. Question 23. Describe God. Answer: God is an abbreviation of good. Good is within you. By becoming good, changes everything external to you to good or heaven. Question 24. What's going to happen to those people in the world who've never heard about Jesus Christ? Answer: that is your decision. Question 25. What about all the wars that are caused in the name of Christianity? Answer: war will continue to exist in all forms until you remove the negativity within yourself. Question 26. When is war justifiable? Answer: never. It is braver and more honourable to lose your life than to take one. Divinity is based on your actions, not on the actions of others. Question 27. So what if a burglar broke into my house and threatened to kill my family? You're basically saying you'd stand back and let it happen, or lose your own life rather than fight to protect those you love. Answer: by all means, peacefully attempt to prevent it, but by intentionally harming or killing the individual, even as a means of defense, will only infect your consciousness with the negativity associated with those actions and thoughts. As previously mentioned, it is your actions that have relevance to your existence, not the actions of others. Question 28. How would God want us to respond to aggression and terrorism? Answer: with compassion, understanding, and forgiveness, as if the perpetrator were your sibling. They will face the laws of the world and the laws of nature. Question 29. Is there any real right or wrong, and how do I know what is right or wrong? Answer. If you are aware of right and wrong, it therefore exists. Reading this book is a cry for guidance from the self, and has chosen you from the multitude. It is advisable to adopt the thoughts of a child and question if an angel would do it. Good consists of all peaceful actions and choices that benefit the less fortunate and purifies the self. Question 30. Do aliens or ghosts exist? Answer. All forms of phenomena are self-manifested for the sole purpose towards personal virtuous growth. Question 31. What do you think would be humanity's reaction to the discovery of extraterrestrial life? Answer. Everything within your wildest imagination already exists and can manifest in conjunction with those beliefs. You will manifest whatever is required for your evolution towards good. If everything is your manifestation, the reaction would depend on your morality. All existence transcends from that moral state of being. Therefore, the importance of this guide. Question 32. Should we use a Ouija board in our courts in convictions if we can first retrieve prior questions from the deceased? Answer. No. Our subconscious already knows the answer, as we have manifested the entire scenario. There are no external entities that are not influenced by our thoughts, therefore cannot be used due to this factor. Question 33. Why is there poverty and suffering in the world? Answer. Poverty protects us from negativity ourselves. Money spent on anything that does not benefit the less fortunate negatively impacts your existence, including the world and those you love. Therefore, your understanding of suffering is a misconception brought into being by that same negativity. Question 34. What is the relationship between science and religion? Answer. Both prevent us from finding our true self. Science must deny anything that cannot be reproduced in a lab. Because we currently do not have the technology, does not mean it does not exist. Religion must deny anything that does not comply with their beliefs to protect that empire, therefore denying God himself to take it away. Question 35. Do all religions lead to God? Answer. There is only good, not God. Religion is a byproduct of ignorance and refusal in believing that you are personally responsible for what happens in life. Question 36. Is current religion serving its purpose? Answer. No, it has lost its way. The simplicity of faith is to be good, do good, and to love. Everything else is meaningless. Question 37. Will religion ever become obsolete? Answer. The cause of religion will evolve with knowledge and wisdom and will be acknowledged as nature. Question 38. What is the purpose of language? Answer. It symbolizes the hindrance in believing in a combined consciousness rather than a single one, as a single language would connect us as one, similar to a single consciousness. There will come a time when a single voice will come to pass and language recognized as a primitive awareness of self and limitations. Question 39. Why are so many people depressed? Answer. They refuse to believe that the world is their manifestation in which they have total control of and of which they remain for an external existence. A negative factor has blinded them from this knowledge, leaving them enslaved in a short existence filled with self-imposed worthless expectations. Question 40. What are we all so afraid of? Answer. Fear is the greatest enemy. It is the thought itself that opens the gates of hell. Having the belief relayed in the last question can help to eliminate it and therefore close the gates, as it is you who manifests all that fear relates to. Question 41. How does one obtain true peace? Answer. By becoming the embodiment of peace in mind and action. Question 42. What does it mean to live in the present moment? Answer. Forgive your past actions by becoming virtuous now. Question 43. What is our greatest distraction? Answer. Oneself. Question 44. What is the purpose of death? Answer. The illusion of death is a byproduct of time and a means of awakening consciousness to another level of enlightenment and understanding. Question 45. What happens to you after you die? Answer. You quantum jump into another existence made up of the choices and actions taken from this existence. Question 46. How can you be sure? Answer. When you purify yourself to an extent, the jumps become visible. Question 47. Do we meet our loved ones after death? Answer. Our subconscious records every word and emotion created by everyone encountered. The unconscious then allocates them in their relevant relationship to you when you next awake. Question 48. How long will you be remembered after you die? Answer. Everything dies when you do. You will materialize a new existence constructed from the belief of your interaction towards those you have affected. Question 49. Since we are made of energy and the laws of physics say that energy cannot be destroyed, does that imply that a part of us must survive death? Answer. There is no death. Your consciousness is infinite. Question 50. If the world were destroyed tomorrow, what would have been the point of anything? It'll have all been for nothing. Answer. If you view the world as a material or physical object, and it gets destroyed, then you assume everything gets destroyed along with it. Example, the planet, the body, all life. Death only exists as a thought because you identify yourself with your body and the material world. There is no death. Your consciousness will manifest a new world based on choices you have made. The point is to learn and grow whilst here and follow the path of good. Every choice and action you make now is most certainly not pointless. It is of the utmost importance as it determines your next existence. Question 51. Does reincarnation exist? Answer: yes, although it does not necessarily start from birth. You can rematerialize at any age, gender, or historical timeline. Question 52. Describe heaven and how to get there. Answer: the world is your heaven. It can and will become what your expectations of heaven are once you become it. Question 53. What is it that prevents people from living to their full potential? Answer: distractions and misconception. The only potential that should be reached is purifying oneself. Question 54. What is your one wish for the world? Answer: the world is within you, not external from you. Your wish can only come true by becoming it. Therefore, my wish is to become it. Question 55. What is wisdom and how do we gain it? Answer: it is the knowledge of what good truly consists of. Without becoming it, we can never understand it. Question 56. Is intelligence or wisdom more useful? Answer: without morality, they are useless. Question 57. How would you define genius? Answer: anything that helps our moral growth. Question 58. Does the study of philosophy ever lead to answers or simply more questions? Answer: everything is interpreted by the level of your morality. Question 59. What is the relationship between mind and body? Answer: they are the illusion of a time-based existence. The body enslaves us, and the mind contains nothing but water and fat. The body is also a teacher, as our physical appearance gives guidance from the unconscious. Poor health is a healing process we need to endure until rebalanced. Question 60. To say that my ailment is due to past sin is a shameful and cruel statement and belief. Answer: as much as I used to agree with you, I must stay steadfast to my teaching due to obtaining the ability to see and personally have experienced the whole process. Therefore, as difficult a statement it is, I am obliged by my conscience to take the honest stance. It would be crueler and a greater injustice if I were to withhold the knowledge of the cause that many have sacrificed, suffered, and died for the purpose in reaching the populace, simply to avoid the discontent of some, and leaving a world that constantly seeks a cure. Question 61. What happens next? Answer: the after effects and accumulation of your current actions and choices. Question 62. Why is there something rather than nothing? Answer: both exist. It is a misconception of time and matter. Question 63. How can I know anything? Answer: you can only know what your choices and actions allow. Question 64. Is free will real or just an illusion? Answer. It is mostly an illusion, but you can direct your thoughts by taking positive actions and choices. Question 65. Does a person's name influence the person they become? Answer. If you allow it to. Question 66. Is sex seen as a negative with regards to enlightenment? Answer. Chastity affects the heart, mind and soul, not just the body. It is a negative emotion of lust that gives way to temptation, leading to the act of sex. Consciousness does not need sex to survive. Therefore, there is no purpose, and it is a meaningless action. The emotion of pure love can help overcome this. Sexual purity or virginity should be respected, as it is a major stepping stone to achieving higher enlightenment. Question 67. How can you say that there is no purpose to sex, and it is a meaningless action? If you are in a loving relationship with someone, it is the most intimate form of being able to express your love with that person, and it's part of nature, which without humanity wouldn't even exist. Answer. Due to my current understanding and awareness of the self, my consciousness has brought me to the realization that, as mentioned, consciousness does not need sex to survive. True, genuine, pure love is the most powerful source of intimacy, not sex. It is love and happiness that feeds the soul. Real intimacy is far more than sex, more than just the physical. It involves emotional and spiritual intimacy and always begins with you, the self. I can fully understand that many will disagree with this view, as lust is the hardest emotion to defeat. But all I ask is that you consider the long-term effects any action is going to have on your consciousness, as having sex is more than just a quick release to satisfy a desire of the flesh or a means of procreation. It affects the mind, body and soul, and has eternal lasting effects that will be forever stored in your consciousness and carried forward. Consciousness is love, light and purity. So by remaining pure can be an essential part of your path to good and reaching inner divinity. Question 68. If I choose to change my life and live in sexual purity from this point onwards, I fear I will be forever alone, as, in today's society, 99% of the population craves sex. Finding someone who shares the same beliefs as me is like finding a needle in a haystack. Answer. This is your journey. You are the creator. Once you come to this realization, you will be aware that you are already whole and complete. There is no desire, need, or want for anything, as it is all within consciousness and love. A relationship is unnecessary, especially a sexual one. If you are destined to meet someone, you will manifest that person into your existence, and the emotion of pure love will help overcome the other emotions. Question 69. What does it mean to live a good life? Answer. It is all down to your interpretation of good, but virtue is eternal good. Endeavour not only to make yourself happy, but most importantly, anyone you have association with, directly or indirectly. You change the world not only by whom you love, but by whom you are loved. Question 70. Is it possible to live a normal life and not ever tell a lie? Answer: yes. Question 71. Are you saying that you have gone through your whole life and never told a lie then? Answer: no. I have told lies, but since my awakening and the realization that everything comes directly from the self, I am now aware of the true extent of the action and the amount of negativity the act of lying has on my consciousness, and now endeavour not to lie. So it is indeed possible. False words or lying is a choice. Always aim to be truthful and honest at all times, as it creates positivity within and is a major step towards the path to goodness. Question 72. What if someone who is truly ugly asks for your honest opinion? Answer: once we begin to acknowledge and marvel at the beauty of our creation, everything is beautiful. We must then question the cause and reason to our perception. Question 73. How difficult is it for you to be honest, even when your words may be hurtful or unpopular? Answer: be honest with yourself. Be honest with positivity, but endeavour to prevent honesty with malice. Words have the power to both destroy and heal. Question 74. If you could become immortal on the condition you would never be able to die or kill yourself, would you choose immortality? Answer: you are immortal. More importantly, the choice you should take more consideration about is the condition of your immortality. Question 75. With what authority can you say we are eternal? Answer: I have personally experienced it through the manipulation of time, and therefore am aware that time does not exist as we know it. Question 76. What actions in your life will have the longest reaching consequences? How long will those effects be felt? Answer: positive actions of which will last an eternity. Question 77. Where do you find meaning in your life? Answer: everywhere and in everything and in every positive action. Also, in finding personal attainment by those actions. Follow the good path and it will direct you there. Question 78. If you could teach everyone in the world one concept, what concept would have the biggest positive impact on humanity? Answer: that life is eternal and the direction it takes is solely yours. Question 79. What do you attribute the biggest successes in your life to? How about your largest failures? Answer: sowing the seeds of peace and love. Not doing so. Question 80. Why do humans matter? Answer: you matter, as you are their creator, and you create a new world in response to your interactions with them. Question 81. What are the greatest qualities humans possess? Answer: love and forgiveness. Question 82. Why are humans so fallible? Answer: we must believe we control our emotions, not otherwise. Question 83. What life-altering things should every human ideally get to experience at least once in their lives? Answer: the awareness of being more than the five senses. Question 84. What other senses do we possess other than the basic five we know? Answer: we have perception, intuition, dreams, telekinesis, telepathy, and ESP, to name but a few. Your abilities are limitless, of which are only held back by your belief in limitations. When you come to the realization that everything comes from the self, you will be able to harness the full power of these other dormant senses, abilities which will all become heightened as a result of your awakening and positive actions. Question 85. Is humanity headed in the right or wrong direction? Answer: focus on the direction you want to go, be it good or bad, and the world will follow, as the world is your manifestation, no one else's. Question 86. What should be the goal of humanity? Answer: to be a heavenly body. Question 87. How will humans as a species go extinct? Answer: when you evolve. Question 88. Why do humans have such a strong urge to distract ourselves from the real world? Answer: so, you have found a real world? Question 89. Do human accomplishments have long-term meaning? Answer: everything has a meaning, as much as they do within a dream. Everything you do sculpts the world you manifest. What you see as this current world is the way it is because of the choices you have made, consciously and unconsciously. Question 90. Is it possible for a human to fathom the true depth of reality and existence? Answer: yes. By having open-mindedness and self-belief, there is nothing more important than achieving the ability to differentiate positivity from negativity and gaining knowledge to comprehend that both are your guardians. Question 91. Do you believe in omens, good or bad? And if so, why? Answer: yes, but not via material objects. Example, 7 years bad luck if you break a mirror, or good luck if a black cat crosses your path. Everything comes directly from the self. Your subconscious alerts you via signs and omens, manifestations from you in your surroundings, example nature, to help guide you on the correct path. It is up to you to look out for these signs or omens and interpret them. Do not interpret your omen in the negative nature relayed, but rather how personally interpreted, as it is the belief one has in the omen that creates the effect or outcome. The answers are always there. You just have to be aware, accepting, and accustomed to them. Question 92. Why do we dream? Answer: a dream is a window to your soul. It is a glimpse into your consciousness. Never undermine a dream, as it reveals visions from your subconscious, showing you where that state of mind lies and possible projections from the unconscious which become the building blocks of the new you. Basically, your next awakening or rebirth. Question 93. What are you capable of achieving? Answer: capabilities are limitless. Question 94. What do you think your future self will remember about you now? Answer: I wish I had known then what I know now. Question 95. How do you define consciousness? Answer: a primitive awareness of self. Question 96. Is the meaning of life the same for animals and humans, and how conscious do you think animals are? Answer: an animal is an extension of the self, as a finger to your hand. Whatever you become, so will the animal. Animals are as conscious as the depth of your own awareness towards it. Question 97. What is the reason for the manifestation of animals or wildlife? Answer: your unconscious is so intricate and meticulous to the extent that it has manifested wildlife as a byproduct in establishing an ecosystem of existence. Question 98. If there is zero chance that all your firmly and deeply held beliefs are true, which of your beliefs are most likely to be wrong and which are most liable to be true? Answer: if the things you do are good deeds that bring peace and happiness, then they can never be wrong. Question 99. Is the concept of you continuous, or does past you continually fade into present and future you? In other words, what part of you sticks around over time, considering that the atoms that make up your body are constantly being replaced and your memories are always changing? Answer: you only consist of now. Question 100. Why do we resist doing things that we know are good for our well-being, while craving things that are detrimental to our well-being? Answer: choices are made by the depth of your morality. Question 101. What is your reaction towards people who are outspoken about your beliefs and call you crazy, weird, heartless and cruel due to the certain beliefs they do not agree with? Answer: the outspoken are voices from your subconscious, of which without would inhibit your progress. It is that voice that directs you through the storm. They are your guides as much as you are theirs. Endeavour to refrain in defining I and they, as it is one and the same. Question 102. Who am I? Answer: no one restricts you from whatever you desire to be. There is no one who knows that answer better than you, as it was you who created you. Question 103. How can anyone create themselves? Answer: the realm that is currently outside of your comprehension has no beginning, end, or time. It consists of now. What you therefore do and think at this moment will establish who you are. This will include a perceived timeline or memory of your past. Everything you believe to be a fixed timeline is constantly changing right now. Question 104. Are we all connected? Answer: nothing is connected to you. Everything is you. Question 105. I know what I desire, therefore, why don't I have it? Answer: from whom do you seek it? Because you already have everything you need, you're just unaware of it. If a desire destabilizes pure intentions with impurities, your unconscious self will redirect that decision or choice, which would mean that your pure self is preventing you from obtaining that desire for good reason outside of your conscious awareness. Question 106. That's convenient. Why would I erase that awareness? Answer. Because you refuse to take personal responsibility for your limitless existence and are in denial to the likelihood that you are the creator of everything. Question 107. If that's the case, why wouldn't I have created a perfect personal existence? Answer. Because you lack the awareness of differentiating positive and negative behaviorisms. Your actions and choices are the building blocks that sculpt the existence you wish for. Question 108. How do I find that awareness? Answer. As you refuse to believe in your own abilities, you therefore manifest external bodies like myself to give you the knowledge and tools needed to complete the task. What you do with it is your judgment. You've manifested everything around you as a guide. It all has its purpose. Question 109. I'm a good person, but all my prayers go in vain. I've followed your guide, but at times still find myself seeking happiness. Answer. It is good intentions and actions that guide you rather than prayer. Continue with the good intentions. Be patient, as change will come. You need to also train the mind to reject negative thoughts and beliefs. Immediately do or think something cheerful or positive when a negative thought enters the mind. This action, with time, will recondition the mind patterns, reducing the frequency and length of the misguided thoughts. Question 110. What's my purpose? Answer. To show light to those parts that are unaware of its existence, to heal thyself, to find personal happiness, as when you find that, the world will follow, because you are that world. Question 111. How do I get to heaven? Answer. You need to create it, build it from its foundations. Heaven is simply a man-made word for seeking peace and happiness. Be the peace the world seeks and the happiness it yearns. You will then find that as you look around, you will see heaven. Question 112. Are you suggesting that heaven isn't the place? Answer. This is heaven. You are heaven. But as you refuse to take responsibility in its construction, you leave it in the state of neglect. Question 113. What if I believed otherwise? Answer. If you believe heaven to be a physical place, you have a choice of either consciously being in heaven here and now, witnessing and interacting with its wonders, or repeatedly waiting for death as a means of entering a place you'll never be conscious of. If you envisage heaven as an emotion, you can begin to learn how to control and harness that nature. Keep in mind that your world is part structured by your beliefs. Question 114. How can I be sure? Answer. I can only show you the photos, videos, witnesses, and the good works I promote. But that is my journey. Once you have studied these writings and events, you can trial them yourself and witness the results of your own personal journey and awaken the wonders that dormantly await you. Question 115. Why should I bother believing you or acknowledge anything you say? Answer. First of all, you wouldn't know of me, be listening or asking questions if you hadn't been subconsciously seeking answers, as there are no coincidences. Secondly, was it not you who found me, or has the knowledge you seek become manifest? Thirdly, this interpretation of me only exists within the confinements of your personal world or existence. I am merely an extension of you, the Self. Question 116. Is this the start of some new religion? Answer. This is simply nature, your nature. It is a direction you can take to see your full potential and the importance of who you are. You are so much greater than you lead yourself to believe. Question 117. Why should I forgive? Answer. Once you come to the realization of the concept that there is nothing external from you, that everything is you, any animosity towards another is animosity towards yourself. Therefore, by forgiving, you forgive yourself. Once this view of existence is put into practice, it promotes self-awareness, which in turn sets in motion nature's processes to eliminate the suffering that surrounds you, bringing outer and inner peace. Question 118. Did I have a choice in being born? Answer. There is nothing that manipulates your life other than you. Question 119. Where was I prior to birth? Answer. Exactly where you are now, as time does not exist in the realm of which you speak. Life begins and ends right now. Question 120. Do we exist at all? Answer. This is your existence. This moment can be manipulated to become whatever. When you start the process of changing yourself for the better, there will be moments that show you that this act alone can manipulate time, that would suggest that what you did yesterday could be erased. Therefore, in part, you did not exist within that timeline. When you then eliminate time altogether, you do and do not exist simultaneously. Question 121. Do we have a soul? Answer. You are that soul or force. You only die in the eyes of others, or perceived to separate from the solid form. There is no two of anything, just a single force or self, giving the impression of separation. Your soul, force, energy, etc. has chosen the current state you see it as because it fits the current moment you exist at. Question 122. What's the purpose of childbirth? Answer. Every life force that interacts with you activates or triggers a series of emotions within you. It is you manifesting what's required. Question 123. If everyone will be dead in the end, what's the point of teaching them? Answer. Life's eternal. Nobody is taught anything outside of their own manifestation. We are the teacher we seek. Question 124. You mention interaction with angels. What are they? Answer. They are a surge of positive energy. Question 125. What do they look like? Answer. whatever you want that energy to look like. Question 126. What form have you seen them take? Answer. Mostly orbs, like the fairy from Wizard of Oz, but keep in mind that I use the word angel as a comparison due to the purity that accompanies the appearance or manifestations. It is the purity rather than the image that we should concern ourselves with. Question 127. Can you expand on that purity? Answer. Very childlike senses, playful, cheerful, in tune with everything virtuous. It has no sense of impurities, other than feeling it like the void of rising air below the wings of a bird, therefore changing direction to get back in the uplift. Question 128. Where are they from? Answer. Your good self. Question 129. What's their purpose? To connect you with your higher self, a material reminder of purpose, ability and goal. Question 130. How can I also see them? Answer. Do not fear the experience. Believe in yourself and what you are about to see, but most importantly, at that moment, cleanse yourself of all impurities and then think, send and receive love. At that point, look up and witness either a bright, beautiful light slowly glide above, a stationary light, or a multitude of them. But the experience is personal to the seer and can take many forms. You will know when you see or witness it. When you do, enlightening others of your experience and continued positive self-change will promote and open more wonders. Question 131. Are they always visible? Answer. They are visible when you are serene and inviting. There are many moments we think we are, but at times there is something outside our awareness disrupting our inner peace, which will prevent the visible appearance, but may appear if a photo is taken. That force is always with you, as it is an extension of you. Question 132. Do demons exist? Answer. As previously stated, everything imaginable can become manifest. You are the key that sets them free, good or bad. It is simply a negative emotion or thought that you project into what you perceive as the real world. Fear then takes control due to the belief that it's an external force and feeds the whole experience into a frenzy. Question 133. How can I prevent myself from setting the demons free? Answer. Imagine all the negative action and thoughts that a demon may have and eliminate any of those behaviorisms within yourself. Secondly, eliminate being fearful or spreading anything associated with fear, as fear is an emotion that seeds negativity and gives birth to it. As soon as you believe that you are about to have a fearful thought, immediately ignore it and redirect that thought to a cheerful or good one. If you can achieve doing that, I can assure you that no demon will ever darken your doors again. Good is not a simple emotion. It is the most powerful weapon you have against demonic or negative energies. And if you can come to the belief that they also originate from your good self, you will have total control over them, or that force. I tell you this because I have achieved it. Question 134. Does the angel and demon flow from the same source? Answer: yes, you. Therefore, whatever emotion you have towards it becomes the energy that fills it. Prior to our interaction, it is just a dormant force waiting to be activated by our emotions. Question 135. What is your purpose? Answer: my purpose is specific to each and every one of you, and the result of that choice can only come from you. I merely sow the seed. Question 136. You've said we manipulate time. If that's the case, would it mean that what I did yesterday can be erased? If so, I should then be able to get away with doing anything. Answer: our actions and choices act like what we digest. At a point, there will be no trace of what we ate, but its residue will affect the nature of our health. Therefore, erasing the action does not prevent the repercussions. Question 137. You've said that our feelings are more than simple emotions. Could you expand on that? Answer: imagine every emotion as being switches on a panel directly in front of you. Each one you push sets in motion a series of events. For instance, if we push the switch called jealousy, we not only activate that emotion, we set in motion a string of events that have association with it, or shall we say accompany it, such as anger, depression, anxiety, worry, fear, hate, vengeance, etc. They in return set in motion their own associated emotions until you are left with a scenario of which you are totally out of control. Therefore, our aim is to prevent activating any of the negative switches. Question 138. What does God look like? Answer: like that good deed you recall and that love you were shown. Question 139. You once said you took a peek through the window that looks into heaven. What does it look like? Answer: if we both look through the same window, we would see a different heaven. When you have a moment, write down what your perfect heaven would incorporate and look like. Thereafter, to enter that heaven, you simply must become that which you have written. Question 140. How can I change the world? Answer: become the love that you do not receive. Become the peace you seek. Become that strength that others deny you. Show others the good within you, so they no longer have to wait for a promise of seeking those traits in an afterlife. Question 141. There are times I feel suicidal. Answer: death does not exist. The act of taking one's life becomes a personal choice, not an end, and will only add to your confusion and discontentment. Question 142. Your reply to suicide comes across as being a cruel statement, as all those with this intention believe it will give eternal peace. Answer: your world seeks peace, as do the loved ones constantly left behind. Without you to heal them, they remain enslaved in a confused existence. Question 143. How can you put that burden on a single person? Answer: I am the echo that returns from their screams into that dark tunnel and the replies of a script each of us have once written from a forgotten existence. Responsibility is always ours. Everything you see in the physical world is not different from the non-physical. They are just different aspects of perception, not miracles. Poem. We make them all. The love, the tears, the joy, the fears, the time once gained, the loss of years, the night, the day, the things you say, the chance, the choice to go or stay, the place, the people, the friends, their ends, the world, the trends, the sky that bends, all creatures present, all creatures past, a universe forever will last, a fairy tale or legend tall, you are the one that makes them all. The way of the virtuous. Do not harm anything, either by killing, actions, thoughts, words, defense, or self-harm, be it narcotics, suicide, emotions, smoking, or alcohol. Keep the belief that life is eternal and that you create the next world by the actions you take in this one. Use the gift of choice to reject lust, anger, fear, pride, vanity, jealousy, sadness, selfishness, hoarding, segregation, profit or gain, loneliness, and greed. Keep in balance with earth. Treat all living things that dwell there with respect, and the universe. Choose your teachers and guides and leaders by the depth of their morality above all else. Freely teach self-healing and how to access the dormant supernatural worlds and abilities. Teach by your actions. Always do good deeds and give kindness. Diligently distance yourself from all forms of negativity. Take all paths that lead to happiness, not possessions. Accumulate the non-physical and live life in accordance that all is energy. Do not let your memories define you. Let your last action define you. Speak when calm and serene. Be truthful and honest at all times, especially with yourself. This book is a revised and updated issue, originally published in 2013, following my first publication in 2011. We shall not cease from exploration, and the end of all our exploring will be to arrive where we started and know the place for the first time. T.S. Eliot. The past is where we learn our lessons. Today is the time to apply the lesson. The future holds the result of that lesson. Once we apply the hidden knowledge, we will gain the wisdom to understand that what we apply today not only changes the future, but also the past. The beginning to everything is now. Until the awareness is gained of the power one commands over their own existence, attempting to understand existence is illogical. It is finished.